Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. I'm Chris, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will guide you to a night of restful sleep, as I tell you the story of a love sparking in a small mountain town. We will follow Charlotte as she wanders down snow-coated streets, aglow with the candlelight flickering in old store windows. We'll join her as she navigates the simplicity of small towns with peace and love in her heart. And, perhaps the sweetest of all, we will watch as she falls in love with a man full of compassion, love, and respect. Before we begin, let us take a moment to find comfort and peace in the space we are in now. Lay down in a position that is kind to your body and your mind. Can you feel yourself sinking into the mattress? Can you feel the soft pillow cradling your head, giving you a safe space to relax after a long day? So often, we feel too busy to care for our bodies or give them the love that they deserve. But here and now, there is plenty of time to give yourself care. There is no rush, there are no expectations, there is nothing you need to do, except be kind to yourself. Imagine a light around your body. It can be any color you desire. Take a moment to really, truly see the light around your body. Slowly imagine that light traveling over your body. As it travels, pay attention to how your body feels. First, picture the light starting around your head. Are the muscles in your face relaxed, or are they rigid? Is your jaw clenched or relaxed? Whatever tension you are holding in your head, you are fully capable of letting it go. Picture that light pulling the tension from your jaw, face, and forehead, leaving that part of your body completely relaxed. Next, follow that light down your shoulders and arms. Feel as the light travels from the tips of your fingers on your left hand, all the way to the tips of your fingers on your right. As the light travels to your chest, allow it to untangle whatever strings of stress may reside there. Feel as the light pulls the heaviness away from your body. Follow that light down your hips and legs, soothing each exhausted muscle. Feel as the light journeys down your thigh, down your calves, and through to the tips of your toes. With your body fully unwound and the thoughts of the day behind you, let us begin. Charlotte's breath fogged up the train window. Beyond the frosty glass, a landscape of towering mountains and lofty trees lazily flickered by. Overhead, the clouds were dark and heavy, hanging so low that she could see the curve of each cloud. She knew that snow was on the way. This time of year, it seemed to snow almost every day in her hometown. If she closed her eyes, she could remember every bit of her childhood snow days here. How she would awaken in her nice, warm bed to the steady rumble of snow plows sliding piles of freshly fallen snow to the side. How she would crawl out of her bed with a blanket draped over her shoulders and look out over the landscape, amazed by how perfectly the white flakes had blanketed the landscape, subduing every harsh line and turning the world into one of softness and peace. She closed her eyes as the memories washed over her. The consistent drone of the train wheels and mechanics was a steady, rhythmic lullaby that seemed to be urging her to sleep. Chug, 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 chug. The wheels spun and spun and spun, driving her deeper and deeper into the depths of the countryside. The door beside her slid open, gently breaking her nostalgic moment. A waiter in a velvety coat handed her a cup of steaming hot chocolate, one she had ordered only moments earlier. She sipped down on it, allowing the sweetness to engulf her taste buds and warm her up from the inside. But that wasn't the only thing that came through the door. A man sat down across from her. He had dark skin and glanced up to her with kind amber eyes. She knew those eyes from somewhere, and as she met his gaze, she knew exactly where from. Growing up in such a small town, everyone knew everyone. It was something she missed about White Cedar Valley. She felt as if she was always safe, protected by a community of people who loved and appreciated her. For years, there was one person who was at the center of that feeling of love and safety. Edgar. Edgar was the neighbor boy, the boy she used to catch fireflies with on warm summer nights. They would frolic through the flower-filled meadows with mason jars, scooping fireflies out of the air. They'd lay in the cool grass together, looking at the warm glow of the bugs and the starry sky just beyond them. In autumn, they would journey to the outskirts of town, where the farmers' fields and orchards were ripe with the bounty of the season. They would meander through cornfields, breathing in the earthy fall air as they happily got lost in the rows of plants. When winter came, they would spend all day on the pond by their house. She swore she could still feel the breeze that would lap at her face as they spun around on their ice skates, their laughs warming the air around them. Then, in spring, they would slink outside to soak in the warmth of the earth awakening from its slumber. They'd catch tadpoles and listen to the peepers' gentle calls as they navigated fields of wildflowers. It was a beautiful friendship. Truthfully, it was a beautiful childhood, and that was largely because of him. They had grown up together. They shared the first kiss together. They went to prom together. She could write a novel about their time together, but it came to an end when she moved away for college. When they locked eyes, it was as if nothing had changed. Beyond his amber gaze, she saw the same friendliness, the same warmth that had filled her soul and engaged her mind for years and years. They hugged in a tight, loving embrace that seemed to cement her in the moment. He asked her how she liked the big city, and she didn't quite know how to answer. She loved the availability of everything. She loved the motion of the city, the amount of things she had access to, the energy that could be found down every street. But lately, she felt as though she had been missing something. She longed for days in fresh air in the company of white pine and oak trees. She longed for her cozy hometown bakery where everyone knew her name. She told Edgar the truth of her new life, and he told her the truth of his. He had taken over his father's carpentry business pretty soon after they graduated. He loved the work, but he wanted to explore, to see different places and feel the sun on his skin more months out of the year. They spoke for the rest of the ride, talking about their hopes and dreams with little hesitation and no boundaries. It was a freeing conversation, during which they found themselves inching closer and closer together. They only paused when the train crested over a mountain and began its descent into White Cedar Valley. The sight stole Charlotte's breath, replacing it with a flood of warm nostalgia. White Cedar Valley sat in a quiet valley far from the nearest city. On 3 sides, it was surrounded by high granite peaks that seemed to kiss the sky. Cedar trees dotted the mountains, washing them in a sea of white and evergreen. On the western side of the valley, a river laced through the countryside. Even in winter, it didn't stop flowing. Now, it was swathed with pockets of ice, dotted with holes where the water bubbled up, providing deer with a place to drink at during the cold months. Near the granite cliffs, farms peppered the landscape. Charlotte could see their old wooden stone fences, which seemed to stretch on for miles, winding around bends and over hills. The center of town lay along the river. It was an old New England town with cobblestone streets and cozy brick buildings down the main street. Victorian mansions lined the river, their towers aglow in stunning shades of green, blue, and yellow. And throughout the entire town, old church steeples kept watch. It was like something out of a fairy tale, a town you see on postcards and in your dreams. Even though she had grown up in it, it still took her breath away every time. "Is it good to be home?" Edgar asked, as he watched Charlotte's reaction. There was compassion in his eyes, blended with that playful nature he always carried with him. She wiped a single tear from her expressive eyes and told him that it was wonderful to be home. When they arrived at the station, Charlotte was touched to see the entire building decorated for Christmas. Wreaths and garlands hung from the exposed beams of the antique building, turning it into a holiday wonderland. Her parents met her and Edgar as they stepped off the train. She could see her mother's excitement at the sight of them together. Ever since they were little kids, her mother wanted them to end up together. She updated Charlotte on his life nearly every time she called, urging her to call him and check in with him. But now she wasn't going to have to do that. As they were preparing to leave, Charlotte handed Edgar a slip of paper with her number on it. She told him it'd be nice to spend some time together, but even that felt like an understatement. After a hearty meal with her parents at her childhood home, she slunk off to bed, exhausted from such a long day. But she hovered by the window in her old bedroom for a moment. She traced her fingers along the wall as she tiptoed over the old wooden floor, still remembering every knot in the grain and every board that creaked when you stepped on it. Outside, the yard and the street were glowing in the light of the orange street lamps. The snow sparkled iridescently. In the house across the way, there was a single light on. She knew the light well. For years, every night, she and Edgar would sit in front of the glass and flash Morse code messages to each other with their flashlights. As she reminisced on the memory, a soft light flashed at her from the window. Across the way, she could see the faint silhouette of Edgar, just enough to tell he was smiling. He flashed a message to her again. She wrote a letter in her notebook, the sound of the graphite sliding against the paper like music to her ears in the still winter night. "I missed you," the message read. Staring down at those simple words nearly brought her to tears. For so long, she felt as though a part of her was missing. She never considered that that part might be Edgar. She glanced around for a flashlight, and, to no surprise, she found one in the drawer beside the window, exactly where she left it all those years ago. "I missed you," she messaged back. In that moment, she felt like a kid yet again. The air was still and quiet around her, as the next message arrived, which read, MMATWT. It was a childhood code they came up with in case a message was too long. There were dozens of codes, but this one was one she could never forget, because they used it at least once a week for years. It meant, "Meet me at the willow tree." She shook the flashlight up and down for yes. Charlotte pulled on a warm wool sweater, leggings and boots, along with a thick jacket. As a child, she always had to sneak out to meet him at the tree. She had a bag in her closet for the occasion, with a large puffer jacket and boots, ready for any time she wanted to meet Edgar. But now, she simply stepped out the front door into the brisk night air. She could almost taste the pine trees and mountains on her tongue with every breath, filling her lungs, filling her being. It was invigorating. It made her feel beautifully alive, yet small all at the same time. She walked through the soundless town with her eyes turned to the sky. The only noise was the crunch, 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 crunch of her boots on the squishy snow. It was a sound like no other, a sound that would forever bring her back to her childhood of sledding under stars and whispering under willow trees with hot chocolate in hand. The willow tree was at the end of the neighborhood, down a small hill. It rested in the center of a forest, far away from the neighbors and, at times, the world. The trees all around her were coated in a thin layer of ice, just enough to make every branch, needle, and pine cone glisten in the December moonlight. But the star of the show was the willow tree, the only willow for miles. It had grown to be impossibly tall. Its tendrils sloped to the ground, lowered down by the weight of snowflakes. It looked like an ice sculpture, a work of art that was too perfect for this world. Charlotte stood for a moment, marveling at the sight before her. In that moment, she truly realized how blessed she had been to have such a beautiful childhood. A childhood full of ice-coated willows and frog-filled streams. She stepped into the willow, parting the branches with the back of her hand to reveal the cozy area underneath. There was a single bench there, a bench she and Edgar had crafted years and years ago. She wiped a dusting of snow off the seat. Underneath, etched into the grain, was a simple message. Charlotte and Edgar were here. She couldn't help but smile. She never imagined that life would take them back here again. And yet, here she was. And there he was. Edgar parted the branches and then stepped into the tree with her. His eyes aglow with compassion and adoration. "I see you still remember our code," he chimed. His voice was smooth and calming, with a tone that had calmed her in many situations over the years. He extended a cup to her. When she brought it to her nose, she knew exactly what it was. "Our special hot chocolate," Charlotte said. As children, they spent many winter nights perfecting their own hot chocolate recipe. They even sent the recipe to the North Pole, hoping that Santa would bring them up to his workshop to make some just for him. It was a sweet gesture and a lovely memory in a single cup. She brought it to her lips as the steam rose over her face, a welcome contrast between her and the night air. As the hot chocolate filled her mouth, she was flooded with a wave of nostalgia that warmed her from the inside out. She was also flooded with a sweetness unlike any other, as if she had poured the contents of a chocolate shop into her mouth. Judging by Edgar's reaction, he felt the same way. They both laughed, plopping down on the bench next to each other. I found the recipe and followed it exactly, I swear. Edgar chuckled. Charlotte swirled the cup, watching the thick hot chocolate leave trails along the edge of the cup. Oh, I believe you, she chimed. We were 8. We would make something that sweet. As their laughs died down, they lapsed into a comfortable silence. It wasn't awkward. It wasn't uncomfortable. It felt like home. Here, under the icy willow tendrils in the moonlight, she felt at home with Edgar in a way she hasn't in years. They sat and talked for hours, their breath forming clouds with every word they spoke, their hands searching for each other, for a gentle touch or caress on occasion. The conversation was like the river that ran through town, ebbing and flowing around familiar corners, resting in deep spots for a few peaceful moments before continuing to move forward. It was always comfortable, always natural. She found herself getting lost in his eyes on occasion. As a child, she would always say his eyes looked like honey, and now she could see how true that was. They sparkled when he spoke of certain things, and swelled with emotion when he spoke of others. He was a man of compassion, a man who found joy in the smallest of things, like flashlight Morse code, or a shared hot chocolate under a starry sky. By the time the night really began to cool, they had been talking for hours. Charlotte hadn't realized her teeth were chattering until Edgar extended his suede jacket to her. She tried to tell him she didn't need it, but as he leaned in close and wrapped the sleeves of it around her, she melted at the touch. The two began walking home together, just like old times. As they neared their homes, they both found themselves walking slower and slower, not wanting the night to end. They hovered in front of their doors, unsure of how to part ways. But Charlotte made a decision. All those years feeling empty, all those years feeling as if something was missing, she didn't want to do that anymore. Snow began to fall around them. The flurry was a dance of large, fluffy snowflakes, the kind that drift from the sky ever so slowly, turning a landscape into a scene from a Christmas movie. They both gazed up at the sky with delight. It felt magical, ethereal, like something they had been waiting for all their lives. Charlotte's gaze drifted down to Edgar. She watched as his amber eyes continued to stare in awe and wonder at the snowy display all around him. That joy, that love of life, is precisely why she did what she did next. She leaned forward slowly, wrapping her hand gently around the back of his neck. She drew him in, pressing her lips softly against his. She felt herself melting into his arms, melding into him as they kissed in the middle of the street, finding catharsis for their years and years of quiet love in that single moment. When they pulled away, they shared a look unlike any other, a look that told Charlotte Edgar was going to be in her life for a long, long time. That night, she curled up in her childhood bed, knowing she had done something she had always wanted, that she had the person she always dreamt of being with. Sleep came easily and beautifully that night, and her dreams were filled with nothing but peace. For the next few weeks, Charlotte and Edgar spent every moment together. They danced on the cobblestone streets of downtown in the moonlight. They ate at all the restaurants they had as kids and blew bubbles in their drinks, just like they had 20 years ago. At night, they held each other tightly, whispering about their hopes and dreams for the future. Charlotte wanted nothing more than a life of happiness and love, and that's the life she knew she could have with Edgar. They longed for something in between the city and the country, and they knew exactly how to find it. They renovated an RV for themselves and headed out on the open road. Charlotte would work remotely, curled up on their soft couch, as they traversed mountains and cities and plains across the country. Edgar would freelance wherever the wind took them. As they drove off in their RV, Charlotte held Edgar's hand. She glanced behind them as they rose up over the mountain, leading out of White Cedar Valley. She looked at the glowing lights of downtown, the peaceful farms, and the tall church steeples with gratitude. It was the town that made them, the town that made a love like this possible. The last thing she saw, far off in the distance, was a single willow tree. It seemed to glisten in the sunshine, outshining every other tree in the forest. Emotion welled in her eyes as she watched it disappear over the horizon. There would be more willow trees in their future, forests full of them wherever they went, as long as they went there together.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we drift across the sparkling sea and experience a warm summer day on the ocean with a love-struck couple. We'll wander along a rocky coast, see the sleepy seaside town from the top of a Ferris wheel, and meander through meadows filled with fireflies as the sun sets on a perfect day. It started like most summer mornings. Lavender had had a long, restful sleep with the windows wide open on summer nights when the humidity of the day had finally disappeared. There was nothing better than opening her single-pane glass windows and taking a breath of the fresh night air. It smelled of the salty sea, of the rocky coast, of the lofty pines that were nestled amongst the rocks just to the side of her home. But the smell of the air in the morning was something different. She could still smell the ocean, the pines, the rocky coast itself, with an admixture of brightness. She could never quite place it. She told herself it was the smell of hundreds of flowers opening their petals to greet the morning. Some days, she told herself it was the smell of the bakers in the nearby town, making their strawberry cream and their fresh loaves of bread. Whatever the smell was, it always awakened Lavender with a promise a promise that the day would be full of magical, wonderful moments if she only dared to take the time to look. On early mornings like these, the fog would roll into the harbor. Lavender would awaken to a blanket of it, a veil between her and the world, one that she welcomed. This veil hid the tiny seaside town from her. She knew it was back there, beyond the mystical haze, but she had no use for it yet. The world was waking her up on her own time, and for several minutes, it would just be her, the lighthouse she lived in, and the ocean a few feet in front of her. Most mornings, she would sit by the open window as she combed her hair. She'd breathe in that otherworldly scent, daydream about the activities in the day ahead of her, and hum some sea shanties to herself. Sea shanties that had been passed down in her family for generations. Lavender rose from the window, giving that early morning fog one more look. It was a gossamer now, thin and angelic, giving her glimpses of the town beyond when it swayed and shimmered in the steadily rising sun. Today was not an ordinary day, for today, Lavender was meeting a man who was not a local. He wasn't quite a tourist either. He was a writer, a man coming to town to pen some poetry and novels about what it was like being a lighthouse keeper. Lavender didn't find her profession incredibly interesting, but she was eager and willing to meet the stranger, someone with a different perspective, someone through whom she could see her tiny town in a different light. She put on a cream-colored dress, tied her hair in long braids, and slipped on her summer hat just before she left the house. As she walked away, she listened to the distinct click, 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 click of the lighthouse as it spun around and around and around and around. It was a sound she had almost tuned out after living here for so many years. But every once in a while, she could truly appreciate it. She meandered down, 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 down the cobblestone streets of the sleepy seaside town. Neighbors waved to her as they went about their morning chores. She could smell them baking bread, popping fresh laundry on the clothesline, pulling raspberries and blueberries from their flourishing gardens. As she walked past their homes, with vibrant gardens poking out behind white picket fences, she watched the grasses and flowers sway from her movement. She made her way down to the docks, where the ferry was set to arrive in only a few moments. There was hardly anyone waiting alongside her. This time of day, There were few people on the ferry arriving to the beloved island. As she saw the ferry approach, her heart skipped a beat. Only then did she realize she had no idea what this man would look like. She had only spoken with him a few weeks ago. But when he stepped off the boat, Lavender knew almost immediately which one was him, for more reasons than one. Oliver didn't meet her eyes at first. Instead, he was gazing around the island before him with a look of absolute wonder and appreciation. It was as if he was near tears, taking in a truly overwhelming, beautiful sight. Lavender could see his dark brown eyes sweep along the rocky coast, carefully dancing over each rock and flower. She could see as his eyes traveled over to the town, which was visible now through the leftover haze of the morning fog. Then, finally, she saw his reaction as his eyes drifted eastward, all the way to the lighthouse, to her lighthouse. For a moment, he stood still, taking in the sight with a deep breath. He was dressed like a rider, though not like any that Lavender had ever met. He wore long brown trousers with a flowy white, long-sleeve shirt tucked into them. The top few buttons of his shirt were left open, exposing his collarbones and a simple silver necklace clasped around his neck. The shirt rippled in the slow breeze as he stood there, running his hand through his black hair as he took in the sights around him. When his eyes met Lavender's, he seemed to stop breathing for a second. Time froze for Lavender as she looked at this stranger, because somehow it felt like she had met him before. He felt like a kindred spirit. Perhaps it was because she, too, looked at the island the way he did, even after living on it for all of these years. She approached as if she were walking in slow motion. When she reached him and extended her hand to introduce herself, the wind picked up around her, snagging her hat off of her head. With ease, Oliver reached over, catching her hat before it drifted off to sea. He gently put it back on her head with a kind smile. "Hello, Lavender. My name is Oliver," he said, taking her hand in his. At the touch of his hand, Lavender was almost certain she had met him before, and yet she knew deep down that she never had. Little did she know, Oliver was standing before her, feeling the exact same way. The two began to meander down the street with one another, heading closer to town. Oliver told her that he wanted to experience Islesboro as a local would. He wanted to see the town for what it really was. To do that, Lavender decided He would have to join her at the Bluebird Cafe for breakfast. She led him with a spring in her step to a tiny brick building on the edge of town, nestled right against the water. The cafe itself had no tables, nor did it have benches. It was a simple building with an outsized countertop inside and enough wonderful food to keep a person hovering outside the door for an entire day. "What would you like?" Lavender asked Oliver. He smiled at her, softly replying, "Whatever you would recommend, it's on me." Lavender ordered a set course, her favorite. It was all local ingredients, all made by people she knew and had grown up with. The owner of Bluebird handed her a wooden tray overflowing with food. Lavender sat down with Oliver at the edge of the ocean on a small patch of grass, budding with dandelions. She laid out a blanket that had been given to her by the owner, and the two found themselves having a beautiful seaside picnic. The meal was unlike anything Oliver had ever seen. The first thing he found himself drawn to was the freshly baked brie, drizzled with golden honey and rosemary. Lavender told him it had all been made by her friend, who owned a farm up the road. The cheese came from her goats, the honey from her bees, and the sweet, fragrant rosemary from her garden. Oliver slathered the brie onto a slice of toast, made from scratch in the kitchen just beside them. The taste was otherworldly. It reminded him of a million things, but mainly, it reminded him of every time he had ever been comfortable as a child. It felt like spending a rainy afternoon in the attic, curled up in fluffy blankets with a book. It felt like a summer day lying in a meadow, doodling and coming up with stories that he would pen in a tiny leather journal he had gotten for Christmas. He savored the taste and watched in amusement as Lavender did the same. She closed her eyes with each bite, and when she opened them, Oliver could see the joy in her gaze. He wondered to himself how many times Lavender had had a bite exactly like that. And yet, here she was, enjoying every nibble. Next, they moved onto the pastries. In the center of their wooden tray was a set of blueberry muffins. The tops were coated in crumbles of cinnamon. When Oliver pried his open, he watched as the fragrant steam poured out of them and drifted up into the air. The middle of the muffin was peppered with bright blue blueberries, the largest berries he had ever seen. Just as he was about to take a bite, Lavender leaned over. She slathered on a swipe of butter, butter that had been made on the other side of the island just last week. The bite crumbled in Oliver's mouth. They sat there for quite some time, enjoying their breakfast. Though Oliver was partial to coffee in the morning, evidently, Lavender was a tea drinker. They sipped on a beautiful light pink drink. Fresh raspberries and basil floated around in the drink, swaying along with the ice as it clinked, 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 clinked against the thick glass jar. Lavender and Oliver enjoyed the view of the ocean before them. It was a slow, enjoyable brunch, something Oliver wasn't used to. He had lived in the city for so long now that he had almost forgotten what it was like to simply slow down and enjoy nature and the world around you. He asked Lavender what their plans would be for the day, and Lavender simply smiled at him. During summer, there was never a shortage of things to do. They could really do whatever they wanted to do. For a bit, they found themselves talking about their childhood. Oliver spoke of growing up in the city, but visiting the country on occasion with his family during vacations. He asked Lavender what her childhood had been like. Lavender smiled at him and took his hand gently, bringing him to his feet. "Why don't I show you?" she suggested. The two wandered down, 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 down the rocky path to the water. The coastline here was covered in rocks of all shapes and sizes, all stacked haphazardly the way nature had left them thousands of years ago. Lavender tiptoed across them, leaping gracefully from rock to rock with a smile on her face. She was making her way up an incline, traveling to a large granite cliff just overhead. Oliver walked behind her, jumping from rock to rock with a kind of childlike wonder. There was something healing about going off the beaten path, about exploring the way only children seem to. It was like a challenge traversing the rocks, and with each step he took, there was more treasure to be found. They traveled past tidal pools, brimming with creatures of all shapes and colors. It was a mosaic of orange, red, green, gray, and blue. An entire world right in front of them that several animals called home. Oliver found himself pausing to look down in each and every one, and to his surprise, Lavender joined him. On one occasion, she stopped and leaned down into the tidal pool, reaching in with her hand with no hesitation. Oliver watched in awe as she softly lifted a starfish out of the water. The tiny starfish wrapped its soft arms around her finger, clinging to her skin. Oliver smiled as he watched it dance along her hand for a few minutes. Then, Lavender leaned down and placed him back on a rock in the water, muttering kindly to the starfish. "There you are, little one, back in your home." Oliver found himself enamored with the gentleness of her, the depth of the kindness she had for the smallest starfish. He smiled as he watched her stand up and continue her journey up, 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 up the rocky coastline to the cliff above them. And when they reached the cliff, Oliver could see why Lavender had wanted to bring him here. It was a hidden cliff, tucked neatly behind a curtain of fragrant pine trees. But if one were to step once, twice, 3 times right to the edge, they could see everything. The town in the cove, the lighthouse in the distance, every rock and harbor and sprig of seaweed on this side of the island. It was like having a bird's eye view of everything, including the cerulean sea that was several feet below them now. Lavender told him that she used to come here as a child. It was a place where she could watch the town and daydream about the world around her. She loved how quiet it was here, how she could be in her own little world and live as an observer, even if it was only for a few hours. Oliver, too, had a place like that growing up. He told Lavender that as a child, he used to sneak to a church near his house. He would climb up, 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 up the spiral staircase, all the way into the dusty bell tower. The long forgotten stairs would creak as he walked up, and when he reached the top, he would have the whole city to himself. He would sit there for hours, his feet dangling over the ledge as he watched the city lights twinkle and the moon sweep across the inky black night sky. For quite some time, Oliver and Lavender sat there telling stories about their youth, about how they felt out of place and found refuge in the quiet moments they could find alone. "It's a shame we didn't have each other," Oliver whispered. Lavender smiled at him, agreeing with his sentiment. "It is a shame. At least we have each other today, right?" When their time on the rocky cliff came to a natural end, they journeyed down to the town, which was by now buzzing with people. It was a classic New England town with old, intricate brick buildings and storefronts coated in glass, selling locally made wares. The streets smelled of flowers and lobster rolls and pine trees, a scent that Oliver wasn't quite familiar with. But as they reached the end of town and began walking down the dock, Oliver began to see something he was familiar with. The dock was a cozy amusement park. There were booths lined with brightly colored prizes, locally named rides, brightly flashing lights, and the sweet, sweet aroma of doughboys, pretzels, and freshly popped popcorn. As they passed a ring toss booth, Oliver asked Lavender if she had ever had any luck winning prizes. She shook her head, saying that as a kid, they never quite had the money to waste on losing at ring toss. Oliver slapped some money on the counter with a smile and quipped, "Well, we're adults now." Lavender laughed, taking a few rings with delight. They tossed ring after ring, listening to each ting, 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 and then roll off the platform, missing the target by a mile, until finally a ring landed. Lavender and Oliver rejoiced, wrapping their arms around each other with delight. Oliver urged Lavender to pick whatever stuffed animal she wanted. With a smile, she picked a big, fluffy lobster plushie. In the spirit now, Lavender took Oliver by the hand, leading him to the Ferris wheel. They climbed aboard the wheel and strapped in, something neither of them had done since they were small children. As the Ferris wheel drifted up, they found themselves overwhelmed by that magical feeling once more. It was as though they were flying above the ocean and above the town, soaring so high that no one could touch them. When they reached the top, the Ferris wheel stopped, giving them a view even more stunning than the one they had had on the cliff. A gentle gust of wind shook them in the slightest, and Oliver couldn't help but wrap his arm around Lavender in response. He felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, but Lavender simply laughed and nestled against him, resting her head on his shoulder. "I got the lobster for you, you know," she chimed. "Is that so?" Oliver replied, his voice tinged with delight. "To remind you of the island of today," she explained. "And so you know you can always come back." Oliver knew deep in his heart that he would be back. There was no doubt in his mind that this was something essential in his life now. And it wasn't just the island that was making him feel that way. As the Ferris wheel lowered them to the ground, Oliver reluctantly took his arm off of Lavender. But mere seconds later, she slid her hand into his yet again, leading him away from the amusement park, back onto the island, where she had more adventures in store. He could feel his pulse beating in tandem with hers, picking up speed every time they met each other's eyes. He had never felt this way before, and neither had she. It was late afternoon by then, and nearly everyone was traveling to the restaurants to settle in for a nice dinner. Since it was his first night on the island, Lavender knew immediately what he needed. They made their way to the edge of town, to a small booth. Lavender ordered them each a lobster roll and a basket of fried clams to share. A summer staple that wasn't flashy, but was perfectly necessary. Yet again, they had no table to sit at. So after finishing their meal in haste, Lavender led Oliver through town to the east side of the island, telling him that this was a part of the island not often visited by the locals. And as they crested over a small hill, Oliver had no idea how that could be possible. Before them was the most beautiful meadow that Oliver had ever seen. It extended all the way to the ocean on the far side of the island, and to the right of it was the rocky side of the coast. The sweet grass and wildflowers swayed, jetting out over the water on this verdant cliff. Lavender laid out a blanket near the water in the meadow. All around them, flowers were blooming and swaying in the gentle breeze. Daisies, lupine, lilacs, violets. It was a mosaic of colors that Oliver had never seen before. He lay down on the blanket and closed his eyes for a moment, breathing in the incredible fragrance of the wildflowers and the sea mixed together. When he sat up, he saw Lavender silhouetted by the sun. It was a sight so beautiful that he was utterly breathless in her presence for a moment. The sky was painted a stunning array of pinks, blues, purples, and oranges, all of which were reflected in the calm sea below. It was like looking at a mirror that stretched as far as the eye could see. Lavender and Oliver talked about the book as the sun set. After all, that was why Oliver had come. And yet, it seemed like the least important thing he would get out of his trip here. They stole glances at each other, and then the sun set as she told him about it all, how the lighthouse had been in her family for generations, what her obligations were, what she liked about it. Oliver didn't say much. He simply listened to the sound of her voice as she told him everything he needed to know. And in the slow moments of the conversation, the sound of the waves and the grass swaying in the breeze filled the silence. They talked until the sun fully disappeared under the horizon. And they continued to talk as the stars began to peek out of the inky black sky. Oliver was breathless. He had never seen so many stars in his life. There were thousands of them overhead, each sparkling brighter than the last. And in the center of the sky, he could see it, the Milky Way, a hazy, cosmic paintbrush stroke across the sky. It was Lavender who was watching him then, watching the way his eyes lit up with a kind of wonder he had never experienced before. Then some more lights came out. All around them, the fireflies emerged from the cool grass, blinking as they sailed through the night air. Oliver rose to his feet, mesmerized by the sight of them. Lavender handed him a small jar. Then she slipped off her shoes and stepped onto the grass, tiptoeing around the dancing fireflies. She swiped through the air, gently catching one in the jar. Oliver watched as it blinked, lighting up the glass like a lantern. Then he did the same. He slipped off his shoes and tiptoed through the grass with Lavender, catching firefly after firefly after firefly. The jar glowed in his hands as tiny lights sat calmly on the glass. He was utterly delighted, transfixed by the beauty of the moment. He and Lavender found themselves giggling like children as they hopped through the meadow, kicking up the beautiful smell of wildflowers as they looked for fireflies together. Then, when their jars were full, they stood together. Lavender opened her jar first. A plume of fireflies emerged between them, floating up into the air like embers from a freshly stoked fire. Oliver watched the way they lit up Lavender's face, her soft features, the color of her eyes, and he felt a kind of admiration he hadn't felt in quite some time. Oliver unclasped his jar. Lavender watched as the fireflies sparkled in the night air, illuminating his dark eyes and the kind expression within them. And when their eyes met, they couldn't deny the magic of the moment any longer. Oliver leaned forward, wrapping his hand ever so softly around the back of Lavender's neck. They kissed there, in the field of wildflowers, with the sea all around them, and as they rested their foreheads together, they knew it wouldn't be their last summer day on the island together. Welcome to Soothing Pod's Romance Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will tell you a beautiful story about the possibility of finding love when you least expect it. Imagine now that when you open your eyes, you are sitting on a train and gazing out of the window. You see bright yellow fields of canola flowers that make up the lush German landscape. They are so bright that they are almost neon and stand out from the endless sea of greens. It is the height of spring, and all the plants and flowers are in full bloom. It is so relaxing for your eyes. You feel totally at peace. Dawn is breaking through, and the soft morning light feels warm on your face. You notice how the shades of daylight have grown warmer and stronger, and the entire train cabin basks in the changing hues of a light tangerine orange to a grapefruit pink, and then to a light yellow. Most of the passengers are still sleeping. Like you, they find comfort in the gentle hum of the train as it steadily and rhythmically moves forward towards Berlin. Slowly, you notice that the scene has changed from a quiet, rural setting to a busier street scene. It is still early morning, and most of the city dwellers are still sleeping or just getting started with their day. You notice colorful buildings and houses, as well as a few cars and trucks on the road. You see shopkeepers begin to open their shops, bakers displaying their freshly made bread in the store window, and some denizens walking leisurely with a cup of coffee and a pretzel in hand. The train slowly reaches its final destination, which is the Zubenhof station in Berlin, Germany. The train goes through the above-ground station archway and stops under the station's massive glass ceiling. The sunlight peeks through the glass, creating stunning glimmers of light and shadows all over the station platform. You are now several thousand kilometers away from your past. It is a new beginning. You grab your beaten down camera and make your way out of the train. Immediately, you notice the pulse of the city and the rhythm of the station. You hear footsteps, the chatter of the crowd, the rolling sound of luggage and bikes and strollers. They all merge together like a steady drumbeat. There is a special energy in the air that is dynamic yet calming. You feel, once again, as though you have found the seat of your power. You are open to whatever will come your way. You make your way into the street. It is the 1st of May. You realize that here in Berlin, May 1st is a special day. It is not only a celebration of Labor Day, but also an opportunity for many activists in Berlin to protest for a cause they believe in. Unofficially, for most Berliners, it is also the start of summer and an excuse for many to celebrate with parties and street raves. A crowd of flag-wielding German grandfathers move past you, followed by a brawny youth. You ask what the ruckus was all about, and eager to educate you on European-style activism, he informs you that his cape was actually the Kurdish flag, and he then invites you to come along for the annual May Day demonstrations. He tells you that sometimes you need to put yourself out there, even if you are afraid. That if you believe in something, you need to remain open to the possibility that good things will happen. That life opens up when your heart, too, is open. You soon find yourself in the midst of a crowd, festive on this spring day. You see pretzels, sausages, and beer booths. Snaking your way through the crowds, the tip of a flag lightly taps you on the head. As you duck to avoid the next dangerous swoosh of heavy cloth, you hear laughter. That simple sound was the ring of a small bell, the sweet, powder-fresh scent of an infant, and that touch of lemon and ice in your drink. You whirl around to find yourself face to face with a man whose warm smile and curious and kind eyes immediately draw you in. You feel your cheeks flush, and you can't help but smile back. He points at his flag-wielding friend, who is still oblivious to the fact that he could have caused major brain damage. You laugh. He laughs back. In that simple moment, the sound and flurry of the crowd falls away. It is as though you have been standing and smiling in front of each other for many years instead of seconds. You feel as though you have already met this person, maybe in some other life and some other time. You have this sense of comfort and familiarity in their presence, yet there is still that sprinkle of excitement. Without even talking about it, you both decide to walk the streets of Berlin together. Alongside each other, the crowds of other people fade into a blur. From the various highlights for tourists, to the tree-lined alleys, to the riverbanks, you spend the day exploring the city. The streets are still busy with people running around, but you both feel at peace as you walk past them and notice how colorful the city is and how there are so many trees and flowers to be found in whatever path you take. You've only met a few moments ago, but you find yourself sharing the funny stories of your childhood and your dreams for the year ahead. He makes you laugh with his quick humor and semi-corny jokes. Soon, the afternoon begins to set in, and you both decide to take a break from walking. On a grassy knoll by the water, you watch as boats float by and picnickers sip on wine glasses, enjoying the sun. It is nice sitting there in the sun and feeling the cool breeze sweep over the river. The air smells of freshly cut grass, as well as warm, candied almonds that a street vendor is eagerly selling to passers-by. You wonder what time it is, as you've both decided to forego your watches. You realize that throughout your day, you haven't checked your phone once. You feel this sense of peace and freedom in knowing that today you don't have to rush for anything. Time doesn't matter. You are living in the moment. Like children, you invent a guess the time game, wherein the loser must do the other's bidding. You win, of course. With giggles of glee, you watch as he bounds up the cement slope, up the tree, and proclaims, "I am the king of the forest." People cheer and applaud while you grin triumphantly. Sunset is approaching, and unexpected shyness now overcomes both of you. You know that you have a train to catch because you are off to another adventure in another city. He walks you to the train platform, He gently takes both of your hands. His hands are large and warm. Your hands fit into his perfectly. You exchange email addresses, but truth be told, you are not expecting anything after today. You know that in life, there are many things that are beyond your control. You learned from today that the simple joys are in the little moments and the happy accidents. He looks deeply in your eyes and tells you that he will miss you. He hopes that you will have an amazing adventure in your solo trip around Europe. He tells you that you are beautiful and that you are brave. You give him a warm embrace, and he holds you tightly in his arms. He smells fresh, like how you would imagine the scent of sunlight on a bright summer day. You board your train, and he waits at the platform until you've found your seat. You both wave goodbye to each other as your train slowly begins to move away, and you see him grow smaller and smaller in the distance. You remember what your newly found friend first said to you during the parade. You need to put yourself out there, even if you are afraid. That if you believe in something, you need to remain open to the possibility that good things will happen. That life opens up when your heart is open. You believe now that this is true. A few minutes later, you decide to check your phone. There is one new message in your email inbox. It is from that beautiful man you just said goodbye to. Remember the 1st of May in Berlin? You smile to yourself. Now, you remember how warm his embrace felt. You feel yourself wrapped up in his arms. You soon find yourself back at home and in the comfort of your blanket and soft bed. Your heart feels open and your spirit feels light. You remember why he made you feel so special. It is you recognizing the beauty and value in yourself. And now, as you close your eyes, you allow yourself to rest in that feeling of love and peace. It is a feeling of inner harmony that comes from loving and honoring yourself.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Chris, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Today, we're going to escape to a romantic private island in the Caribbean for a night of relaxation, connection, and tranquility. Your journey to your own private island begins in the sky. You look out of the plane window at the clouds that seem to expand for miles. Each one is like a plush mountain of cotton, aglow with the brilliant golden light of the rising sun. You curl up against your partner. Their smooth hand intertwines with yours, giving you a gentle squeeze. You can feel their anticipation for the day and night ahead of you. Outside the window, you watch as the clouds begin to clear. The view below takes your breath away. The bright blue ocean is a mosaic of unbelievable shades. There is crystal blue water, so clear you can see schools of fish dancing just below. Darker patches of water dot the ocean, breaking up the light, shallow bits. Every inch of the sea seems to shine and sparkle in the sunlight. You gaze out as island after island passes under you. The white sand beaches seem to almost melt against the blue of the ocean. You can practically feel the warmth of the sand. You feel a tender kiss against your neck. Your love gazes up at you as you slide your hand around them, taking the sight of them in. Instead, we deserve this. You deserve this, they say. A sweet, honey-like warmth pulses through your body. They always make you feel so appreciated, so loved, so at home. Today is no different, but it feels even more special. As you come in for a landing, you hold your partner's hand a little tighter. The float plane lands gently on the calm, sparkling blue water. As the two of you step out, a joy sparks inside you. The second the plane door closes behind you, it'll just be the two of you. You won't see another person until tomorrow. It will be a private world all your own, made for loving, connecting, unwinding by each other's side. With the click of the door, you two are free. The island before you is stunning. A single green mountain sprouts up in the center of the island. The contrast of the bright green against the bright blue ocean and sky is like a painting. Something that seems too beautiful to actually exist in the world. Palm trees dot the island, swaying ever so gently against the warm, soft Caribbean wind. You feel your toes sinking into the sand as the love of your life leads you to your bungalow. The warmth of the golden sand and your partner's company relaxes you. The bungalow extends out over the water on a smooth wooden dock. It's picture perfect, truly like something out of a movie. Your partner guides you further and further down the luxurious dock, both of you giggling like two kids in puppy love. The bungalow is a romantic getaway unlike any other. Its large open windows give you a breathtaking view of that sparkling ocean from bed. The bed itself is plush with opulent white blankets and pillows. Your partner plops down into the soft bed and beckons you over to them, holding their arms out. In their embrace, the weight of the world melts away. Here, all that matters is the two of you and your love for each other. Truly, that's all that matters anyway. Life is easier with them by your side, and here, for the next 24 hours, life will be the easiest and most perfect it has ever been. I love you, your partner whispers, locking eyes with you. You feel your heart skip a beat as your body floods with joy. In their ethereal gaze, you see your solace, your best friend, your future. I love you too, you chime, bringing them in for a kiss. You feel an unbelievable connection as you intertwine with them. As the sun rises high into the sky, you wrap your arm around them as you two head out to enjoy all that the island has to offer. In the distance, in the sand, a luxurious daybed faces the water. It's an incredible sight. A plush daybed in the middle of paradise, placed there for you two to enjoy. Sheer white curtains billow in that sweet ocean breeze. You two sprawl out in the bed. Your partner offers you a coconut drink from the fridge beside the bed with a smile on their face. It's almost overwhelming how wonderful it is to see them so happy. Though you love their appearance and all that they are, there's something about being here that seems to make them glow. Here, you are your most authentic selves, and it's even more clear how much you two are meant for one another. You wrap your arms around each other as you watch the waves dance their way to shore. The rhythm of the ocean is utterly calming. The waves fade out, then onto the shore, out to the sea, onto the shore, out to sea, onto the shore. You watch as each crystal clear wave brings new things to the sand. Little crabs scuttle over the rocks. Shiny shells that are all colours of the rainbow glisten in the sun and the water. Your partner points to each new thing that comes ashore with a type of wonder and excitement that's contagious. With every word that comes out of their mouth, you feel yourself falling deeper and deeper in love with them. You lay there, wrapped up in each other as the sun kisses your bodies. You talk to one another, the swaying palm trees and the ocean waves acting as a beautiful soundtrack to your conversation. You don't talk about work, about your life back home, about tasks or obligations. You find yourselves talking about the joys of life, about the love you have built together, about your dreams for the future. You are reminded of the important things in life, that the most important of all is having the person across from you as your companion through it all. You both begin to walk the length of the beach. Your hands find their way all over each other, from intertwining fingers to wrapping arms around each other's shoulders. You can't quite keep your hands away from them. And why should you? With each step in the sand, you feel more and more free. You look behind to see the long, winding trail of your footprints embedded in the sand, side by side. Your love stops you, taking both your hands and looking at you with a dreamy gaze. Wait, listen, they chime. You stop, locking eyes with them as you listen to the sounds all around you. Can you hear the palm trees? They ask in a delighted whisper. You take a moment to truly listen to the palm trees overhead. Their leaves twirl in the breeze, filling the air with their soothing song, pitter-pattering against one another like a tropical rain. Can you hear the waves? They ask, leaning even closer to you. You turn your attention to those stunning waves, listening to the relaxing roar of them finding their way to shore, kissing the sand, then retreating back to the ocean where they belong. Every movement of the waves seems to calm you more and more. Can you hear the birds? They ask, their breath tickling against your neck. You gaze up to see the birds floating from palm tree to palm tree. They are an unbelievable array of colours, reds and oranges and blues that seem to pop against the sky. Their song pops and rings through the air, carefree and beautiful. the true soundtrack of paradise. You realize for a moment how much you feel like those birds right now. You're weightless, fueled by the sun and the beauty of the company and land around you. You're carefree and joyful. I can. You whisper to your partner. For the next few hours, you walk the beaches. Your hearts beat in sync with one another. A steady, comforting rhythm in your tiny world. The sun begins to dip lower and lower in the sky, but you feel no sorrow. You feel grateful, alive in brand new ways. You curl up in the bungalow with the love of your life as the sun begins to set. You watch as the sky and sea before you is painted in breathtaking colours. The horizon is bright yellow. As your gaze travels further up into the sky, you see the oranges, then the pinks, then the purples and blues. The ocean reflects the brilliant scene above. What was once a sea of crystal blue is now a sea of vibrant orange. I'm so blessed to be able to do this with you. Your partner whispers against your lips. You're overcome by how blessed you feel, unbelievably blessed, in this little bungalow on this distant island with your special person. You feel so far away from the rest of the world. As the sun falls closer and closer to the horizon, the nighttime sounds fill the air. Crickets chirp behind you. The waves seem a little stronger now. A sense of peace washes over you and your partner. You crawl under the blankets, holding one another. Loving someone so deeply brings you a type of comfort you never imagined you would find. You run your hand through their hair and over their body. As the night goes on, you lay there for a long time in their company. You whisper your hopes and dreams to each other, completely vulnerable, completely free. The I love yous trickle out of your mouth unrestrained, like they never have before. You mean every single one, and you know your partner does as well. The sounds of the night seem to grow louder as you drift closer and closer to sleep. Under the comforting weight of the blankets, you feel your partner falling asleep. Their heart beats ever so gently against yours. For a moment, you watch their chest rise and fall. It's incredible how much you love them, how much you feel connected to them. The sounds of the tropical paradise seem to fade into the distance as you listen to their rhythmic, soft breathing. It has been a perfect day in this perfect world. You feel yourself relax around them as the tranquil blanket of sleep covers you, inviting you to refresh for the next day. When morning comes, you feel no sorrow that you'll be leaving the island. The sun rises behind you as you walk ahead of your partner, leading them to the beach. You glance behind to see the love of your life smiling at you, glowing brighter than the rising sun that silhouettes them. As you two wait for the plane, you can't help but look at your footprints all over the island. You two have left your mark here, embedded in the sand, and you will take the connection you have formed together wherever you go from here. Your body and mind are revitalized and comfortable in a way you never thought possible. As your partner kisses your forehead one more time, you realize the lasting effects of your time together here. You are loved. You are at peace.
Hi, welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Joe, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. The day is done, and you deserve to rest. Nick knew how to cook, but he never took the time. Between work and working out, his buddies and his side gigs, Nick had gotten into the bad habit of just grabbing snacks. He thought it was liberating after years of punctual meals with his family. Now he was on his own and almost prided himself on a sparse kitchen. He was young, healthy, single, and not about to admit that cooking for one felt like a difficult, lonely task. He never told anyone how most of his future dreams took place in a warm kitchen, busy with shared laughter, delicious kisses over the fresh ingredients, and something always steaming over. He flipped on his bright fluorescent kitchen light, shut his apartment door behind him, and sighed. After a long work week, Nick always wished for his father's famous lasagna and the fresh-baked breadsticks that his mother braided by hand. As if she knew, Nick's mother called, and he hesitated only a few seconds before answering. There was a clattering and laughter in the background, and his mother's voice was hurried. She had his sisters over, their significant others, and her own kitchen was a whirl with everyone pitching in. Nick leaned on his bare counter and smiled as they all shouted hi. It was just a quick call to let him know how much they were all looking forward to him hosting grandmother's memorial birthday. His mother fretted aloud about him practicing the required family recipe. But then his father burned something on the stove, and she hung up with only a few scattered kissy sounds and I love yous. Nick turned to his neglected wall calendar, hanging on a bent nail against the sleek grey wall, and saw his whole family was coming over on Sunday. There was no way around it, no excuse he could make. They'd been celebrating the same way for the last decade, and more specifically, the last 3 years, when the word memorial had to be added to the special day. He left his coat on as he spun around his small kitchen. Where had he left his grandmother's cookbook? Her birthday was the one agreed upon holiday the entire family held sacred. Plans could change during the crush of other calendar celebrations, but his family had set aside one day in the spring to all come together for her. His grandmother had always been something of a family legend. She was the most quoted, the most toasted, and the most beloved for all the happy memories she had created, and the whole family loved how every year on her birthday she had made mouth-watering fondue for everyone from an old secret family recipe. There were rules set up when Nick's grandmother passed. The recipe would never be distributed. It would remain safe inside her beloved cookbook and be passed to each family member in turn. To follow her directions and make her favorite food was the perfect way to honor her and, in turn, be gifted with her home-cooked wisdom. Much had been made over the past 3 years of the magic that came with cooking grandmother's fondue. His eldest sister got engaged while setting the table the first memorial year. His middle sister was accepted into her dream doctorate program on the second. His father retired the third memorial year and had been given a surprisingly large bonus just before sitting down to the now fortuitous meal. Nick ransacked every cupboard in his empty kitchen. The cookbook had arrived weeks ago, along with a slew of messages from his sisters, but he had set it aside and forgotten the whole thing. Now, in a cold sweat, Nick finally found the heirloom cookbook lying flat on top of his refrigerator. He gently blew off the dust and then checked his phone. He had 6 new work emails despite the fact that it was Friday. His buddies were all in the same boat, and no one would be out for beers until later. Nick had time to practice the recipe and maybe eat a little better than his normal bachelor diet. He paged carefully through the well-worn cookbook and found the page he recognized from fond memories. It was stained along the lower edge and still marked with a sticker from his favorite childhood cartoon. His sister had drawn a tiny flower on the top of the page, and the corner was dog-eared. There was a receipt from the 90s when his mother had first helped shop for the event, and underneath it was his father's looping handwritten inscription: "Here between the pages is the best recipe ever." Nick didn't read the rest of the cookbook page. Instead, he plucked a yellowed piece of stationery out and unfolded it. There was his grandmother's neat handwriting and every ingredient marked in a tidy shortlist. It was just Italian fondue. How hard could it be? Nick scanned the first few items and then tucked the paper in his coat pocket. He checked it again when he got to the mailboxes by his apartment building's front doors. Under the ingredients list was a short paragraph of instructions, and something else was written on the bottom of the paper that he couldn't make out. Thinking about his grandmother writing it stopped him on the front steps. Nick realized, with a tightening in his gut, that he was holding his grandmother's original recipe, the one that wasn't supposed to leave the cookbook. Now his sister's dire warnings not to lose the recipe made sense. It wasn't printed in a thick book he couldn't possibly misplace forever. Suddenly, the piece of stationery felt thin and too precious to touch. Nick carefully put it back in his pocket, but paused outside his apartment building. He had to reassure himself of his age and good conduct. Clearly, he was responsible enough to hold down a great job and keep a comfortable place. There was no reason he couldn't take the recipe to the grocery store and return with it still safe in his pocket. He marched down his neighborhood sidewalk and over to the busy city street lined with the little shops, restaurants, and bars. It was a lively part of town, just outside the business district, and it was full of young people like Nick who were just starting out, except on the weekends when it was a hotspot for dates and dinners, romantic window shopping, and walking while holding hands. Nick stuffed his hands in his pockets and dodged around people on the sidewalk. The recipe was safe with him. Wasn't his focus proved by how he sacrificed dating in order to build his career? He pulled his eyes off happy couples slipping arm in arm into cozy restaurants and quickened his pace to the grocery store. His family certainly wasn't helping his chances of meeting someone by keeping him at home practicing an old recipe instead of being out flirting at his favorite bar. Although his single status did make things easier in the store, there was a crush of people stopping by on their commute home, and the crowd was compounded by the weather report calling for spring storms all weekend. Everyone wanted to stock up and get home. The air practically crackled with their combined impatience. Nick found it easy to slip alone through the knots of shoppers and grab the items from his grandmother's ingredients list until he got to the cheese. He'd never heard of Bel Paese cheese and couldn't see it anywhere between the bags of shredded mozzarella and the 2 yellow cheese slices. He had to go to the counter in the cheese department, where he saw it stacked in a glass case. A long line had already formed, and Nick was again grateful he was single and had no one waiting for him. In no great hurry, Nick had time to pity the overworked mother trying to herd 3 toddlers away from a large display of marshmallow cereal. He could smirk at the married men with cell phones pressed to their ears as they searched for the exact item their spouses insisted existed but couldn't be seen anywhere. And he was just settling in to a little light eavesdropping on the arguing couple in front of him when he saw her. His ease was gone, but his patience suddenly increased. Nick thought that maybe he could wait all night if he could watch the cheese counter girl grin. It was hurried and a bit tight as she helped her more impatient customers, but the reappearance of that smile kept Nick's eyes on her. She made him feel like smiling too. He watched her quick, graceful work, and once when she had to lean up on tiptoes to reach across the counter, he was able to read that her name tag said Lily. Lily had spotted the young man as soon as he had appeared in her line. Something about the relaxed way he looked around at the other customers and stood so comfortably in line caught her eye. She spied a sharp business suit under his coat, but his ruffled hair made him seem young and still fun. If he was a jeans and t-shirt guy on the weekends, then she could easily find him irresistible, and Lily had to snap her thoughts back to work in surprise. She wasn't looking for anyone to flirt with or to date, especially not a customer. Lily had learned not too long ago that many men didn't appreciate her gourmet training, and she would rather pursue her expertise alone. Hard work was easier than finding love, and she set her eyes back on the many tasks at hand. Then, as she thin-sliced Swiss cheese for a particularly sour customer, Lily saw the young man step out of line to help an elderly woman. The woman pointed up higher than her crooked little back could reach, and he plucked down the box she described. It wasn't right, and he had to try again, and he got it wrong at least twice before the little old woman thanked him and let him return to the cheese counter. The line had extended by 4 customers before he got back, but he didn't seem to mind at all. And when their eyes met, he gave Lily a warm, bright smile. Each customer in between seemed to take an agonizingly long time with their decisions. Lily handed out samples of this and that, recommended pairings, weighed and wrapped a dozen cheeses before the smiling young man was next. By the time it was his turn, her stomach was in a knot and her hands felt hot. She was so nervous, all she could do was smile and stare at him when he stepped up to the counter. Nick's serene wait in line was over, and he'd completely forgotten why he was there. Then Lily gave him an uninterrupted smile, and all he could do was dig through his pockets and try to explain about the recipe. He said too much about his overbearing family, but Lily just laughed and gently plucked the list out of his flustered and still gesturing hands. As simple as it would be for Lily to locate the bel paese and perfect mozzarella, the recipe was interesting, and she read it over a few times. It was probably just warm from his pocket, but Lily could easily imagine cozy gatherings and laughter when she skimmed that old, crinkled piece of paper. Nick noticed her interest, introduced himself, and offered to read his grandmother's writing. Lily didn't need this help, but she admired the graceful cursive one more time and then smoothed the recipe out on the counter between them. Leaning forward to point at the list, she made a few suggestions, while Nick stepped closer to study the items in question. He looked to her for the final decision and didn't look away. The line was building again behind him, and all she could do to prolong their moment was to offer him a sample of Havarti. Nick was famished and popped it into his mouth too quickly. He had no idea how to comment on it, and suddenly their transaction was done. Lily handed him the cheeses for grandmother's fonduta, and the next customer was already speaking to her over his shoulder impatiently. He stepped aside and left. Lily saw him cruise by the cheese counter again a few minutes later, and she suddenly couldn't wait for her shift to be over. She was worried he had disappeared by the time her replacement finally arrived, and Lily was out of her apron so fast she spun around. She was so distracted that she hit the counter when the other worker called her back. Was that recipe hers? Nick had left his grandmother's notes on the counter, and Lily caught it just before it was tossed out. Her hopes soared to dizzying heights again. Maybe she could still find him and save the day. Lily searched the store, but she couldn't catch sight of his ruffled hair or sharp suit. It seemed as if Nick had already moved on. She circled the store one last time and absently gathered the items for fondue to make her pacing appear less suspicious. Her co-worker had already teased her enough for leaving her number in case Nick returned to the counter for his recipe. When the store was out of white truffles, Lily took it as a sign of total defeat. He wasn't coming back to ask her out. Nick was planning to return, but he was down the block and completely lost in his quest for white truffles. The manager at Lily's store had apologized profusely and sent him to the marketplace, but he'd forgotten the landmarks he was supposed to use. Was it between the organic coffee counter and the cured meat stall? Or next to the spice shop and the kiosk of hand-dyed silk? He worried that her shift would be over already, and his pace quickened past the produce stalls. Lily slipped in the back door of the marketplace and went straight to the Italian deli. The pulse-skipping feeling of meeting someone new had faded and her steps dragged. She was quickly getting pulled down by the thought of cooking for herself yet again. The cuddly, fork-sharing couples at the culinary school next door weren't helping, and Lily tucked her head down as she got in line. The bright chatter of the culinary school finally called Nick's attention to the correct corner of the marketplace, and he rushed over to the deli counter. There, he could barely swallow his frustration when he saw the long line. Why couldn't his grandmother's recipe just use regular black truffles? Why couldn't he have found everything at Lily's store? It was her store now, in his mind, and he already had a half-dozen reasons to return in the hopes of running into her again, if only he wasn't stuck in another line. The young woman in front of him glanced around to investigate his growling, and her guarded expression broke into a surprised grin. That smile up close, no counter between them, stole Nick's breath, and all he could do was stammer about truffles. He patted his pockets, and his eyes widened when he realized the recipe was gone. Since he'd met her at the cheese counter, Nick had forgotten all his plans. His procrastinated recipe practice, meeting up with his buddies, even his family's impending visit, had all flown out of his head. But now that she was there in front of him, he couldn't postpone his search. He had to leave her again. That scrap of paper was the soul of his family's tradition. And it was in Lily's hand. She held up his grandmother's missing recipe and confessed to wanting to try it herself. Nick was happier to hear she'd left her number for him just in case, but he still took the faded paper with relieved reverence. Maybe there really was some magic in making his grandmother's favorite food. They looked over the recipe again together, and it was Lily that transcribed the final secret ingredient to the magical fondue. And, as always, a little dash of love and luck from your grandmother.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, you can sit back and relax as you listen to the moving tale of a woman finding love in the Wild West. Our journey starts in the windswept eastern plains of Colorado. The plains go on for miles, a living sea of golden waves, dotted by yellow sunflowers and blue Colorado columbines. The wind howls ever so softly over the grass, filling the air with the symphony of the leaves in motion against one another. In the far distance, the blue mountains rise against the setting sun. As the sun dips behind them, the sky is painted in watercolor shades of pink, purple, and orange. The creak of a wagon joins the western soundscape. In the driver's seat, Josephine O'Connor adjusts the brim of her hat as she stares in wonder at the landscape before her. Josephine grew up in a small fishing town on the coast of Massachusetts. She had a childhood of running along the rocky coastline in her bare feet, a childhood of dipping her toes in cool tidal pools and eating sandwiches under the watchful eyes of soaring seagulls. If she closed her eyes, she swore she could almost smell the briny aroma of those northeastern Atlantic waves lapping against the shore. If she really let her mind wander, the invigorating smell of lofty pine trees mingled alongside it. But now, she was in an entirely new environment. Instead of lofty pines, she smelled the herbal sweetness of sage as it rubbed against the wheels of the wagon. The floral smell of dozens of flowers all seemed to meld together as they danced across the prairie, filling the air with a calming blend of scents. Josephine was pleased to be in a new environment, seeking new things. She had been hired as the local school teacher for the town of Hope Springs, a cozy town nestled at the base of the Rocky Mountains. In the distance, she could see the glowing lights of the town. To her surprise, she felt utterly calm. She hoped she would be able to make this town home. Something deep within her told her she would be able to. As her wagon rolled closer, she was able to take in the town for what it was. Quaint wooden storefronts lined the dusty main street. She could smell the earthy, inviting aroma of a wood stove warming the buildings. And then she saw her schoolhouse. At the end of Main Street, it sat at the base of the mountain. The building looked brand new, with shiny windows and a brightly painted door. Josephine couldn't help herself. She tied up her horse and wagon and found herself walking into the schoolhouse. Desks sat in neat little rows before a blackboard. To her surprise, a lantern flickered on her desk. "I wanted it to be ready for you to see," a voice rung out from behind her. Josephine turned to see him for the very first time. Sheriff Wyatt Whitman stood just outside the doorframe, silhouetted by the beautiful afternoon sky. He looked as though he had stepped right out of a painting. He wore a cowboy hat, clean boots, and a kind expression in his amber eyes. On his chest, his shiny sheriff's badge seemed to twinkle in the light of the lantern. Josephine thanked him for organizing the room for her. She stepped forward to introduce herself, her heels clicking against the wood floor with every step she took towards him. When she placed her hand in his, she felt a warmth flood her body. It started at the touch of his skin and traveled down her body, tingling every nerve, every cell, every part of her. For a moment, she was lost in the kindness within those warm eyes of his, and he was lost too. Wyatt stared at this beautiful girl, her green eyes reflecting the colors of the sky, and his sense of time and place escaped him. It had been years since he had encountered someone who made him feel this way. He felt transfixed, drawn to her in a way he never imagined possible. After a moment of sweet smiles, he regained his composure, offering to take Josephine to her new home. Normally, Josephine wouldn't follow a man she barely knew, but with him, she already felt safe. He led her down a small path away from the schoolhouse. Overhead, cedar and birch trees swayed in the breeze. Birds seemed to be singing to them as they meandered down the shady path. Wildflowers nipped at their ankles, leaving petals and pollen in their wake. Finally, she saw her new home, a cozy little wood building in a clearing. On one side, a river bubbled over rocks and fallen logs. The sound was like a lullaby, lulling her to sleep. Wyatt motioned to the river, telling her he had the home built here so she would have easy access to water after work. Josephine thanked him for putting the house up. She knew it was probably time for him to leave, but she longed for him to stay longer. She longed to get to know him, even if it was only for a few moments. Though the sun was truly setting now, Wyatt motioned to the back of her wagon. He offered to help her unload, and she couldn't help but smile. She prided herself on being independent, on being able to handle herself as well as any man. But she thought the gesture was sweet. Together, they pulled her furniture and chests out of the wagon. As they worked, Wyatt asked about her past. Josephine told him about some of her favorite childhood memories. She spoke of catching fireflies on humid summer nights, how the fireflies would waddle across the palm of her hand, illuminating her in their soft glow. She spoke of how she'd wander off into the meadows filled with wildflowers and lie down with a book. In the soft grass, she felt like she was in another world. She'd get lost in the book in her hands and drift off to sleep in the warm evening sun, awakening only after she was fully rested and refreshed. As she spoke, Wyatt savored the words coming out of her mouth like they were the sweetest thing he had ever heard. He watched the way her eyes lit up when she talked, the way the corners of her lips slipped into a smile as she reminisced about those wonderful childhood days. Josephine asked Wyatt what life had been like for him. He was surprised, and in the moment, he realized how long it had truly been since anyone asked him that question. He told Josephine about how he grew up on a farm in the Blue Ridge Mountains, He spent his childhood taking care of the animals and sneaking away to swim in the local swimming hole. He could spend a lifetime swimming in that water, soaking away his cares and embracing the beauty of nature around him. The two talked for hours, laughing and telling stories like they were long-lost friends. It wasn't until the crickets and frogs were chirping around them that they realized how late it was. The moon hung overhead, casting a brilliant glow on the dewy grass and leaves around them. Josephine apologized for keeping him so late. Surely he had other places to be. But to her surprise, Wyatt just smiled at her, shaking his head. He took her hand in his and placed a gentle kiss on her skin. "I'm here to help anytime," he said, waving goodbye with a smile. Josephine hovered in the doorway of her new home, watching him until he disappeared on the path back to town. The smile on her face showed no signs of fading. There was a buzzing inside her, a reminder that something special had just occurred. In all her life, she had never felt so connected to someone in such a short amount of time. Even with him gone, she was still picturing his bright eyes and his warm smile, content and surprised by the joy in her new life. Josephine curled up into her cozy bed in her night clothes. Her lantern flickered, softly illuminating her new home in a relaxing orange glow. She blew out the lantern and rolled on her back, pulling the soft covers up around her shoulders. From her bed, she could hear the rumble of the creek just beyond her head. The sound was like a lullaby, inviting her to close her eyes and fully relax. She pictured all the fish floating downstream, curling around corners and rocks, sailing gently and effortlessly across the landscape in a sea of transparent blue. As she continued on in her daydream, her eyes became even heavier. She relished in the comfort that the mattress brought to her tired bones and her achy muscles. Slowly, sleep began to overtake her, and she found herself drifting off into a night of sweet dreams. When she awakened in the morning, there was a chill in the air. Under her blankets, she was incredibly warm and comfortable. She knew she had to rise and greet the day before most of the town would even awaken. She got dressed, pulling her warm wool dress on. It was her first time wearing it, and it filled her with a sense of pride and joy. From this day forward, she would be making her own money, forging her own way in this beautiful world. She stepped out into the fresh morning air and was surprised to find a fog had descended over the valley. She could smell the earthy aroma of the wet soil and plants all around her, mixed with the tang of the fresh pine trees overhead. As she walked through the forest-lined path towards the town, she felt like she was in a magical land. The fog made for an ethereal atmosphere. She pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders and continued through the mist, taking the time to savor the environment. Deer hopped through the grass as she approached them, heading off to find their morning breakfast elsewhere. She admired their grace as they disappeared higher into the mountains, their white tails bouncing as they went. Even with the fog, the birds chirped as if it was a bright, sunny morning. Josephine watched them dip and dive through the white mist, their feathers glistening with condensation. By the time she reached the schoolhouse, she felt positively relaxed. The streets were empty, with everyone warmly tucked in their beds, and it brought her the sense of peace that only early mornings can bring. She wandered into the schoolhouse and began to light the fire. It would take a while to warm up the entire building, and she wanted her students to be comfortable. She poked the embers and watched them dance in the stone fireplace. It filled the room with a smoky, woody aroma that put her at ease. From her apron, she took out her cast iron pan and 2 fresh eggs she had brought on her journey. She cracked them over the fire, watching them sizzle with delight as their smell filled the room and enticed her stomach. She watched the eggs sizzle and the fire crackle for a long moment before she noticed Wyatt standing in the doorway. Behind him, the town streets were still empty and blanketed in that thick layer of fog. Josephine smiled and rose to greet him. Only then did she notice the bouquet of wildflowers spilling out of his arms. There was a nervous energy in him, a tinge of pink on his cheeks that hadn't been there yesterday. He walked up to Josephine, handing her the flowers with a smile. "I thought you might like them for your first day." His words were hesitant, unsure. Josephine took the wildflowers with a smile. She had never been given flowers before. She buried her nose in them, delighting in their stunning smell. Wyatt watched her with admiration as she beamed at the bouquet. She invited Wyatt to sit with her for breakfast. He tried to say he wasn't hungry, but Josephine told him she wanted company, so he happily obliged. The two sat around her desk as Josephine dished out an egg to each of them. They both ate in each other's company as the sun began to cast its glow on the sleepy town. During lulls in conversation, they simply enjoyed the crackle of the fire. There was no awkwardness in their interactions, no silence they had a problem with. Josephine was surprised by how wonderful it felt to eat with him by her side. Once the eggs were gone, Josephine could hear the unmistakable pitter-patter of kids' feet making their way toward the schoolhouse. As Wyatt rose to leave, Josephine couldn't take her eyes off him. She longed to spend more time with him, to hear his voice, to see his smile. "Would you like to join me after work, Sheriff Wyatt?" she asked, just as he reached the door. He looked over his shoulder with a smile on his lips and a glint in his eye. "I'd love to," he replied. The children watched as he left the schoolhouse. Josephine felt almost as if she were floating. The morning had been one of the most magical she ever could have imagined, and as she looked down at the children's bright faces, she knew it would only get better. As she taught, the children took the time to tell her of the town. It was a fairly new settlement, but it had been spared the danger that the other settlements had been forced to face. "Why is that?" Josephine asked. The children told her that Sheriff Wyatt was well respected and well loved across this part of the territory. No one wanted to mess with them as long as he was around. Josephine felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She knew Wyatt was a good man, a kind man, but she didn't know just how much. Through the rest of her day teaching, she often found her mind wandering to Wyatt. When school ended for the day, she spent some time cleaning the classroom. As she dusted and cleaned, she couldn't help but feel this was the life she was always meant to have. She put the fire out and watched as the smoke rose and danced in the air with a satisfying sizzle. She stepped outside, and to her surprise, Wyatt was already sitting under a nearby tree, waiting patiently for her. She thanked him for waiting, and he thanked her for doing the work she did for the children. The two decided they would spend their afternoon exploring the countryside. Josephine had loved riding horses for as long as she remembered, and when she expressed her desire to explore all this landscape had to offer, Wyatt was more than happy to oblige. She returned home to get her horse. As she mounted it, she felt a sense of freedom. She ran her hand down the mare's soft mahogany fur. Her mare brushed its muzzle against her, relishing in her owner's kind touch. Wyatt led her out onto the prairie, into the foothills of the mountain. Overhead, the sky was dark, but the mountains and hills were even more beautiful because of it. They seemed to glow against the mosaic of fluffy gray the clouds created. As they rode, Wyatt talked to her about what drew him to this incredible place. He had always wanted to live in the West. He had wanted to explore the mountains and valleys and be one with the beautiful environment they were so fortunate to call home. In that same vein, he had wanted to make it safe for everyone. The West was a place of outlaws, of criminals, and he wanted to make a safe haven for families to call home. As he spoke with such passion, Josephine found herself gazing at him in wonder. She didn't know men as kind as him existed. When he looked into her eyes, they both felt as though there was an invisible spark, something drawing them together. They rode smoothly over the hills, feeling the fresh breeze wash over them as they experienced total and complete freedom. The repetitive clomp of the horse's hooves served as a soothing soundscape on their journey together. Every few feet, they found themselves gazing at one another, their smiles uncontained and pure. Far from the town, it felt as though the world was made for them. Then, the air around them seemed to shift. Josephine felt the cool, unmistakable raindrops on her face first. She called out to Wyatt to tell him it was starting to rain, and then it truly started to rain. Thick, cold raindrops cascaded from the sky in a whirlwind, the drizzle transformed into a rainstorm, which swept a magical chill across the land. Josephine's clothes became drenched. Her hair stuck against her face as they continued to ride. Wyatt glanced at her, ready to apologize, but she was laughing. Her laugh was almost louder than the rain, echoing across the mountains and reminding the flowers at her feet that it was time to bloom. The two managed to find the only tree for miles, a tall, sturdy oak tree that seemed as though it had been there for years. They dismounted their horses and sat at the base, under the comfort of the thick branches, soaking wet and still laughing. Josephine closed her eyes as she leaned against the trunk of the tree. The joy of the moment flooded her body, filling her with a kind of light she never imagined possible. All around her, the air was full of the lovely, earthy smell of the rain. Beside her, Wyatt began to laugh. The two giggled for what seemed like hours as they stared out at the rain that wanted them to stay exactly where they were. Josephine shuddered against the chill of her wet clothes. Wyatt wrapped his arm around her softly, rubbing her arms to keep her warm. In that instant, their eyes met. Josephine couldn't argue with the passion inside her, with the admiration she had for this man. Without thinking much more, she leaned forward, placing her lips on his. His hand found its way around the back of her neck, tangling in her wet hair and pulling her closer against him. As they kissed, a flood of love and passion passed through both of them. When their lips parted, Josephine couldn't help but gaze into Wyatt's amber eyes. The rain around them began to dwindle, but they both knew they had no plans of returning to town soon. In her new town, in her new life, Josephine was content. One chance move to the Wild West had given two people something they had wanted so desperately, something that would change their lives forever.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. I am Anthony, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight I'm going to guide you on a beautiful, magical journey to the historic streets of Paris with the love of your life by your side. It is late spring. The world is shaking off the last remnants of spring. And here in Paris, the cherry blossoms, peonies, daisies and roses are in full bloom. You walk out of Charles de Gaulle Airport and are met with a world of colour. In front of you, perfect pink blossoms dance in the spring breeze. They seem to cascade all around you, painting your clothes, hair, and sidewalk in a calming pink haze. Behind you, your partner calls out to you. There's a brilliant smile on their face. Seeing them smile against the backdrop of the pink trees, you can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of compassion surge through you. You've been planning this trip for months, a romantic getaway. A chance for the two of you to let go of your daily obligations,
and truly embrace your time together. Here you will have no stress, no things to do, no schedule, just time to spend in each other's arms. You raise your arm to hail a cab as your partner reaches over, intertwining their fingers with yours. You can feel their quickening pulse against yours, no doubt due to their excitement for the trip. You enter the cab, chirping out a kind bonjour to the cab driver. He tips his hat to the two of you and asks your destination. When you hand him the address, he beams at you in the rearview mirror. A perfect place to stay for two lovebirds, he chimes as he begins the drive to your hotel. It truly is the perfect place. Paris is split into 20 sections known as arrondissements. Starting in the center of Paris, the numbering system spirals outwards clockwise. The smaller the number, the closer to the center of the city. In your case, you will be in the absolute center of the city, in the midst of all the beauty, business and adventure that is Paris. The first arrondissement is also known as Louvre, and naturally the Louvre is located within it. The first arrondissement is one of the most historic sections of Paris and is the oldest. It is small, containing only about 450 acres, and is nestled against the right banks of the River Seine. Prior to being Paris, this section of the city was the heart of Lutetia, a great Roman city. The city was home to aqueducts, Roman baths, theatres and public squares. To this day, some of the architecture of Lutetia can be seen throughout Paris. Now, the first arrondissement is a bustling city centre and tourist destination. It is home to the Comédie Française, the oldest running theatre in the world, having been founded in 1680. There you can find dozens of museums, historic banks, gardens, and palace squares. As the cab drives down the winding, busy streets of Paris, you gaze out of the window in awe, with your partner's hand in yours. Every building seems to tell a story. There are flower boxes overflowing with blossoms and greenery, intricate ironwork around windows, stunning carvings in light stone architecture. In fact, the architecture here spans an incredible amount of time periods. The architecture flashing by your window is Roman, medieval, Renaissance and classical, all coming together to create a city of history and beauty. It feels as though you are being transported in time. The world around you feels simple, as your love squeezes your hand and rubs their thumb along your fingers. You know this trip will be about appreciating the simple things. By the time you arrive at the inn, you feel your body asking for rest. The inn is a small brick building with intricate stonework, lavish chandeliers, and a luxurious yet cozy atmosphere. As you walk up a marble staircase to your room, you can feel your partner's anticipation. Upon opening the door, you are met with a truly incredible sight. The room is something out of a fairy tale. A king-sized bed faces a wall of windows that look out of the city. A chandelier hangs above the bed, and the entire room is decked out in neutral colours. A touch of modern to complement the vintage architecture of the room. Your private balcony has flowers and vines creeping over the iron fence. In the corner there is a hot tub that looks over the cobblestone streets below. Both of you head to the bathroom. where there is a soaking tub with candles all around it. It's only noon, but you both are in a state of excitable exhaustion from the jet lag. Tonight will be spent out exploring the city, but for now, you two shall just relax in each other's company. Looking to relax, you run the bathtub. As the warm water spills into the stark white bathtub, you can already feel your body losing its tension. Your partner lights all the candles in the room, pulls the curtains, and dims the lights. Suddenly, you find yourself in your own oasis. The lightly scented candles flicker against the sparkling stone on the walls and floor. You both settle into the warm water together. Steam rises into the air, turning it into a spa experience. You sit next to each other, leaning against one another as you truly relax. They intertwine their hands with yours, and the two of you sit in silence. The only sound is the water shifting around you and the low hum of city noises beyond your window. In this moment, you both feel vulnerable and strong. You run your hand over your partner's skin, deeply appreciating this private, intimate moment together. You felt as though you left your obligations behind the moment the plane landed. But now you understand you hadn't until this moment. You feel your muscles relax, your mind blur to a wonderful standstill, and the connection to your partner strengthen. You lay in the water together, holding one another for quite some time. You whisper to each other about your plans for this trip, about all the wonderful time that will be spent together, about all the stories you will be able to take home. You can't help but think that this moment, with the hot water and your partner embracing you, is perfect. You feel as though there is a glowing light inside you, mirrored by your partner. Once the water has begun to cool, you both step out and dry off with plush white towels. You leave the candles burning safely, if only to enjoy that familiar warm glow and the gentle smell of lilac filling the room. Your partner hands you a robe with a smile on their face. The robe smells of sweet, refreshing aloe. As you pull it over your soft skin, you feel yourself melt against the fabric. You and your partner crawl into the king-sized bed. The mattress wraps around you the moment you lay down. It is as if you are laying on a cloud. Your partner reaches across the bed and pulls you close against them, kissing your cheek and neck with a sleepy affection that makes your heart sing. Even with bits of sunlight streaming through the blinds, you know that now is the perfect time to relax and refresh. Your heavy eyes begin to close. There is something incredible about dozing off for a midday snooze in the love of your life's arms. You pull them closer against you, relishing in the heat of their body and the joy of their touch. Your partner whispers in your ear, telling you how thankful they are that you are able to experience this together. Truly, you cannot think of a better place to be. Here, beside them, in one of the greatest cities on earth, in the best hotel room you've ever seen. You feel as though your entire life has led up to this moment. As you whisper sweet nothings to one another, you gradually feel yourself drifting off to sleep. Those few seconds before you truly fall asleep, you feel a type of peace you never knew existed. It washes over your body like a slow wave and seems to move through your veins and embrace your body like warm honey. Hours later, it is the distant rumble of laughter that awakens you. The city has adopted an entirely new soundscape, one of couples on nights out and old friends joking over a glass of wine. As the haze of sleep fades from your body, you feel immediately energized. You rise from the bed and shake them gently awake, urging them to join you on a night of romance and adventure. Your partner smiles the sleepy smile of theirs and steps out of bed. You have plans for dinner, and those plans require a nice change of clothes. You both get ready in the mirror together, buzzing with excitement. Every time you catch a glimpse of each other in the mirror, you can't help but lean over and peck them on the cheek. The energy between you is inescapable. Dressed and ready for the night out, you descend onto the streets of Paris. As you walk down the cobblestone streets, you find yourself smiling from ear to ear. The air is alive with the energy of relationships, laughter, and the sweet, sweet aroma of food. Every turn you take seems to be a new smell. The crisp, inviting fragrance of bread cooking at a local boulangerie, the salty smell of fresh cheese wafting from the fromagerie. As you turn the corner, your partner guides you to a small building. You make your way up to the rooftop restaurant, where you both take a seat at a table overlooking the sparkling lights of Paris. In the distance, you can see the Eiffel Tower. Seeing your excitement, your partner leans over to you. "Why don't we take a walk there tonight?" they offer. A date under the Eiffel Tower. The idea alone brings a brilliant smile to your face. The two of you settle over a traditional French meal, a brilliant bisque with fresh bread, bœuf bourguignon, and a plate of ratatouille to share. Each bite feels fresh and amazing on your tongue. In France, eating is meant to be enjoyed. Meals sometimes take hours, where you are able to speak to one another, enjoy each other's company, and enjoy the beautiful connection that food brings. Dessert is something you find yourself excited for, and for good reason. The word dessert actually comes from the French word desservir, which means to clear the table. Several popular desserts originated in Paris, including puff pastry, macarons, and ganache. The waiter brings dessert to your table, a traditional, much-loved dessert called baba au rhum, a small yeast pastry which looks a bit like a mini bundt cake. The cake is soaked in rum, giving it a distinct flavour and texture. The cake is then filled with cream and topped with whipped cream, something that was also invented in France in 1660. As you dig into the cake, you bask for a moment in the sweet, sweet flavour. Your partner extends their fork to you, offering you a bite. You laugh and take the bite, laughing with your partner by your side, and the Eiffel Tower just on the horizon is a feeling like no other. After a long meal, you head back down into the streets of Paris. You cross the Seine into the 7th arrondissement, another stunning historical section. You walk through the stone streets, hand in hand, listening to the joyous conversation all around you. Your partner swings your hand as you walk and talk, pointing out the incredible gardens, buildings, and art installations as you pass them. The Eiffel Tower grows closer and closer with every block. As you turn a corner, you're overwhelmed by the sweet, wonderful smell of coffee and chocolate. There's a late-night cafe buzzing with people. Couples sit on couches on a cozy patio, sipping espresso and coffee, as soft music drones on. Your partner asks you to wait for a moment and dashes into the cafe. You stare up at the sky, giving yourself a moment to just take in where you are. You're in the city of love with your love by your side. Nothing can quite compare to this. As you're thinking this over, you feel your partner's arms wrap around you. You squeeze their arms around you, genuinely appreciating the warmth of their touch. They hand you a fresh hot chocolate, loaded to the top with whipped cream and chocolate shavings. Hot chocolate is part of the culture and is largely considered a comfort food in France. Often, children drink hot chocolate with baguettes after school. You take a sip of the hot chocolate in the cool night air and feel the warmth and sweetness of it drip through you. You give your partner a kiss on the cheek as a thank you. They are always so kind, always thinking of your wants and needs. With your treats in tow, you continue the walk to the Eiffel Tower. When you finally make your way to its base, you find yourself staring up at it in awe. The Eiffel Tower is located at the north end of the Champ de Mars, a sprawling public greenery that was used for market gardening in the 1600s until it was transformed into a public park in the late 1700s. It was built from 1887 to 1889 and was intended to be the centerpiece of the 1889 World's Fair, which was also a centennial celebration of the French Revolution. The impressive wrought iron structure was built using 18,038 pieces that were joined together by 2.5 million rivets. The entire process of building the tower was surrounded in controversy. When it was completed, the Eiffel Tower stood at 1,063 feet tall, the largest structure in all of France. For the fair, the tower was lit by hundreds of gas lamps with beacons at the top of the tower that illuminated the park below in red, blue, and white light. Since then, the Eiffel Tower has become a symbol of France. It is the most visited paid monument in the world, welcoming over 6 million people each year. And now, you are one of those 6 million. Soft instrumental music plays over the speakers around the park. Your partner wraps their arms around you as you look up at the massive structure. This is Paris, they say as they bury their face against your neck. The joy you feel in this moment is incomparable. As the music swells, your partner takes you by the hand. They lead you in a dance in the center of the square, with people all around you. You dance clumsily, laughing as you stop to occasionally dip one another and steal a gentle kiss. Here, dancing under the light of the Eiffel Tower, you feel completely and utterly loved. This is the life you've always wanted with your partner, the experience you two have always deserved. As the song comes to an end, you stop your dancing and go back to holding hands. Not ready for the night to end, you both walk towards the bridge behind the Eiffel Tower. The beautiful stone bridge is Pont de l'Aine, 500-foot-long historic bridge that arches over the River Seine. In 1807, Napoleon ordered the bridge to be built and named in honor of his victory in the Battle of Jena. By 1814, the bridge was completed, but was nearly destroyed in several wars over the years. It is one of 37 bridges that gaps the River Seine today. You and your partner stop over the bridge and listen to the river underneath you. You can see the lights of the tower reflected in the cool, dark water. For a moment, you both close your eyes and listen to the gentle roar of the waves. As you come to the other side of the bridge, all the activities of the day begin to weigh on you. A long flight, a cab ride, a long meal, and a long walk, all transforming into tired eyes and a deep desire to curl up in bed. You both decide to hail a cab and head back to the hotel, where you'll be able to unwind and prepare for more adventures in the city. On the ride back to the hotel, you watch the city move by you in almost slow motion. The city of Paris is always alive, always shifting, laughing, enjoying the finer things in life. As you pull up to the hotel, you and your partner thank the driver and head up that familiar marble staircase, still not quite ready to bid the night goodbye. The two of you open the balcony doors. Your partner brings candles out onto the balcony and illuminates the stone walls around you. The hot tub steams in the cool night air. You change into your bathing suit and happily sink into the bubbling water. The jets gently massage your back, working out the knots that come with long journeys and good meals. Your partner sinks into the water beside you. They slide over to you and wrap their arms around you, holding you incredibly close. Sandwiched between the warm, relaxing jets and the touch of your partner, you feel yourself drifting closer and closer to sleep. Your partner points to the Big Dipper in the sky above you. Though Paris is bright, you can still make out a few glistening stars. You spend a few moments looking up at that brilliant sky together, running your fingers along each other's skin and whispering about your future together. Below, you can hear other people having similar discussions. You see couples walking by on the cobblestone, young couples sipping hot chocolate and dipping baguettes in their drink. Older couples walking slowly, hand in hand, simply taking in the moment together. Somewhere in the distance, you can hear live music echoing through the streets. Surely there is someone, somewhere, having a night that may even rival yours. You turn your focus to the soothing sound of the bubbles in the hot tub. Their repetitive cadence lulls you closer and closer to sleep. Your eyes begin to feel heavy, but your partner kisses you on the cheek, stirring you awake. "Let's get you to bed, okay?" your partner whispers. They get out of the water and help you to your feet. Together, you hop in the shower to wash off the hot tub. Your partner hands you a lovely lavender-scented soap. As you lather up your body, you can feel your body relaxing more and more. Once you've rinsed off, your partner greets you with a warm towel and a robe. You smile, hardly believing how lucky you are. "Let's get some good sleep so we can have another day like this tomorrow," they whisper in your ear as they help you into your robe. Warm and clean against the plush bathrobe, you follow your partner to bed. As you sink into the mattress, you find yourself thinking of how perfect today has been. You saw this brilliant city with the one that you love by your side. You stargazed from the warmth of a hot tub. You ate phenomenal meals. You danced below the Eiffel Tower. And now you were going to give your body the rest and relaxation that it truly deserves. As you feel your eyes close, your partner pulls you close against them. "I love you," they whisper, giving you one gentler kiss on the cheek. The soothing sensation of sleep washes over you.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we fall asleep to the soothing, sun-kissed tale of a couple in love over a blissful summer weekend. Summer seemed to wash over the Isle of Hope slowly at first, and then abruptly each year. In spring, the flowers in the earth would shrug off the last bit of winter and embrace the new sunshine and warmth. For weeks, there would be promises of spring and summer just on the horizon. It would start with the trees. By the time April came around, green-tinged buds would start to sprout from the trees. It would be one tree at a time, subtle, almost unnoticeable if you weren't looking for it. Then May would roll around. The soft grass would shift from a dull brown to a vibrant, deep green that blanketed the mountains and hills and yards of the small island community. The trees would bloom and flourish in a wave of green and yellow that seemed to pass over the town overnight. And then summer seemed to be upon them. The entire town would glow in the light of thousands of wildflowers that peppered the hillsides and descended from the trees overhead. Wisteria knew it was summer the minute she opened her cottage window. From there, perched atop the largest mountain on the island, she could see everything, from the white, sandy beaches, over the distant lighthouse, all the way to the lobster boats bobbing in the water, still veiled by the haze of morning. Her window was nestled between thick lilac and honeysuckle bushes that filled the air with a fragrant, welcoming aroma. She hovered in that window for a moment, her hands dangling limply in the window frame. Her eyes closed as she took in the sweet smell of the warm ocean breeze and felt it brush over her face. And when she opened her eyes, something caught her eye, something that told her this summer may be the most wonderful summer of her life. Down the hill, there was a simple stone cottage in a garden that rivaled her own. It was flourishing with lilacs and lupines and, oddly enough, wisteria trees that hung over the thatched roof, peppering purple petals over the home. It was the man in that garden that made her heart pause for a moment. He stood in the tall grass, surrounded by a halo of yellow sunflowers and daisies. One of his hands was coiled around a paintbrush, and the other was gently placed on his easel, which was set up perfectly in the light of rising sun. The canvas before him was a masterpiece in the making. It was as though it had been plucked out of the French countryside in the Impressionist period, a swath of blues and greens and purples that immediately made Wisteria feel at ease. And despite painting with these lavish colors, he was clothed in a white shirt which hung loosely over his frame on the warm summer morning. His dark eyes were focused on the painting in a considerate way, He looked as though he was miles away, meandering through the very land that he was crafting on canvas. Wisteria watched as he thoughtfully wiped his dark curls away from his eyes with the back of his hand, being mindful of the purple paint on the end of his paintbrush. She had never seen this man before. In fact, only days ago, no one called the beautiful little cottage home. She left the window open and threw on a white cotton dress, the perfect freeing, breathable dress for a day like today. She slung a straw hat over her shoulder and slipped on a pair of sandals before she headed out the front door. She walked down, 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 down the hill, growing nearer and nearer to the man's home. She hovered by his garden gate for a moment, her fingers gently placed on the iron latch with uncertainty. Up close, somehow, he was even more handsome. He turned his gaze to her. His eyes widened the slightest bit, something she could see him try to suppress for a moment. "You're the writer," the man breathed. Wisteria canted her head, trying to connect lines between the dots that weren't quite there. "I am. But how do you know that?" she asked. The man smiled at her a bit sheepishly. He set his paintbrush down with great care. "I hope you don't find this unsettling, but I saw you last night sitting in your window up on the hill. You were the only other one awake." Indeed, he had seen her last night. As he set up the last bit of furniture in his new home, he glanced up the hill to find that her lights were the only other lights on in the town. She sat in the window, silhouetted by a soft, warm glow, and in place of a pen and paper or a laptop, she typed on a typewriter. She was utterly transfixed as the page filled with more and more ink, as the words flowed out of her and into the world. The man watched her for a few minutes. He watched as she scrunched up her nose, trying to find the right words. He watched as she rested her hand under her chin, eyes slightly narrowed as she tried to find the most beautiful way to weave the story she needed to tell. It was an intimate moment, seeing her there, yet so far away, in the world that she was creating. For a second in time, he thought about painting her, about drawing the contours of her face, the introspective gleam in her eye, the way her hand rested softly on her cheek, and at times, the way she ran it up over her face and through her hair when an idea wasn't flowing as much as she would like it to. Yet, he brushed that thought away. Perhaps that day would come sometime, but it had not come yet. Instead, he turned out his lights, gave his paint set a tap, and went to bed. Now, standing before her, he felt as though he was standing before a muse. He was worried that he would offend her, but she simply smiled at him. "I'm the writer and you're the painter," she replied. She extended her hand, introducing herself as Wisteria. The man couldn't help but glimpse at the wisterias that were hanging just overhead. "My name is Atlas," he said back. And from that moment on, Atlas and Wisteria knew that their lives were going to be intertwined. At that point in time, they had no idea of how long that would truly be, but soon, over the course of a day, while enjoying the splendor of summer, they would get a hint about how interconnected their lives would be. They sat in the garden for quite some time, just getting to know one another. Atlas was a painter that had lived in the city. He longed to move to a place where he could paint and enjoy everything nature had to offer without being distracted by the hustle and bustle of the city. He longed to have a yard and fresh air and quiet places where inspiration could be found. Wisteria, on the other hand, had a totally different experience. She was born and raised on the island. Her mother was a lobster woman, and her father was a man from the mainland. She grew up exploring every inch of the island. She had slept in the meadows of wildflowers, swam on the beaches, dived into the ocean from the rocky cliffs. It was a charmed childhood, yet a lonely one. She had turned to books and stories for comfort. Most days, she could be found lying in the grass somewhere with her nose in a book, relishing every word. When her classmates moved to the mainland for jobs and better opportunities, she stayed on the island in her childhood home and got to work writing. And yet, even with their completely different upbringings, their stories made them feel more connected. Atlas, too, had felt like an outsider. He had hoped the island would feel like home, yet he had no idea how to make that happen. Wisteria gave him a smile. "It's the first day of summer," she chimed. "That makes the island home for everyone. Let me show you." Atlas set down the tea he had been drinking and abandoned his painting for the day. Wisteria took him gently by the hand At first, he was hesitant. There were still boxes to unpack, the painting to finish, things to get done. But they didn't need to be done right now. Life had handed him a perfect day, a perfect opportunity, and the perfect person to experience the island in all its glory. He followed Wisteria with a smile, but to his surprise, rather than to lead him down toward the town, she led him up the hill. There's a better way than walking to experience this town, she told him with a wink. When they arrived at her house, Wisteria pulled a bike out of the garage. It was an antique bike with large, rounded handlebars and a wicker basket fixed to the front. Atlas couldn't help but smile at the sight. Wisteria patted the handlebars with a smile. Atlas hadn't ridden on a bike with someone else since he was a small child. The idea of doing it again filled him with a kind of joy he didn't know he could still feel. He climbed up on the handlebars as Wisteria grabbed on and put her feet on the pedals. Then, slowly, they began to roll down the cobblestone street. There was a loss of gravity, a sense of freedom and wonder that washed over him in a serene wave as the tires started to glide faster and faster down the hill. He could hear the click, 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 click of the wheel as it rolled over the cobblestones. He heard the whoosh of the air washing over his body and his hair. As they glided down the hill, he found himself giggling. The adorable island passed by them in a colorful blur. Small details popped out that made him feel more and more connected to his new home. There were children playing in a yard, splashing through sprinklers and giggling. There was an odd couple sitting in rocking chairs, licking chocolate ice cream cones with warm smiles on their faces. There was the florist, whose store was flourishing so much that flowers seemed to be spilling out of the building. It was a spread of every summer flower you could imagine. Sunflowers and daisies and lilacs that poured onto the streets in a stunning display of color. There were people walking down the sidewalks, beach balls, umbrellas, and towels in hand. Straw hats flopped over their faces. Sunscreen glistened on their noses and the rosy cheeks of the children. As they passed by on the bike, every person they rode by waved in delight. Atlas waved back, careful to quickly plop his hand back on the handlebars after he said his polite and enthusiastic hello. The street they were riding on was narrow. As there were no cars, they were free to swerve and glide wherever they wanted. On every turn, Wisteria would gently tap his shoulder, urging him to lean with her toward the turn. It was a rhythm they found with each other, something that brought them a sense of teamwork at the very beginning of their journey. At one point, Atlas closed his eyes. He felt utterly weightless, charmed by the surreal experience he found himself having. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that they were flying toward a low-hanging flowering tree. He closed his eyes again, bracing for the leaves to hit his face. The flowers collided with his skin and scattered into the air like fireworks. Wisteria began to laugh so hard that the bike swayed left and right with her laughter. Atlas began to laugh alongside her, grabbing the handlebars to keep himself in place. Finally, they reached the bottom of the street, right alongside the ocean. Atlas hopped off the bike, then helped Wisteria off. Her cheeks were tinged pink from the happiness of the bike ride, from the feeling of the wind rushing over her skin, from the laughter they had shared. She asked Atlas if he had had breakfast yet, and he told her he had not. Once more, she took him by the hand and led him into a cozy little cafe that overlooked the ocean. It was a hole-in-the-wall place, peppered with tiny, intricately molded iron tables and walls that were lined with paperback books. It smelled of freshly baked bread and French-pressed coffee, but also something surprising, something he never expected to smell in a cafe. It smelled strongly of fresh strawberries. Wisteria spoke with the owners as if they were old friends. The owner introduced himself to Atlas and welcomed him to town before handing him a wicker basket and saying, "For your first breakfast here on the house." Wisteria led Atlas outside to the small garden behind the cafe. It reminded him of the secret garden. There were stone tiles surrounded by plush moss. A garden was teeming with vibrant flowers, and bees happily buzzing from flower to flower. Summer was in full swing, comfortably encapsulated in this tiny cafe garden which they had all to themselves. Atlas was surprised by what was in the basket. There were pastries dusted with powdered sugar and filled with fresh strawberry puree. There was fresh fruit, mangoes, and passion fruit, and pineapple, all cut up into summer shapes and placed in a colorful container. Then there was the most surprising thing of all, a small glass sundae cup filled to the brim with blush pink ice cream. Mixed into the smooth, homemade ice cream were chunks of freshly picked strawberries and black specks of vanilla bean. It was only then that he noticed the strawberry bush beside him, which was overflowing with ripe, heavy strawberries. Wisteria insisted that they had to eat the ice cream first. It was the shopkeeper's special, a recipe that had been handed down for generations and generations. When Atlas took his first bite, he could hardly believe what he was tasting. It was the creamiest, sweetest, most satisfying bite of ice cream he had ever had. It melted against his tongue and cooled his body instantly in the summer sun, which was rising higher and higher by the moment. It was perfection. He picked up the next spoonful and offered it to Asteria. She gave him a soft smile as he fed it to her. He could feel his heart skip a beat in his chest. This was something he could certainly grow accustomed to. For about an hour, they sat in that garden, sharing ice cream and pastries. Every bite was sweeter than the last, and their smiles seemed to grow over time. By the time the basket was empty, they were both full and ready to see what else the island had to offer them. Naturally, midday on the island is where most people found themselves on the beach. Atlas was surprised when Wisteria took him by the hand and led him away from the beach that was dotted with happy people enjoying their day in the sun. Instead, she led him along a rocky stretch of coastline. Rocks crunched beneath their feet with every step that they took. He was unsure why they were going in such a strange direction. That is, until they crested over the rocks, and he saw the private, sandy cove below. There wasn't a single soul on it. The beach was perfectly tucked between two towering rocky peaks, hiding it from view and turning it into a serene, hidden gem. They walked along the untouched sand, relishing the feeling of the sun on their skin. Wisteria dipped her toes in the waves and cast Atlas a smile that made his heart melt. It was as if they were in a world of their own. They walked and talked for what seemed like hours as the sun shone down on them and the seagulls called overhead. On more than one occasion, Wisteria bent down to show him a tidal pool full of fascinating ocean creatures, starfish that clung to the rocks, crabs that scuttled in between the rocks or tucked themselves away behind slivers of seaweed. By the time they were done on the beach, Atlas was surprised by how drowsy he was. Once again, Wisteria convinced him to hop on the bike. She pedaled along the coastline, heading to the west side of the island, the wilder, untouched part of the island. As the cozy homes faded away, the landscape became more and more beautiful. Small rivers and creeks wound through rolling green meadows, and in the distance, there was a promising location rising seemingly out of nowhere. A hill that was a kaleidoscope of colors, pinks, purples, greens, and yellows. A hill that was truly alive with wildflowers. It was so breathtaking that Atlas felt as though he was frozen in time for a moment. They parked the bike and wandered into the meadow. Atlas could feel the petals brush against his skin as he walked. The aroma of the wildflowers embraced him as he walked further into the meadow. And then, Wisteria pulled out a blanket. She laid it in the middle of the grass with flowers surrounding them. They lay down on the blanket, and within a few minutes, Atlas felt his eyes closing. Wisteria told him that this was the best part of the summer experience. You enjoy the ocean, take in all it has to offer, and then you must enjoy the land and what it has to offer as well. He could feel the heat of the summer sun on his skin. Around them, the wildflowers danced and swayed in the breeze. He listened to them as they swayed back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The rhythm of the rustling put him utterly at ease. And then something else happened that made the moment even more peaceful. Wisteria placed her head on his chest. His heart stopped for a brief second as he took time to understand what was happening. Gently, he wrapped his hand around the small of her back, holding her in place. They lay like this for quite some time, until their breathing started to fall in sync with one another. Atlas had never felt such a sense of serenity in his life. Gradually, with the rustling wildflowers and the rays of the sun, he felt his eyes grow heavier and heavier. For the next hour, he was utterly calm. When he awakened, it wasn't with a start or as if he was in a dream. He simply opened his eyes and savored the feeling that lying in the sun had left on his skin. He glanced down at Wisteria, who was still asleep on his chest. He dared not move, instead deciding to lie there with her for as long as she needed. He stroked her back and smoothed her hair, breathing in the scent of her lavender shampoo and of the flowers all around them. When she finally awakened, the sky was beginning to change. The sleepy summer sun began to sink down below the horizon. A watercolor of pinks, purples, orange, and yellow spread across the sky in a stunning display. Slowly, they got up from their spot in the meadow and began their journey back home. They didn't feel the need to talk on their way back. Instead, they simply enjoyed the changing scenery around them and the comfort they had found in each other's company. With every step of the way, the sunset seemed to shift and grow even more brilliant. By the time they reached the house, mere slivers of orange and red streaked the sky as it gradually turned to night. Wisteria invited Atlas into her backyard. There was one final summer moment he had to experience before he went home. In the center of her stunning backyard was a campfire. Atlas helped her prep the tinder and make the perfect start. And just as the last bit of the sunset disappeared below the horizon, just as the stars began to push through the inky black sky and show themselves, the fire started. They curled up by the fire, wrapped in soft blankets. They watched in silence as the fire grew and grew and grew and grew. He gazed into it, transfixed, as he listened to it crackle, 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 crackle. His body felt more relaxed than it had in years. When he glanced up, he saw Wisteria illuminated in the orange glow of the fire. The way it reflected in her eyes, the way she rested her chin on her hand, and watched the flames dance with a half smile. In that instant, he knew what he had to do. He rose from his chair and promised Wisteria that he would be back in a few moments. Back at his house, only a few houses down from hers, he grabbed his canvas and his paint. When he returned, he got out his brush and asked Wisteria to stay sitting exactly as she was. She blushed slightly and agreed. Slowly and deliberately, Atlas began to paint her. Around them, the crickets chirped, grateful for the warm summer night. Below, they could hear the crash, 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 crash of the waves, steady and ever-present. It was as if the universe was crafting a symphony just for them. Every stroke of the paintbrush felt right to Atlas. He wasn't painting with logic, nor with his schooling in mind, nor with the expectations of society. He was simply painting for himself, to remember and embrace the day that he had had with a special person. Soon, the painting was finished. His hands and his white shirt were peppered with paint, but he didn't mind. And when he showed the painting to Wisteria, any other worry in the world melted away. Tears formed in Wisteria's eyes. She wrapped her arms around him, drawing him against her. They didn't let go for quite some time, because for the first time in their lives, they didn't feel so alone. When they parted, Atlas gave Wisteria a simple kiss on the forehead. He lingered there, giving the moment the time that it deserved. As the crickets continued to chirp and the fire continued to crackle, they held each other's hands. It was only the first day of summer, and ahead of them they had an entire summer full of memories to make. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight we will journey to the Isle of Hope and explore the love story of Wisteria and Atlas as they embrace the island's tradition in a celestial-filled festival, the Festival of the Fallen Star. The tail end of summer had crept across the island like a slow-moving egg yolk sun. While the beginning of summer was a transformation from the gray and brown and white landscape, the muted curtain of winter, to the brightness and promise of the warm months to come, the tail end of summer was something entirely different. The tail end of summer was smooth and warm and slow, like honey. It was something you had to sink into more and more with every sunny day, every ocean-tinged breeze, every afternoon spent looking out over the island as summer thunderstorms crackled and boomed overhead. By the time you reached August, it was something that you found yourself savoring every second of, like the nectar of a honeysuckle pressed between your lips on one of those sun-kissed afternoons. Wisteria and Atlas knew this sunset of summer, and they loved it dearly. Nothing was rushed this time of year. There were no to-do lists, no obligations, except to take it moment by moment and go wherever the sun and the sand compelled you to. Atlas often awakened before Wisteria, and for good reason. While he enjoyed doing his painting midday, while the sun was at its peak and the island community was in full swing, Wisteria preferred to do her writing as people settled down. She enjoyed the quiet of the community, catching whispers as couples passed by her window on occasion, mixed in with the sound of the ocean just below the rocky cliffs. Once things were calm, it was like her brain could finally turn the experiences of the day into words on the page. Atlas would often fall asleep to the sound of her typing on her typewriter. The tap, 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 tick, 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 tick was a soothing melody that lulled him to sleep with ease. He loved knowing that his partner was only feet away, and yet her mind was elsewhere. She was trudging through the fog-shrouded moors of a distant fantasy land, or sitting over a cup of steaming tea in the midst of solving a mystery, or laying out on the grassy, vibrant cliffs of Scotland, watching the cerulean water of the ocean churn hundreds of feet below. She was weaving tales of love, of mystery, or adventure and of hope, all while she sat there, chewing on the end of a pencil, tap, 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 tapping her fingers on the desk as she searched for the next line, the next adventure. It brought him comfort falling asleep as she typed well into the night, and in the morning, it brought him comfort knowing that he could face the day before she had to. She could dream for a few more moments, traveling through even more fantasy worlds, getting the rest she so much deserved. He would stand and watch for a moment. The summer breeze would sweep into the room, billowing the cotton, cream-colored curtains and infusing them with the scent of the sea and of the scarlet flowers just beyond the window. The sun would sneak in soft rays, painting their dark wood floors in a soft gold glow. He would gaze at her as she slept on occasion, a smile laced onto his face. She was at peace, her face relaxed, her body sinking into the stark white mattress, wrapped around the blankets in that unusual way that only summer nights can mold us into. He would cross to the kitchen and make her a fresh iced coffee. The scent of the locally sourced coffee beans would fill the kitchen, urging him to wake up and face the day even more. He'd mix it with a silver spoon, listening peacefully as the ice clink, 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 clinked in the glass. When he set it on her nightstand gently, she would wake up every single morning without any particular fanfare. And, without fail, she would stretch dramatically and rub her tired emerald eyes before cooing, "Good morning, handsome." She would rise from bed, and the two would journey out onto the deck, where they had unblocked, unrivaled views of the community below them. Often, Atlas would find himself looking at the home that was his only a few short weeks ago. It became clear from their very first date, their very first day together, that he and Wisteria were intertwined and would be for the rest of their lives. After countless nights sneaking up to her house and traipsing down over the hill the following morning, he decided to just stay. And life had been beautiful ever since. They would normally watch the bumblebees buzz by, floating from fragrant flower to fragrant flower. They'd look out at the ocean, at the sailboats kissing the horizon, and the mellow waves making their way to shore. But today was a bit different. It was the last week of August, and that meant that it was the time where the island savored every last bit of summer that it could. It was when the Festival of the Fallen Star began. Down on the docks, on the boardwalk, they could see community members happily setting up for the festival. It wasn't just a fair. It wasn't something you could find in any other city in the world. It was strictly theirs, and it came from a legend that had been passed down on the island for generations. While many islands were said to rise up from the sea, the Isle of Hope was something entirely different. Tall tales spoke of a night near the end of summer when two sailors had lost their way. They were out at sea, desperate to find their way to an island or the mainland to enjoy the last few precious days that summer had brought. As yet another day ended without land in sight, the sailors turned their gaze up to the star-peppered sky. Then, the most remarkable thing happened. Overhead, a brilliant star began to streak across the sky. It seemed to glow a bright cyan as it danced from one end of the horizon to the other. The two sailors clasped their hands and wished upon that star. They wished for land. In the distance, a flash filled the dark night sky as the star collided with the ocean. Before their very eyes, an island began to grow and grow and grow and grow, rising into the sky in a shroud of light and warmth. It was an island born from a star, an island that would save their lives and give them the sweet gift of summer days, an island of hope. Every year in the last week of August, the Isle of Hope would put on a festival to honor summer, the island and the celestial power swirling just over their heads. It was a festival everyone looked forward to all year. And it was to be Atlas's very first festival. Wisteria was almost beside herself with glee. She wanted to make it even more special than it was already going to be. So she had a nice surprise for Atlas She snuck into the bedroom and knelt under the bed. She pulled out an ancient mahogany chest, one that was peppered with stars and moons, one that had been hand-carved by one of her ancestors and passed down for generations. She opened the box and pulled out 2 outfits. The first one was the one she had had since she became an adult. A dark blue silk dress dotted with stars and moons that seemed to sparkle as the fabric shifted. The sleeves were long and hung low, like those of a kimono, and it tied around her waist with a white silk belt that was inscribed with the names of her family members, dating back to the very first time they set foot on the island. Underneath that dress was something very special, a robe of a similar pattern. Only this one had a belt with 2 names inscribed on it, Atlas and Wisteria. Wisteria had made the whole thing with her own 2 hands, something that took her weeks working into the night, well after she was finished typing and Atlas had fallen asleep. It was a skill her grandmother had passed down to her many moons ago. She remembered working with the silk as a young girl, giggling along the way as her grandmother laid the soft fabric in her hands and showed her how to embroider it. It was a moment that had since become a memory, one that she held onto dearly more and more as the years passed. And now it was a gift she was going to be able to share with the love of her life. She stepped out onto the porch and handed the robe to her partner. He brightened at the sight, his eyes alive in a way that Wisteria had only seen a few times in the past. He ran his gentle hands over the fabric, his fingers gingerly pressing on the embroidery with the utmost care and respect. He was speechless, amazed that he was being invited into the community this way. And that was before he saw the belt. When he held up that piece of white fabric and saw the names on it, his entire world shifted in the most positive way. There, he saw the start of his family. He saw the start of a legacy, of lessons that they would be passing down to people, of a role they would take in the community, a role they would take on together. He embraced Wisteria before he slid on the robe. His whole person seemed to glow in the robe, and Wisteria could hardly contain the tears that were threatening to spill over at any moment. She had never thought she would have this with someone, never thought a man would care to embrace her community, their culture, their lives. And yet, here he was. The festival didn't start until nightfall, which gave them plenty of time to embrace summer in the traditional ways that those on the island had grown accustomed to. He slid out of his robe, saving it for later, and the 2 of them put on white linen clothes, perfect for feeling the summer breeze and staying cool as the sun rose high overhead. Wisteria led Atlas to the far side of the island to an area which he had never explored before. As they crested over an emerald hill, his eyes widened with awe and delight. Before them was a blueberry field stretching far to the shoreline. It was flaked with rocks and swaths of red and green and blue. This time of year, the blueberry fields were heavy with ripe, beautiful blueberries. Because it was the first day of the festival of the fallen star, the blueberry fields were full of friendly faces. Everyone, young and old, had small wicker baskets which they were filling to the brim with ripe berries. Wisteria grabbed a wicker basket from the side of the dirt path and led Atlas by hand into the depths of the fields. They knelt on the warm earth and plucked blueberries from the vibrant branches, turning it into a game as they tried to find the largest, the sweetest, the most stunning blueberry of the bunch. Atlas asked why everyone gathered here on the first day of the festival of the fallen star. Wisteria smiled at him. Her mind journeyed back to one of the earliest tales she had learned as a child, one that she would surely pass down to children of her own someday. When the sailors arrived on the island, their very first steps led them into these lush blueberry fields. Hungry from their journey, they sat down and ate as many blueberries as they could manage, until their clothes and fingertips were tinged as blue as the waters they had just emerged from. Now, it was tradition for everyone to gather and enjoy the island's bounty, just as those sailors had all those years ago. Although modern conveniences made enjoying the blueberries an even sweeter experience. With a basket full of blueberries, the couple journeyed back through town and found various neighbors selling ingredients from booths, which were lined with silver and blue stars. Wisteria purchased a container of sugar made right there on the island, a jar of honey, a container of milk from the farm down the way, and some freshly made dough. Everyone was cheerful, chatting about what they were going to make with their beautiful blueberries. When Wisteria and Atlas returned to the house, Wisteria got up on her tippy toes on the tallest chair they had and reached into a cabinet high above the stove, one that Atlas had never seen her open before. From that cabinet, she pulled out a pie tin, a cerulean tin that was dotted in more stars and moons, surely hand-painted years and years and years ago. She and Atlas quickly got to work mixing up the blueberry pie filling, something that filled them both with joy and filled the kitchen with a truly beautiful aroma. When Wisteria laid the top of the pie down, she slid it across to Atlas, urging him to use his painting skills to etch some stars and moons atop the pie. Atlas got to work with a tiny knife, carving a starry scene unlike any other. With a smile of appreciation, Wisteria popped the pie into the oven. The two stepped back onto the porch as it cooked, enjoying freshly made drinks with blueberries and ice clinking in them. They looked down over the island as people scurried from the blueberry fields to their homes, and the aroma of their creative cooking began to fill the flower-flecked streets. They could smell danishes, pies, cobblers, bread, cheesecakes, even a few savory dishes, with the blueberries as a sweet, acidic addition to the palate. Atlas smiled to himself as he looked out over the island. It was something he hadn't quite considered when he arrived here as a lone artist. He had never really been alone, though he was the only painter and Wisteria the only writer. The island was flourishing with creative people, all of whom had things only they could bring to life, things that they did that made the world a better place. But as he watched the community make their way across the island, wearing clothes sewed by their ancestors, preparing dishes with unique family recipes, he had a newfound appreciation for everyone around him, for the stories they had to tell, for the influence they had on this island, and what made it so special. Before long, the pie was finished. Wisteria and Atlas wandered into the house and popped it out of the oven, and the sweet, sweet aroma was unlike anything they had ever smelled. Atlas practically melted into the ground as he took the first sniff of the pie. Wisteria cut it carefully, watching that fragrant steam billow up into the air. And once they had cut up a few slices, they did not tuck in, but journeyed into the streets. Wisteria handed out slices of pie on blue plates, exchanging a slice with every person they passed. In turn, they were handed dishes of all kinds, danishes, cheesecakes, savory meals, all handmade by their neighbors and friends. Atlas was amazed. By the end, they didn't have a single slice of their own pie. Instead, they had a feast provided by the island. They went back into the house and tucked into the many dishes, each more delightful than the last. As they ate, Atlas could hear live music wiggle its way in through the window. They sat out on the porch and watched and listened as the island came alive with music. Yet another tradition, one that happened to be one of Wisteria's favorites. When the sailors arrived on the island and ate their blueberries, they climbed to the mountaintop and played a song on the harmonicas and fifes they had fared the journey with them. It was a song of thanks and appreciation to the island, a song that celebrated their rescue and the kindness of the universe, the sky, and the sea. And even centuries later, The people of the island were still playing that song of thanks and appreciation to the island and the universe. Wisteria and Atlas sat on the porch with their eyes closed, listening to the smooth melody as it came from all around them. They swore they could hear it bouncing off the ocean waves, the rock-coated coves, the distant pine forests, the willow trees in the bogs. It was as if the song was touching every bit of the island and bouncing it back to the town, reminding the people of all the wonders that were around them, begging to be seen, to be appreciated. This lasted for a good 2 hours. The ebb and flow of the songs mirrored that of the ocean. At times, it was powerful and all-consuming, and other times, it was a slow drone in the distance, lulling people towards a beautiful sleep. By the end of the music and the blueberry eating, the sun was sinking toward the horizon. The day had truly been a perfect day of summer. The breeze was beautiful, the ocean was sparkling, and the people were happy. As the sunset swept across the island, painting the sky and sea a watercolor of pinks, reds, oranges, and yellows, the true festival was about to begin. Atlas watched in wonder as more and more people wandered their way down the mountain to the boardwalk below, clothed in their unique celestial outfits that their ancestors had made. Atlas slipped his on with pride, and Wisteria did the same. He found himself gazing at Wisteria in a whole new light. She seemed to glow in that outfit in a way that she never had before, as if all the people that had come before her were cheering her on, embracing her. They meandered down to the boardwalk, and the sight before them was almost too beautiful and too wondrous to take in fully. The boardwalk was crisscrossed with glowing stars overhead. They were models, every shade of blue you could ever imagine, with white stars in between that pulsed and flickered. They drooped just overhead the length of the boardwalk, giving it a magical feel that transported everyone to a different place, a different time. The boardwalk was lined with all kinds of booths, fortune tellers, storytellers, people in costumes handing out toys and prizes. Nearly every other booth was a food booth, and every food found within them was one that could only be found on the island, all sourced locally. There were blueberry cookies in the shapes of stars, rhubarb pie with a lattice that was carved with moons, fresh stews in glistening broths. Music was woven through the booths, simple melodies that were both ethereal and celebratory in a way that Atlas wouldn't have thought possible before. It was simply magical. Atlas and Wisteria walked the boardwalk for quite some time, taking in the sights, stopping at the booths to hear stories, eat delicacies, and play star-themed games. Atlas was certain he hadn't stopped smiling the entire time he was there. And one of the sweetest parts was how people reacted to his gown. People hugged him, welcoming him to the community, thanking him for celebrating with them. It was a joyous moment, a celebration, as it was meant to be. A few hours passed in the glow of the beautiful festival of the fallen star, and then the darkness of night slipped over the island. The stars overhead seemed brighter than ever, and the moon was full, illuminating the boardwalk in a glow that only nature can achieve. And that's when the display began. Everyone young and old gathered at the edge of the boardwalk, dangling their legs over the edge. Soon, fireworks filled the night sky. They weren't flashy fireworks for the sake of fireworks. It was an art show, a display. There were dark blue and white fireworks, orange fireworks symbolizing the start of morning, fireworks that swept across the sky like waves. It was so breathtaking that no one said a word the entire time. And as the fireworks filled the sky, a simple song filled the air, one that sang of the island's history, a song of loss and hope and a flourishing community. When the fireworks had finished, Wisteria took Atlas by the hand. People slowly began to pack up their booths, but only for the night. Tomorrow, a whole new type of celebration would be unveiled on the boardwalk. There were 6 more nights, all with their own story, their own way of celebrating how the island came to be. Atlas and Wisteria found themselves back at home, their robes fragrant with the smell of blueberries and fair food and the ocean. As usual, Atlas slid into bed. He could feel the sea air on him and the warmth of his own sun-kissed skin. It lulled him closer and closer to sleep. But there was one thing that did so even more. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he could hear the tick, 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 tap, 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 tap of Wisteria's typewriter in the next room. He felt a small smile cross his face. He wondered what she was typing about. Was it a story of sailors in a boat, wishing on falling stars? A story of a community growing together, loving one another, supporting one another? Or was it the tale of a boy from another world coming to a new one and being embraced by its people? His eyes felt heavier and heavier. Slowly, ever so slowly, he felt himself drifting closer to sleep. Soon, the tick, 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 tap, tap, tap of the typewriter faded into the distance, and he entered his own world of dreams and fantasies. In the next room, Wisteria typed well into the night. Her fingers seemed to move on their own as the story flowed into the ink. And by the time she was done, she felt a level of satisfaction that was hard to find elsewhere. But then, it was time for her favorite moment of the night. She would slip into her pajamas and walk into the bedroom. There, glowing in the moonlight, Atlas would always be fast asleep. She'd watch with admiration as his hands twitched and curled softly, holding the blankets and his pillow a bit tighter. She wondered what he was dreaming of. Was it sailors at sea? Was it a traveler, an artist, finding himself on a new island? Was it a story of love, of hope, of a bright future? She would sink down in the bed beside him and brush away his hair from his eyes, careful not to wake him from his peaceful dream. And as she fell asleep herself, she would watch his chest rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall, eternally grateful to share her life with this man, to share her world with him. Hello, welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Today's romance tale is a magical one, but before we begin our story, let's make ourselves comfortable. As I suggest what to do with each part of your body, take a moment for some deep breaths in between. Take the weight off your bones. Release the strain from your muscles. And stretch. While your whirling thoughts slow, take another deep breath and scan your body from head to foot. Pause on places that feel tight or stiff and breathe there. Just acknowledging where you house your stress can open the doors. And let it go. If thoughts of your busy day interrupt you, just let them go. We now have some peaceful hours to go before you have to take hold of anything again. Now there is only the sound of my voice and the sweet story of two people that met as if by magic. Sleet may not be magical. Mostly, it's cold and wet and has the habit of slipping inside collars and making people shiver. But it seemed to Arla as if it whispered while it fell. It was Friday, and she finally had time to pause and listen. But her friends shrieked and ducked into a cluttered boutique to avoid the wintry spit. Arla reluctantly followed them, a bell above the door jangling merrily over the latecomer and interrupting the hushed words she might have heard outside. Inside, the shop was warm and cozy, everything crammed together in delightful disarray until the small space was a maze of interesting merchandise. Dream catchers by the dozen hung from the ceiling and caught at Arla's hair. She brushed them away and knocked her elbow against a large, dark-stained wardrobe that overflowed with fleece scarves and warm, fuzzy muffs people might have used in the Victorian age. Arla petted the faux fur as she passed, but her eyes were on the wall of candles. Her friends sniffed one, and then another brightly colored candle, and compared scents. Lavender as subtle as a good night's sleep. Frankincense so strong it made their noses wrinkle. And sandalwood with a sexy draw that had them try it twice. Then there were strange concoctions and candles that were flecked with green and mysterious flotsam. Those had long explanatory tags that labeled them white witchcraft and explained the long-believed associations of each ingredient. The candle marked love was a surprising blend of orange blossoms and mint, all promising to attract that which the heart wanted. Arla turned up her nose at it, and all her friends laughed. What good was burning a candle if she wouldn't make the consecrated wish real magic needed? Love had laid her flat late last summer, and she didn't trust her heart to choose, candle helped or not. That didn't stop her friends from jostling around her with all their ideas for matchmaking, but she found it easy to distract them in the charmingly crammed shop. Soon, her old roommate was delighting over clever earrings made from errant puzzle pieces, and her work bestie was weighing out lucky crystals with both hands. Arla found real manuals of magic in between the gift sets and novelties, and the Friday buzz of adventure amplified. Her dearest friend from high school had just been lamenting about a special good luck charm she'd lost when they were 15, and Arla watched as she found a whole display of them tucked in the top drawer of an antique dresser. In fact, all her friends were clutching items they'd been looking for ages. Why didn't she know what she really wanted? Instead of searching, Arla stood gazing at an old china hutch full of crystal balls. She never knew they came in any other color but clear, and her eyes were caught by an orb of rose quartz. For finding love, the shop clerk told her as she appeared from a back room hidden behind a curtain. Arla shook her head and then apologized as her friends shrieked. They'd found a Ouija board and were calling her over to join them in the back corner of the shop. The board was old and worn, its wood silky to the touch, and the words were etched with flaking gold paint. None of them had played since they had braces, and they fumbled to remember the rules. There was a wooden piece balanced on low, knob-like legs that looked like a teardrop with an eye cut out. Arla read the small placard on the table and informed her friends it was called a planchette. They each placed one finger lightly on the planchette and waited for it to move. The question, of course, was who Arla would fall in love with and when. The wooden eye swept side to side. Its movements reminded Arla of the sleet whispering outside. And then it settled on first one letter, then another, and another, until it spelled out J.T. Louis. When? It zipped back and forth, and her friends called out N-O-W. Arla argued that couldn't be a real name, and she wondered which of her friends had been pushing. The shop clerk passed them again and remarked that it was too bad the store fortune teller was no longer with them. She used to be very fond of matchmaking. The clerk was asked to weigh in on the mysterious name, and her eyes widened. She was pretty sure she'd heard that name called a few times from the hostess stand at the little pasta bar across the way. Their next stop decided, Arla's friends made their lucky purchases and pulled her outside. She dragged her feet until her college roommate called out, "Come on, lover, borrow Cupid's wings and let's soar with them." Arla rolled her eyes and ran to catch up, but only made it as far as a solid chest barreling down the sidewalk towards her. She apologized for the crash, blamed it on her friend badly quoting Shakespeare, and watched as the young man's jaw dropped. Their eyes met, and she knew she was staring, but Arla couldn't look away. She couldn't move either until her friends came back to save her. She tried to go on her way as if nothing had happened, but her cheeks were blazing, her mouth was dry, and it took all her strength not to turn around and look at him again. Her friends prodded her. Sure, they'd seen a spark, but Arla refused to acknowledge it. Yes, he was attractive, about her age, and he had stared back, but she was sure that wasn't enough to warrant making a total fool of herself. Her reticence wasn't enough reason to stop her friends, and Arla found herself defending every step she took towards the pasta bar. If they really wanted her to believe in love and magic and all that, then why did he not introduce himself as J.T. Louis? It was a relief when they reached the steamed-up windows of the little pasta bar. A line of people waiting for the apparently famous pizza spilled out the door, but the entryway was warm and welcoming. A smiling hostess took their group name and told them a table would open up in about 15 minutes. Until then, they could order a jug of house wine and stand at the bar if they wanted. Arla could barely sip her glass of jammy red Shiraz as her friends peppered her with still more questions about her voided love life. One was married, one had a relationship going on 3 months, and one was a casual dater who still didn't come to Arla's defense, True, it was probably her turn to be the topic of gossip, but she started to feel as if she had a target painted on her back. And all she could think about was the man she'd crashed into on the sidewalk. Did he know her somehow? Was that why his jaw had dropped, as if she'd pulled a rabbit out of a hat? What was it about his eyes that had so caught her attention? She blinked, but it seemed as if he was still standing right in front of her. Her friends caught her glassy gaze and guessed accurately that she'd been daydreaming. Arla had to distract them. Otherwise, she never would have brought up the Ouija board prediction again. She brushed her hair back from her eyes, raised her glass, and declared that from there on in, she was saving herself for the mysterious and magical man named J.T. Louis. They'd barely met her raised glass with their own when the hostess called out the next customers to be seated. Her friends froze, their eyes wide, and their lips quick to protest that it wasn't a setup. None of them would fess up to bribing the hostess or switching their reservation name. The hostess called it again, louder this time. J.T. Louis. The letters of it ran through Arla's mind, and she struggled to catch why she thought it looked so familiar. Why did it stick to her so, if it was not from school, not from work, not from friends of a friend, and not even a blip on social media? That's when her friends decided they had to know who had added that name to the hostess's list. Thankfully, their name was next, and they couldn't formulate a plan until they'd all sat down and ordered. Arla hid behind her menu and ignored the brilliant idea to simply go ask the hostess what J.T. Louis looked like. Her friends asked the waiter, who was too busy with drink orders to do more than shrug. They all craned their necks back towards the doorway every time someone new came in. But soon the waitress gave the final call for the mysterious man's table. Arla flat out refused to get up and go sit at the reserved table in the hopes he'd join her there soon. The happy hour mood had hit all of her friends together, and they wouldn't take no for an answer. Finally, just to stop them, Arla got up and headed in the direction of the open table. Her plan was to walk by and to go directly to the bathroom, but she tripped when her friends anticipated her idea and booed loudly. To appease them, she pretended to kneel down and tie her shoe, despite wearing boots that had no laces. He almost fell over her and hit the table hard with his hip as he tried to avoid sprawling completely. Arla jumped up to help stand him back up and then shoved him in her shock. There was the attractive man from the sidewalk, giving her the same gaping look. He recovered more quickly this time and apologized profusely. They had to dodge busy waiters and trays of wine and pasta, but it was worth the awkwardness just to address the same question they both had. Have we met? Again, they both apologized, this time for the sidewalk crash, and then they both swore they'd never been so clumsy in their lives. It took a few moments of awkward back and forth before he finally asked how her evening was going. Arla opened her mouth to say fine, but heard her spill everything, including the Ouija board prediction. She thought he would have disappeared after that, but instead, he shook his head in amazement and stayed right where he was in front of her. Not only that, but he suddenly brightened and offered to help her meet the elusive J.T. Louis. Arla was aghast at the idea of him helping her search for some prank her friends pulled. But he knew the hostess and said it was no problem to ask. That way her friends would be satisfied and she could enjoy the rest of her evening. Then he winked and wondered aloud if J.T. Louis was an extremely repulsive individual and she would be better off having a drink with him. She was about to agree when her friends called out to ask her where was J.T. Arla turned to answer them, and her repeat crasher, maybe now becoming a crush, slipped off to the hostess stand without her. Arla watched him lean across the hostess stand and whisper with the lovely lady there. She felt a squeeze of jealousy in her chest, followed by immediate panic. What did she care who he knew or talked to? They had only run into each other twice, and she'd forgotten to ask his name. Arla was about to despair completely when he turned to smile at her and wave her over to the hostess stand. The hostess greeted her warmly and looked between the two of them more than once, as if trying to decide something. She must have seen flutters of panic in Arla's eyes, because she patted her hand gently before asking for the name, J.T. Louis. It sounded ludicrous to say out loud, but then again, she'd already babbled it to the most attractive man she'd met in months. The hostess grinned and pointed to the man in question. Arla didn't believe it. The man she'd crashed into twice already was actually named J.T. Louis. The hostess was certain. They went way back, and then she went right back to work. J.T. gave Arla a lopsided grin and wondered if maybe she wanted to go out for a drink. Her knees were wobbly. She couldn't possibly make it out the door and down the sidewalk. Plus her friends were all falling over themselves, trying to get a peep at what was happening. He pushed again to go somewhere else, but then graciously led Arla to an open spot at the bar. She should have asked a dozen questions. What did the J stand for? How did he know the hostess? Had he ever been to the odd little boutique with the Ouija board in the back? Instead, Arla found herself having an easy and pleasant conversation about pizza. Her stomach took notice, and they both suggested they have dinner together at the same time. They even agreed on the same toppings and style of crust. It really was as if they'd been made for each other. Arla was kept busy trying to ignore her friends, all of whom were trying to peek around a potted palm tree together. Otherwise, she might have seen the look J.T. shot the bartender. Apparently, the bartender missed it as well, because he strolled up and called J.T. by the name of Sam. Sam? Arla couldn't even look at J.T. or Sam or whomever it was that was seated next to her. She stared at the bartender in horror, and then heard herself wonder aloud who J.T. Louis could be. She had to press both elbows to the bar to assure herself she wouldn't tip over. Was this a cruel joke, or could the world possibly be that strange? The bartender, oblivious to the turmoil he'd created, wiped off the bar and slapped down 2 coasters while he casually explained that particular name was a restaurant code the staff used. J.T. Louis meant that table was to be held for the owner. Arla repeated his words like an old parrot. The bartender glanced up and actually stepped back from the force of her angry demand. Was that really the owner's name, or was it made up? What did it all mean? The bartender shrugged sheepishly and told her she'd have to ask the owner himself. Wild-eyed, she turned to follow the poor man's gaze and landed on the man who'd barreled into her on the sidewalk. His face was creased with worry and apologies. He knew he'd screwed up. It was just that she was so attached to that name, and it was such a strange coincidence that he asked the hostess to give her the false information. He'd been too afraid she'd stick with her friends or disappear into the Friday crowds again, and he wouldn't get a chance to know her. What did the name mean? Arla was so confused that her sanity seemed to hang on, knowing the answer to that one simple question. He was relieved she hadn't stormed off or called her friends over to rip him apart, that he answered all in a rush. J.T. Louis was an anagram of a great literary figure, the first woman he'd fallen for, Juliet. The Shakespeare quote in the street and their sudden crash on the sidewalk now made sense. So did the fact that the boutique owner had heard the strange name before. Arla even understood his panicked decision to claim the name as his own. Everything had its own crazy logic, except for the Ouija board.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. I am Anthony, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will be your guide as you go on a romantic journey with the love of your life to Santorini, Greece. Together, you will experience the magic of the island as you relax and refresh in each other's arms. Your eyes are closed. Your body feels as though it is completely weightless. Yet underneath you, you can feel a gentle swaying back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's as if the swaying is trying to lull you back to sleep, trying to get you to let go and embrace the peace in this moment. You feel the sun on your face. It's a gentle warmth that leaves you feeling refreshed and comfortable. It almost feels like a warm blanket fresh out of the dryer. The sounds around you are some of the most soothing you have ever heard. The gentle rumble of an engine vibrates underneath you, echoing out into the air with a consistent drone that is a calming white noise. Beyond the rumble of the engine, you can just make out the steady crash of ocean waves lapping against the edge of a boat. They crash and recede, crash and recede, crash and recede. A playful song that has been soothing people around the world for generations. Overhead, you can just make out the occasional call of a seabird. The chirp echoes out over the water, bringing back happy memories of childhood days spent on beaches. Piling warm sand into magnificent sand castles, and tracing shapes to watch the ocean waves pull them away. All is tranquil. The air around you is fragrant with the briny aroma of the sea, and the vibrant vegetation on the islands dotting the water. You feel a gentle touch on your face. It is a loving caress that sends warmth flooding through your body. When you open your eyes, the love of your life is silhouetted by the perfect blue skies of Greece. There is affection brimming in their stunning eyes. You groggily stretch as they plant an affectionate kiss on your face. We're almost there, the love of your life coos. Though the idea of more sleep is appealing, you know the sights around you are about to be breathtaking. You rise to a sitting position and embrace the feeling of the sun splashing over your back. Your partner takes you by the hand, guiding you to the front of the boat in a dreamy haze. In the distance, you see it, Santorini Island. Known to the locals as Thera, it is mountainous, rising into the crystal blue sky from the crystal blue water, almost as if it's a bridge between the two worlds. The mountainside of the island is speckled with bright white buildings, unlike anything you've ever seen. They crisscross and climb over the mountains, nestled around winding cobblestone streets. Many of the doors and roofs are adorned with a vibrant blue paint, tying the land to the sea and sky above. It is like something out of a movie. You watch in amazement as boats of all shapes and sizes bob in the harbour. It feels as though you've travelled back in time. Many boats are dotted with fishing nets and buoys. Men and women tend to them, preparing for a day out on the water. The town you're heading towards is called Ia. Nestled high above the Santorini caldera, the town of Ia is known for its romantic atmosphere, breathtaking views, and mouth-watering food and wine. The towering vertical cliffs of the island were formed by a volcanic eruption thousands of years ago, an event that is still shaping the landscape to this very day. Your partner squeezes your hand. They stand in front of you, gazing back with the island backlighting them. It is a moment that you want to stay in forever. You can feel your partner's anticipation and the tranquility they feel. At the same time, you see their love for you shining in their eyes, and it is a feeling unlike any other. The boat nears the old port of Ear, far, far below the centre of the town. As you gather your things and step onto the cobblestone street, it occurs to you that your journey is truly beginning the moment you step foot on the land. Your partner smiles and leads you off the boat, running their thumb over your hand reassuringly. To get to the town from the port, you have two options. There is a large staircase with 588 steps that lead to the port city. Or there is a small cable car you can ride to the top. You decide for the cable car, looking forward to the views it will provide. You step into your private car and sit down, wrapping your arms around one another. You sit in the comfortable, cozy seats with your back to the island so you can watch the ocean in all its glory. As the cable car begins to rock, rising gently into the air, you feel all the tension of the day leave your body. The flights, the boats, your obligations back home. It all drains out of you, cascading into the ocean that you are slowly rising above. Here and now, all that matters is you and your partner. All that matters is the time spent by their side. The time laughing, making memories, and connecting as a couple. Here in Santorini, you have hope that you two will be able to fall in love with one another over and over and over again. As the cable car brings you weightlessly into the air, the ocean comes into full view. It sparkles in the light of the sun. Boats bob on the water for miles, stretching all the way to the horizon. All around Santorini, islands have risen up from the ocean. There are islands of black, towering stone, and islands of pure white limestone driven up by the volcanic activity thousands of years ago. Some of the islands are speckled with castles, homes, and ports, while others are simply adorned with grass that sways in the ocean breeze. I'm so blessed to be here with you, your love whispers, leaning their head on your shoulder. You run your hand over their back. With confidence and affection, they lift their head up and place a gentle, affectionate kiss on your lips. When you part, they hover inches away from you for a moment, their body buzzing with warmth that is reflected in their eyes. By the time you reach the top of the island, you are convinced you have already fallen in love again. Your body is flooded with the familiar hum of butterflies fluttering in your chest. You and the love of your life step off the cable car and are welcomed to an entirely new world. The streets are splashed with vibrant colours, contrasting against the white and blue homes and businesses. The streets are alive with an array of flowers and plants. Bright pink flowers hang over doorways on rich green vines. They cling to the roofs, the doors, the streets, blessing the city with brilliant splashes of colour and life. The street beneath your feet is something that can only be found in Greece. Stark white stone with round rocks layered on top, creating a delightfully charming path. Giddy, you take the love of your life's hand and guide them through the streets, finding your way to your home for the night. With every building you pass, you journey through a delicious new aroma. You breathe in the ambrosial scent of honey, the savoury combination of locally made feta cheese and tomato, the tang of freshly squeezed lemons, and it puts your soul at ease. As you round a corner at the end of one of the winding streets, you find yourself at your rental home. You are greeted by the most traditional thing you could ask for, an arched, bright blue door. Your partner gives you the honour of opening the door. The inside of the home is entirely white, decorated with splashes of colour in the woven couch, tin lights, and soft rugs. All the doorways and windows are arched, reminding you so flawlessly of where you are. The bed is adorned with rose petals, and a bottle of champagne awaits on the counter for you. Beside the bottle, a bowl of chocolate-covered pomegranates awaits you. Your love picks up a pomegranate seed and plops it in your mouth. You bite it, allowing the tangy juice of the pomegranate to wash over your tongue. The sweet chocolate provides a perfect combination. For decades, pomegranates have been a symbol of good luck, love, and rebirth. In the days of Greek mythology, a pomegranate was the fruit that tied Persephone to the god Hades, creating one of the most well-known love stories of all time. Your partner sets down the bowl and inches toward the patio door. The green wooden doors are adorned with intricate wood carvings. You trace your finger over them for a moment before you open them, revealing the most beautiful sight you've ever seen. Your white patio hangs over a cliff. It feels as though you are standing directly over the sparkling ocean. To the left, you see the town of Ear. From this angle, you can see the streets winding their way further and further up the mountain. And you can admire the way the homes are carved so carefully into the cliffside. But the most beautiful sight of all is the stone hot tub hanging over the ocean on your balcony. Made of the same material as the home, the hot tub bubbles with crystal clear water. Candles sit on all edges of the hot tub, turning the already romantic scene into something of true wonder. You dangle your fingers in the hot water. It elicits a calm, satisfied sigh from you. At the moment, you consider sinking down into the hot tub. But your partner reminds you that it will be a treat for later. Instead, you both get a ride across the island to Kamari Beach, the most popular beach in all of Santorini. Along the way, you hold your partner's hand. As you journey across the island, you watch in amazement as their eyes light up with wonder around every corner. You pass through sleepy villages and around the idyllic white homes. As you cross towards the south side of the island, you are met with rows and rows of wineries. Grapes fade into the horizon on long, thin stretches of vine. The leaves dance in that soft ocean breeze. The further you drive, the more the land seems to come alive. You pass through forests of yellow and orange, orchards ripe with fresh grapefruits and lemons. You even pass by the wispy olive trees, being picked for fresh, ripe olives. As you descend towards Kamari Beach, an entirely new town comes into view. Kamari is a tropical paradise, a town flourishing with bars and restaurants for tourists to enjoy. Everyone making their way through the streets seems happy, overjoyed to be in such a beautiful place. When you arrive at the beach, your partner helps you out of the car. That fresh ocean air washes over you. You take it in for a moment, raising your face happily to the breeze, to truly feel it course over your skin. As you do, your partner wraps their arms around your waist, pulling you into an affectionate hug. You find yourself giggling, the pure joy of the moment sending endorphins through your body. Then you turn to see your beach, and the endorphins flow even more freely. Kamari Beach isn't a stark white sand beach like many others you would see in Greece. Kamari Beach pops against the ocean because it is a beach of black sand. Made from volcanic sand, the beach wraps around a cove with tall, impressive cliffs on either side. It's as though you've been dropped inside of a magazine with the love of your life by your side. The two of you walk to the edge of the water and lay your towels down. The sand feels otherworldly against your skin. With each step, you feel yourself sinking into the sun-warmed volcanic sand. Every step is satisfying as you listen to the sand roll over your feet. You lay down in your bathing suit beside your partner on the towel. The second your body is embraced by the sand, you know you are only moments away from dozing off again. Once more, you feel the sweet warmth of the sun on your skin. The waves, now only inches away from your feet, crash and recede against the coast. You listen closely as they swish in and out, in and out, in and out. It is the rhythm of the ocean, a song that is being sung all over the world every second of the day. It is a primal sound for human life, a sound that has put people at ease generation after generation after generation. Once more, you flash back on images of children running along sandy beaches, building sandcastles, and dining on cotton candy-coloured ice cream. As it drips in the sun, your love of the beach or the sounds of the ocean hasn't diminished since then. It has just evolved to this moment. You key in on the moment in full. The waves floating in and out, in and out, in and out. The weight of your partner's hand in yours as you both soak in this moment. The call of seagulls overhead as they dip and dive into the ocean. Even more, you hear the sounds of others making their way through the sand. There's a calming whir as the sand separates from their feet and then descends into the ground once more. In the distance, you hear the far-off whisper of conversations. You can't make out any of the words, but the drone of happy conversations hangs in the air, reminding you that there are many others enjoying their time here as well. It is all so peaceful, and it's easy to feel as though you are in a dream. You feel the wonderful sensations all around you, and once more they try to lull you towards sleep. You allow yourself to drift aimlessly in the beautiful moments between being awake and being asleep. There is nothing for you to do here but delight and find comfort in that moment. Your muscles relax fully underneath you. There is not a single rigid feeling in your body. You are malleable, shaped by the breeze and the water and the sun all around you. The only thing that awakens you from this peaceful in-between are the soft words spoken beside you. I love you, the love of your life whispers. You open your eyes to find them curled up beside you. They are gazing fondly at you with raw, beautiful honesty. I love you too, you say back. The words are sweet on your tongue, and putting them out into the universe puts your body and mind even more at ease. For a few hours, the two of you lay on Kamari Beach, in between peaceful, short naps. You speak to each other in hushed tones about how breathtaking the landscape is and how grateful you are to have this time together. Once midday passes and the late afternoon begins, you head back home to relax for the evening. You suggest a candlelit dinner at a local restaurant, but your love has something else in mind. You get in a car and drive back towards here, where your home for the night is. At this time of day, the vineyards and orchards are even more breathtaking. They glow in the warm light of magic hour as the sun inches closer and closer towards the distant horizon. When you arrive back at your home, your partner heads straight to the kitchen. They open the fridge, revealing the ingredients for an authentic meal. Your partner says they'll be cooking for you tonight, a surprise treat to make the night even more intimate and special. They pour you a drink and urge you to sit on the couch and relax. You turn to the living room and open all the doors and windows. The ocean breeze whisks through the room, fluttering blankets and curtains. You sit on the comfortable couch and watch as your partner works on the meal. They tie an apron around themselves and glide around the kitchen, glowing in the sizzle of their cooking. Watching them reminds you of how much you love them. Their care for you is something you never could have imagined. Though going out to a restaurant would be easier, you love watching the pride on their face as they work to create the perfect dish for you. They sing silly songs as they cook and giggle as you watch them move around in all their glory. Finally, just as the sunset is reaching its best point, the meal is done. Your partner guides you to a patio table on the balcony. They place down a wonderful meal that's still steaming hot. A traditional fish dish and a large Greek salad coated in local ingredients from the island. It's a mix of citrus and sweetness that makes your mouth water. You sit by candlelight and pick at your meals. Each bite tastes like a masterpiece, and seeing them smile at your reaction just makes it better. The scene over the ocean is breathtaking. The sky is ablaze with pinks, purples and yellows, a mosaic of colour that seems to swirl and shift in the sky with every passing moment and every passing cloud. Over the candlelit dinner, you talk about the day. Every time they look at you, you feel a little surge of joy warm your body. They are illuminated by the colours of the sunset, and you can't take your eyes off of them. When dinner is done, you both sink down into the hot tub to watch the rest of the sunset. It feels as though it is a private show just for you. You cuddle against one another in the steaming water hundreds of feet above the waves. Your partner massages your shoulders and back. As you lean over the edge of the tub, gazing deeply into the horizon beyond, they kiss the back of your neck and pull you into a hug, reminding you over and over how much you mean to them. You stay in the tub for hours, talking about everything and nothing. By the time you realize how long it has been, the sky above you is inky black, speckled with hundreds of stars. It's a full moon over the island tonight. The white houses seem to gleam in the moonlight. Down below, you can see couples making their way back to their homes. Candlelight glows in the white stone windows of many homes, creating a perfectly cozy atmosphere. The chill of night begins to creep into the air. You sink deeper into the hot water, content with its embrace. Finally, you find yourself yawning. Your partner helps you out of the tub. You leave the doors open, eager to feel the ocean breeze, even as you're lying in the sheets. You slip into silky pajamas and slide into bed. Your love's arms wrap around you instinctually, pulling you safely against their chest. This is what a little slice of heaven looks like. As you feel yourself drifting closer and closer to sleep, you can't help but think about what a perfect day it truly was. As your eyes close and you nestle against your love's chest, you feel loved, respected, and fortunate. The final words you hear before you truly fall asleep are a soft, emotional "I love you." Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Anthony, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, we will take a relaxing, romantic journey out into Joshua Tree National Park. We will experience rolling mountains, the fresh desert landscape, and the warmth of a strong connection between two people. The drive out into the desert always feels like the beginning of something magical. You see civilization fading behind you, replaced by rolling copper hills that pop against the cloudless blue sky. You watch in awe as the buildings and billboards are slowly replaced by sagebrush, cacti, and brittlebush. It feels so distant from the stresses and trials of everyday life. It feels like one of the few places where we can be free, untethered, and truly ourselves. Celeste felt that exact way as her car rolled down the long, winding desert roads. Elliot, her husband, sat in the driver's seat, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the steering wheel. In fact, there was a lot of rhythm around them. The sound of the tires whirring against the asphalt, the pitter-patter of tiny gusts of wind kicking sand against the side of the car, the mechanic drone of the engine. They hadn't taken this trip in years, not since the first time they met. Celeste felt a bubble of anticipation and the sweet, sweet feel of nostalgia inside her. After college, she wasn't ready to settle down. She wanted to explore the world, to sit under starry night skies with campfires, to dine in diners at the edge of sweetly named towns, to read books at the edge of rivers and at the top of mountains. So, instead of going the usual path, she decided to head out into the world for a national parks trip. Her very first stop was Joshua Tree National Park, where her life changed forever. There, she went on a solo hike on a wonderful, breezy spring day. She followed the desert path past cacti, past Joshua trees, and through stunning fields of fleeting wildflowers. She didn't mind being alone. She enjoyed the feeling of the breeze on her face and had comfort in her own company. Then it happened. She reached the end of the hiking path, and Elliot was standing there, catching his breath. As he looked over the impressive vista before them, she simply wandered up and stood beside him. They looked over the landscape below them in silence. No words needed to be exchanged. No words could truly explain what they were looking at, or what they were both feeling in that very moment. But there, at the top of that vista, they were connected. They felt drawn to one another, forever tied by sharing that beautiful instant together. Only at the time, they didn't realize how much that was true. They walked back down the path together. Soon the words were flowing freely, drifting through the air with ease. They laughed. To her surprise, he was also on the road, trying to see as much of the world as he could. When they got back, they both crawled into Celeste's van. It wasn't much. A cozy cab with a queen bed, piled high in soft blankets, made of fleece, cotton, and wool. They lay in that bed for hours into the night, with the sunroof open, talking in hushed whispers as they watched the stars make their way lazily across the inky black sky. By morning, they were still talking. They looked out the window and watched the sun paint the desert landscape in reds, oranges, pinks, and yellows. From that day on, they were inseparable. What was meant to be 2 solo journeys became the journey of a lifetime. They hiked through icy teal rivers in Zion National Park. They stood in awe at the base of massive sequoias in Kings Canyon National Park. They cuddled at the base of a lighthouse on the rocky coast of Maine in Acadia National Park. And in between, they drank hot chocolate at tiny, run-down diners in the middle of prairies. They ate salsa at bars down dirt roads in the southwest. They held each other, surrounded by those blankets of cotton and fleece and wool, until they fell asleep and readied themselves for the next adventure. All of it was beautiful, All of it led to them being in the car on their way to Joshua Tree with wedding rings on their fingers and anniversary presents in their back seat. Before Celeste even realized it, they were driving through the eclectic town of Joshua Tree. Wooden storefronts with vintage signs lined the streets. She thought fondly of wandering through aisles of antiques, all inspired by the West. They passed by coffee shops, and Celeste felt her mouth water. She almost wanted to stop for a cup of something sweet, but she knew they had hot chocolate in the back seat. It always tasted better over a campfire anyway. Soon the town of Joshua Tree faded behind them, and the wonder that is Joshua Tree National Park came into view. It is truly unlike any place on earth. It is sparse, yet teeming with nature and incredible elements that can only be found within the park. Joshua trees pepper the landscape, their twisted branches seemingly reaching for the sunlight above. Found only in the southeastern US and Mexico, the trees are always a breathtaking sight. And though they are the park's namesake, they weren't Celeste's favourite part of the park. Once they passed the entrance gate, the slow descent into the Lost Horse Valley began. All around, boulders and rock formations stick out of the desert like art pieces. Some rocks seem impossibly tall, made up of dozens of smooth rocks, all clamoured together as if they were placed there by an expressionist artist. Together with the Joshua trees, it makes for an environment unlike any other, and truly it is. Joshua Tree National Park is made up of two separate deserts that merge together, the Colorado and the Mojave deserts, each with their own unique ecosystem. The stark change in elevation is evident from wherever you stand. The desert seems to stretch on for miles, each mountain and slope illuminated by the sun, painting them golden, tawny and orange. Celeste reached over, grabbing Elliot's hand. They would be turning soon to reach their campsite, and she felt the warm tingle of anticipation inside her. Elliot met her eyes, smiling with one hand tightly on the wheel. They turned into Jumbo Rock's campground, driving down a thin road that wound around massive boulders. With tiny campsites tucked in between the rock, it almost felt like a playhouse for the adventurous. In between the rocks, there were hidden arches, caves, and slopes that seemed to open up the imagination and encourage safe, slow exploration. Celeste couldn't help but smile as Elliot put the car in park. "I have a surprise," he said, his voice smooth and low. He took her by the hand, leading her out of the car. As they walked across the sand and gravel, Celeste felt a weight fall off her shoulders. She felt as though, with every step, she was transforming more and more into herself. The weight of society and expectations was dripping down into the sand around her feet, disappearing entirely. Elliot led her around the bend of one mountainous rock, and what came into view made her heart pause with delight and surprise. There was a tiny campsite, tucked into a U-shape in the rock. On either side, Joshua trees stood guard, reaching their long branches toward the sky. Low bushes nestled against the edge of the rocks, making the entire area feel cozy. Though it was in the middle of a large campsite, it felt miles away. Celeste and Elliot both meandered into the alcove and glanced out to see what their view would be for the night. The view was breathtaking. Miles and miles of hills and valleys in the desert, fenced in by blue mountains in the distance. It felt like something out of a movie, and it looked as though it was too pure for this world, as if it should be a painting hanging in a museum. The ease that Celeste felt only seemed to grow. She looked out over the mountains, then glanced to Elliot by her side. The sun illuminated his amber eyes, which were already filled with wonder as they took in the sights before them. She thought for a moment about all the things they had seen together, all the adventures they had experienced, all the soft beds they had slept in together in distant lands, and gratitude washed over her. She wrapped her hand around the back of Elliot's neck and pulled him against her lips. They kissed there, wrapped up in each other, feeling the warm desert sun on their skin and the crisp spring breeze brush through their hair. When they pulled apart, Celeste could see the gratitude showing in Elliot's eyes. They had found home for the night, and they both knew it was about to be an anniversary they would never forget. Hand in hand, the two walked back to the car to gather up their camping supplies and set everything up. There was always something so satisfying about opening the trunk of the car and seeing everything together there. The sleeping bags rolled up with care, the lanterns and cast iron skillets, and warm, fluffy blankets. Celeste swore she could still smell the brisk pine trees of Maine, the fragrant white daisies of Utah, and the earthy richness of towering sequoia trees on the blankets and sleeping bags. Together they unloaded the supplies and began their walk back to their camp. Elliot walked in front of Celeste with a sleeping bag over his shoulder and a cast iron skillet in each hand. She had seen that sight 1,000,000 times, but she never grew tired of it. They set up their tent with a rhythm that can only be found when two people spend a lot of time together. With ease, Celeste set the tent up, watching their home for the night grow before her very eyes. For this particular trip, they had a new addition. Foam mats to line the bottom of the tent with. Knowing they wanted comfort, sleeping on top of the rocky sand of Joshua Tree National Park, they had picked the foam mats to turn their entire tent into a cozy sanctuary. With the mats down, the sleeping bags and blankets came next. The inside of the tent was wonderfully comfortable, with white plush blankets and soft, fluffy pillows. Celeste couldn't resist. She kicked off her shoes and sank into the nest they handmade together. Elliot followed her, crawling into the tent with a smile on his face. There's a childlike wonder that comes with being in a tent, a sense of escape and belonging that is at the core of our very being. Elliot wrapped his arms around Celeste, pulling her against his chest. He closed his eyes as he rocked her gently, embracing the moment that they were sharing together. He could smell the rose shampoo in her hair, and he could feel the softness of her skin even after all the days of hiking and sleeping in strange places. He thought for a moment about how long he had waited for someone as wonderful as her. He thought about how different his life would be if he wasn't holding her in his arms at that very moment. And most of all, he thought about how he felt the first time she looked at him, the first time she smiled in his direction. He remembered the first night they had spent together in her camping van in this very park. They were lying in nearly the same position now, her hair in his face, her hands wrapped around his forearms. Somehow things felt exactly the same, yet so different at the same time. They had grown together, evolved together. They had experienced things across the country together, but at the same time, holding her in his arms felt brand new. He felt blessed and sometimes like he didn't know how he had gotten someone so incredible. Outside, they could hear the calls of the animals in the park, the melodic chirp of a rock wren, the soothing coo of mourning doves as they scuttled across the sand, looking for something to eat. And in between all of it, the gentle rustle of the sagebrush and the brittlebrush as they shifted in the wind, and birds flitted in and out of their branches. It was an otherworldly soundtrack, and the best part is, they couldn't hear the noises of civilization. They couldn't hear cars droning down the roads or blaring their horns. They couldn't hear the conversations of other people. They felt isolated in the most beautiful way. Nothing mattered in that tent or in that park except for each other. In their dreamy, peaceful state, they could both feel themselves drifting off. This time of year, in early spring, the temperatures were beautiful during the day. The tent felt perfect, like a warm cocoon, and the soft breeze on the tent only made it even more relaxing. The lull of sleep was washing over both of them like a soothing wave, and it took them both a long moment to sit up and wipe the slumber from their eyes. They knew they'd be back in the tent with a chance to sleep later, for now there were things to see and experiences to be had. With their camp set up for the night, Elliot led Celeste to their first stop of the day, the trail they had met on all those years ago. And just like their first time, the trail was lined with wildflowers of all kinds. In the sparse desert, seeing wildflowers is something particularly magical. In Joshua Tree, the flowers only bloom for a few short weeks out of the year, turning the landscape into what resembles an impressionist painting. All around them, the land was painted in swaths of orange and purple and yellow. With every breeze, the landscape danced and whistled its familiar tune. The fragrant aroma of the flowers washed over them, filling them with a sense of relaxation and rejuvenation. They didn't talk much on their walk. In an environment this beautiful, with company this special, just taking in the moment is enough. They listened to the repetitive crunch, crunch, crunch of their hiking boots sinking into the gravel like the soundtrack of their journey. But that wasn't the only sound. Around them, they could hear the wind whistling against the sand, and the birds' calls only seemed to grow stronger the deeper they journeyed into the fields of wildflowers. They watched the birds flit across the sky without a care in the world, sinking into the flowers and emerging yet again, sometimes with petals and pollen adorning their glossy feathers. It was like watching nature dance before their very eyes. Within the wildflowers, there were other surprises to be seen. The drone of happy bumblebees, bopping from one flower to the next, hummed in the air. Their flashes of yellow and black glowed against the purple lupine and bright orange poppies. They were going about their business in a breathtaking environment, and Celeste and Elliot felt fortunate to be even a little part of it. As they reached the end of the trail, Celeste smiled and pointed out into a large swath of flowers. In the middle of a patch of lupine, a desert black-tailed jackrabbit popped its head above the blossoms, twitching its long ears as it gazed at Celeste and Elliot with curiosity. They watched as it leaned down, taking the purple flowers into its mouth and nibbling on them happily. The purple seemed to glow against the fluffy, tawny fur on the rabbit. After another moment of nibbling and watching Celeste and Elliot from a distance, the rabbit leapt onto its haunches and skipped through the field of wildflowers, disappearing into the distance behind a tall red rock. Celeste squeezed Elliot's hand, seeing nature as it's meant to be seen, observing from a distance, yet close enough to feel its majesty, is a feeling that is hard to shake and even harder to forget. As they began the long walk back down the same trail, the sun began to dip down in the sky. Night was coming shortly, and it brought them both a sense of comfort and accomplishment. The whole walk back, they were able to gaze out over the landscape, watching as it transformed before their very eyes. Everything glistened in the setting sun. The blue mountains transformed to purple peaks, and the tawny sand gradually grew more and more orange. Overhead, the sky became a watercolor of pinks, purples, yellows, and oranges, all blending together and swirling to become something entirely new. The glow of the setting sun illuminated their faces as well. They felt their bodies preparing for a wonderful, relaxing night, and it brought them a sense of delight that radiated from their heads to their toes. As the sun began to sink even further behind the mountains, they settled back into their campsite, ready for their anniversary meal. Together, they gathered dry brush and wood, pooling it together to create the perfect environment for their bonfire. With the click of a lighter, the fire began to dance before their very eyes. Celeste leaned back, listening to the sweet, nostalgic crackle of the flames. She watched as they hopped from one log to the next, growing and shifting as they slowly consumed the logs. Beside her, Elliot began to get dinner ready. He set up their cooking platform and their cast iron skillet. The flames licked the edge of the cast iron as Elliot plopped their filet mignon and fresh rosemary into the pan. Now the cast iron sizzled with the cooking food, the fresh air mixed with the aroma of their dinner. Celeste felt her shoulders relax even more as she turned her attention to the sky. The sun was about to disappear completely until tomorrow. As it finally sank fully behind the mountains, the black sky above became clear. Stars that she had never seen before were splashed across the inky black sky. She couldn't help but think it was the darkest night she had ever seen. Here, this far from the city, there was so little light pollution that you could see almost every star in the sky. The mere sight of it took her breath away. Elliot took her hand as they both gazed up at the universe. It felt like a sacred moment they were sharing together, something they would never forget. They gazed up at the sky in silence for what seemed like hours. Around them, the soundscape changed. Along with the crackle of the fire and the food, the chirps of desert insects filled the air. There was the low buzz of cicadas and the melodic song of grasshoppers off hiding in the bushes somewhere. They ate their dinner on camping plates that had followed them around the globe. The taste splashed across their tongues, filling them with joy. Celeste leaned against Elliot's chest as they ate, truly enjoying this moment in each other's company. Once they had eaten, Elliot put a kettle over the fire. The sweet smell of chocolate milk danced through the air. The smell combined with the sounds around them made Celeste feel particularly sleepy. As Elliot poured the hot chocolate, the steam rose over his face. He sighed dreamily as he handed Celeste a cup. Still in their peaceful silence, they sipped on the hot chocolate. With night reaching its peak, they put out their campfire, wanting for the comfort of their sheets instead. The flames sizzled and disappeared, leaving charred logs in their place. Elliot removed the fly from their tent. When they crawled inside, they were met with the same stunning view of the clear night sky. Overhead, the Big Dipper seemed to shine even brighter than usual. After a long day of hiking and driving, the mats underneath them felt heavenly. They pulled the blankets up around themselves and huddled together, their gaze shifting between the sky and each other. They breathed in rhythm as they held one another, savoring the brilliant simplicity of this moment together. Outside, they could still hear the crickets chirping, the owls calling into the crisp air. They felt as though they were a part of it. Elliot's arms comforted Celeste. She curled up against him, resting her head on his chest. The beat of his heart lulled her closer and closer to sleep. It was a sound that would always comfort her, maybe even more than the brilliant sounds of Joshua Tree at night. They both felt their eyes flutter closed. With her last bit of energy, Celeste took Elliot's hand in hers. "I love you," she mumbled. A smile pulled at the edge of Elliot's lips. He squeezed her hand back and muttered, "I love you too."
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Chris, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, you will go on a magical journey around Cambridge University with the love of your life. You'll explore the beautiful historical grounds, walk hand in hand in the rain, and enjoy a peaceful summer evening with one another. It is the first day of summer at the University of Cambridge, in Cambridge, England. Just outside your open window, you can hear the consistent whir of lawnmowers moving their way through the vibrant green grass. You're curled up in your plush linen sheets, still comfortably nestled somewhere between sleep and the early morning. The comforter is soft against your skin, wrapping you in a perfect layer of warmth. You can smell the fragrant aroma of freshly cut grass in the breeze. That morning wind dances its way through your window, billowing the white curtains ever so gently. For a moment, you lay in bed, just appreciating what the day has in store for you. You get to begin the day in this soft, wonderful bed, greeting the morning sun, and later you'll be spending it by the side of your favorite person. It almost seems too perfect. You stretch ever so slightly, slowly talking yourself into rising. On your side, you gaze out the window. The elm tree just outside shifts and sways in the wind. Some of the leaves cast beautiful shadows on your floor. They rustle against one another musically, almost as if they are urging you to go back to sleep. A European robin flits through the sky, nestling itself in a nest within the branches of the elm tree. It fluffs up its vibrant red feathers as it cozies into the nest more, closing its little black eyes with an unmatched look of contentment. As you watch that little European robin fall asleep, a knock rings out on your door. You smile, because you already know who it is. You can practically feel their presence from a mile away. You open the door, and your partner stares back at you. Though you've been together for months now, your heart skips a beat in your chest. Seeing them will forever be the greatest part of your day. What once started as a heated fling has grown into something much more miraculous. A love unlike any other, one of understanding, communication, and sparks. Your partner flashes you a grin and reveals a box of food. It's practically breakfast in bed, a surprise they love to shower you with. Happy and hungry, the two of you crawl into the tiny twin-sized bed. You pull the plush white blankets around you, once more as you both dig into a traditional full English breakfast. Sausage, eggs, baked beans, tomato and mushrooms are all arranged on the plate beautifully. It looks like something you'd have when visiting your family on holiday. And in fact, that is how it became a staple in the first place. English breakfast began as a treat for visiting family and friends the morning after one of their long days of travel. The hearty food was meant to welcome people with love and send them off feeling satisfied and full of energy. Today, it serves a similar purpose. Curled up in bed with your partner, you know the warm homemade meal is going to provide you with some much needed energy for the enjoyable day in the sun that's ahead of you. The coffee maker bubbles in the background as the pot finishes brewing. Your partner plants a sweet kiss on your cheek before they rise and pour you a cup. Lovingly, they make your coffee just the way you like it. It somehow tastes so much better when they make it. They return to bed and get under the covers with you, handing you the steaming hot coffee. The aromatic steam rises in your face, refreshing and calming you all at once. You take a deep sip and let out a satisfied sigh. The taste instantly reminds you that this is your tranquil time before the day begins. Your partner admits to you that they have plans for the day. They've decided that today will be a day to spend surprising you with things that you care deeply about. You feel your face flush with colour. You both lay in bed a while longer, soaking in those final few moments of peace and joy that the morning brings. Your fingers intertwine as you listen to the robin chirp outside the window. The leaves rustle more in the breeze, and in their melodic rhythm, and even the sound of the wind rippling across your curtains, is a source of comfort. You both rise from the bed and get ready to head out for the day. You climb in the shower as your partner sits just outside, chatting with you. The warm water washes over your body, relaxing each and every muscle as you stand in the steady stream. Your body feels like putty, free of any aches, pains or tension. You can practically feel the tension washing off of you and dripping down the drain. This is the best part of the day sometimes. You stand in the water and chat with your partner about everything. Your plans for the day, for the future, your favourite memories from the past few days. It is cathartic, a vulnerable experience where you both de-stress and realign your feelings about the world and each other. You shut the water off and listen to those final droplets drip, 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 drip into the tub basin. You pop your head out, looking for a towel, and your partner is standing there with one in their hands. It's warm to the touch, fresh out of the dryer. The mix of the cool air and the heated towel is magnificent. You pull the towel tightly around yourself, embracing the warmth. Once you're both dressed and ready, you step out on campus. It is truly a perfect day on campus. The sun shines overhead in a bright blue sky. A few silver-lined clouds dot the air above you, floating by aimlessly. The summer breeze is calming and gentle, just enough to ripple the grass, make the trees dance, and whisk away any humidity. The campus always amazes you. The University of Cambridge itself was founded back in 1209, making it one of the world's oldest and earliest founded universities. Many of the beautiful brick buildings date back to the 12 and 1300s. Some were built in the 1700s, some even as recent as the 1970s. And that only adds to the charm. You think for a moment about all the people who have come through this very courtyard. Through thousands of years of history, people have gathered at this establishment. It stood as a religious centre in its early beginnings, and a home to thousands in the years that followed. It was a university when America was being discovered by Europe. It was a university during World War I and World War II. This beautiful place with its rolling courtyards and stunning architecture, has seen individuals from all walks of life experiencing pivotal moments in history. Famous kings, writers, artists, poets, and world leaders have walked the same cobblestone paths and admired the same buildings that you are. You intertwine your fingers with your partner, feeling so fortunate to be here in this moment with them. They guide you lovingly over the grounds. There's a youthful energy in the air all around you. The smile on your face seems to grow minute by minute, and you feel that energy sinking into your skin. Here, life feels as though it couldn't be more perfect. Here, you feel utterly overjoyed. The world is full of promise and bright with the delight that can be found over the course of a single day. You walk under the lofty elm trees hand in hand. Students glide past you on bikes, with a rhythmic metallic clicking as they sail by. A few students sit in circles on the grass, sharing breakfast and bathing in the sun. Everyone looks relaxed and bright-eyed. All is calm and hopeful. Your partner glances back at you, tugging gently at your hand to keep up the pace. In the distance, you can see where they're leading you. Cambridge University Botanic Garden, a 40-acre garden dating back to 1836, when it was founded by Charles Darwin's mentor, John Stevens Henslow. Beyond the garden's iron walls, 8,000 different species of plants have found a home. The Botanic Garden is truly a wonder, stretching for what seems like miles with dozens of different habitats to accommodate plants from all over the world. You squeeze your partner's hand as you enter through the gates. The beautiful university fades behind you as you enter an entirely new world that is connected with nature. It feels as though you've been transported to the English countryside decades ago. Upon entering, you are met at the sight of a majestic lake. The love of your life glances back at you, backlit by the sunshine that's reflecting off the water. The lake itself is dotted with dozens of lily pads and lotus flowers, creating a stunning mosaic of colour against the clear lake bottom. You sit on a bench by the water's edge, watching as the wind ripples the flat surface. Your partner wraps their arm around you as you breathe in the fresh air and watch nature in motion. Frogs leap around at your feet, sliding into the water with complete freedom and grace. Some simply soak on lily pads, their tiny eyes closed as they soak in the cool water and the warm sun on their skin. Dragonflies flit by in the wind, as dragonflies do. Their bodies shine in iridescent reds, blues and greens that seem as if they're too beautiful for this world. They delicately land on the water, leaving only tiny circular waves in their wake before they move on to the next thing. You cuddle in each other's arms, content to just take in the sights around you. Other couples have the same idea. Some walk hand in hand, Others stand on either side of their child, grinning ear to ear. For a moment, you can't help but think about how wonderful the world is, if you look closely enough. We're surrounded by wonder like this every day, and enjoying it with a loved one just makes it so much sweeter. You rise from the bench, having been warmed by the sun and calmed by the experience of watching the animals work with nature around you. You walk alongside the lake, entering the area of the botanic gardens known as the Rock Gardens. The Rock Garden is nestled up against the edge of the lake, home to carefully organized limestone rocks that line winding dirt paths. It was constructed during the winters between 1954 and 1985, made to specifically curate alpine trees and plants in an open, sunny, well-drained area. The paths run under tall, massive trees. Everything is placed to replicate the mountain flora of the world, from Asia to Australia to North America. The garden is fragrant with thousands and thousands of flowers, because alpine plants are covered in snow so much of the year. It is vital that plants are able to pollinate easily during those few glorious months of summer, resulting in plants that flower much more than those that can be found in more stable environments. You pass under the large trees. Their thick branches bend and tangle with one another, reaching up towards the sky in shapes and curves that only nature can design. In one part of the garden, smooth stepping stones pepper the water, creating an idyllic pathway alongside lily pads and flowers. You walk ahead of your partner, leaping happily from rock to rock. The water babbles underneath your feet, peacefully winding around the rocks and lapping against the soil at the edge. You find yourself giggling, in awe of how delightful a simple experience can make you feel. You gaze back at your partner over your shoulder, not at all surprised to find them doing the same exact thing. In this moment, even as you stand apart, you feel a kind of bond and unity unlike any other. On solid ground once more, you both head out of the rock garden and onto the main lawn. There, a rolling green meadow is surrounded by stunning paths. On one side, the large glass house range stands. It's a marvelous greenhouse, flourishing with thousands of plants that rub up against the glass. In front of the greenhouse, an area known as the bee borders is carefully planted. Bee borders is a large swathe of flowers, like something you would find in a proper English garden in the countryside. It is composed of violets, lilacs, daisies, and dozens of other flowers, a sea of purple and yellow, curated specifically because bees see and react to those colours best. Upon walking through this swathe of flowers, you're immediately met with the wonderful fragrant aroma of the flowers swaying in the breeze. Your partner comes to a spot in the grass, to your surprise, a plush blanket and picnic basket are set out just for you two. Part of the surprise your partner had for you. You both settle down on the blanket, sinking into the soft grass. Your love pulls sweets out of the basket, along with cups of ice-cold tea. You lounge on the blanket in silence for a moment, both taking the time to breathe in this experience. The flowers seem to tower over you now, as you both curl up on the ground. Each of the flowers seems to make a different noise in the wind. Some make a hollow rustling, while others rub against one another like waves lapping on the beach. And all around you, happy little bumblebees buzz from flower to flower, the constant drone of their wings carrying them from flower to flower becomes the soundtrack of this glorious moment. You watch as one buries itself in a lily beside you. Pollen clings to its fuzzy little body, fuel for the colony and for the earth. It beats its little wings and rises into the air, bopping its way from plant to plant, gathering as much pollen as possible. You both lay on the ground, arms wrapped around each other, as you munch on your snacks and watch the bumblebees closely. So often, you're in too much of a rush to truly appreciate them. But now, you have all the time in the world to settle in, take a deep breath, and watch in awe as they go about their lives. You stay there with each other for a long time. Between the buzzing of the bees and the shifting of the flowers, you whisper to one another, talking about how wonderful the day truly is. Soon, the clouds overhead have begun to darken. Black, grey, and ash-coloured clouds layer on top of one another. A monochromatic painting of nature. Your sunbathing comes to an end. You carefully pack up the blanket and the snacks and meander off to the next destination. You smell it from a distance. Though the bee borders were coated in flowers, the scented garden is even more incredible. The scented garden was created entirely to explore the sense of nature. Each and every plant has an aroma, either to attract bees or deter potential predators. And the aroma is incredible. You breathe in deeply as you approach the purple, yellow, red, and pink garden. You both slow your pace, each step fading into the dream world you are now entering. On either side of you, lavender and lilacs line the garden bed. The relaxing smell of them makes you want to close your eyes and breathe as deeply as possible. As you walk in this miraculous trance, you extend your fingers, allowing them to glide against the flowers as you pass. Their softness tickles the ends of your fingers, allowing you to feel even more grounded in this pleasant moment. The lilacs and lavender gradually transition to the earthy aroma of herbs. Thyme, rosemary, and sage encompass the path. You feel as though each breath you take is fresher than the last. Then, you feel it on your skin. The gentle caress of rain beginning to fall. You open your eyes and look up to the sky. What begins as a gentle drizzle gradually grows to something more, a steady summer downpour. It feels otherworldly against your body, both refreshing and invigorating all at once. The raindrops cling to the herbs around you, bringing out the calming scents even more. The air is rich with the sweet smell, more than you would have imagined possible. Your partner grabs your hand, giggling. The rain pours even harder now, soaking your clothes. But you don't care. In fact, it is almost better this way. Together, you make your way through the garden, scurrying under trees for refuge when the rain is falling too hard. The rhythm of the rain dancing over the leaves above your head nearly puts you to sleep. It is one of the most soothing noises on earth, and you feel as though it is gently inviting you to close your eyes. You exit the garden and find yourselves back on campus. Against the dark storm clouds, the campus is somehow more beautiful than before. The sand and redstone buildings pop against the grey sky, creating a magical atmosphere. You walk between the buildings, hold each other's hands as the rain falls even harder. You keep giggling, soaked to the bone, but entirely alive and content. Looking for a place to get dry, you tuck into a local cafe. The smell and warmth of the atmosphere seems to almost dry you off at once. You both settle by the large bay window, eager to eat by candlelight and watch the rain wash over the cobblestones just beyond the glass. The smell of the food is homey and cozy, making you want to curl up with a blanket. Everything here is locally sourced and fresh. You order a hot chocolate and a pastry. You catch your partner gazing at you on the other side of the table, their head carefully balanced in your hand. When you ask why, they respond that they're just amazed by you, in love with you. Their kind words send a warm comfort spiraling through your body. How fortunate you are to have a first love as kind, generous, and thoughtful as they are. The hot chocolate arrives at the table. The steam waves over your face as you gaze out the window, watching the condensation gather as the rain becomes even heavier. Your partner places their hand over yours as you both look out the window in silence, stealing loving glances at one another every now and then. You take a sip of hot chocolate and the richness washes over your tongue. Your partner does the same, and you share a contented sigh. The shared experience brings a smile to your face. You relax there for close to an hour, tracing shapes and hearts in the condensation, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain and the light chatter of the other customers in the cafe. The rain begins to slow, You both pull on your warm jackets and step back out into the drizzle, heading back towards your room. You swing your interlocked hands joyfully as you dance around puddles and streams of rainwater in the cobblestones. The buildings around you are slick with the water, glistening even in the dim light. Before you step into the building, you turn to your partner. With sincerity in your eyes and love in your heart, you thank them for a tranquil, unforgettable day. As the rain falls around you, you pull them in for a gentle kiss. You feel the water tracing down your cheeks as you embrace your love, united in a moment that feels as though it is suspended in time. Truly, the day has been one that you will carry with you forever. By their side, everything is better. By their side, on this beautiful historic campus, you are as happy as you could possibly be.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Laura, and I am going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Tonight, we will follow the journey of Snowy Owl, a Penobscot Native American, as he searches the mountainous, beautiful landscape in hopes of finding the love of his life. Our story begins deep within what are now the Appalachian Mountains of Maine. It is mid-fall, and the earth is preparing to drift into a deep, peaceful slumber. For now, the landscape is a sea of red, orange, brown, and green as the trees shift in colour with the cold air. In the coming months, the leaves will pile up on the soft green grass and glide through the air, travelling for miles and spreading the colours of autumn everywhere they go. It is in these mountains, nestled at the base of a rocky peak, that you will find a cozy wigwam. The wigwam is in the shape of an igloo, carved lovingly using the plants and trees of the area. The outside is crafted of fine, waterproof bark from the birch trees that pepper the landscape around the base of the mountain. The home melts flawlessly into the stunning natural backdrop. It looks as if it has always belonged there, and always will. Inside the wigwam, a man with sleek black hair rises from his bed of warm animal pelts. He stands and stretches, gratefully greeting the fresh morning air. His name is Snowy Owl, and he has lived in this wigwam alone for months, since losing his parents last winter. Snowy Owl smiles as he looks out over the incredible landscape. The sea of warm-toned trees lights a fire within him, reminding him of how lovely it is to simply be. He sets off into the forest, walking a familiar path to collect water. The dirt shifts and crunches under his feet, The path is worn under his feet, a blueprint of his daily routine, lovingly etched into the earth. He hums as he meanders along the winding path, down, down, down into the small valley by the mountain. As he walks, he listens to the rustle of the trees shifting in the breeze, the melodic rustle of the leaves, the rhythmic crunch of his footsteps in the soil, and soon the babbling drone of the river become the soundtrack of his journey. Overhead, the chickadees and cardinals sing to one another as they flit between the lofty branches. The chickadee's call resembles their own name, a light, airy chickadee-dee-dee rings through the air every time they open their beak. When they call, their little feathers ruffle as they puff out their sand-coloured chest. For an instant, Snowy Owl is almost sure he can see the chickadee's little heart beating. Then, the river comes into view. Snowy Owl finds his pace slowing as he nears the water, as if he needs more time to take in and appreciate the scene. The water rumbles over rocks and fallen trees, journeying from the snowy mountains above, and then winding its way closer and closer to the coast. Snowy Owl finds himself watching the river disappear over the distant horizon. He knew that the river emptied into the ocean. His father had told him stories of it when he journeyed there long, long ago. The ocean was said to be a vast expanse of water, reaching all the way to the horizon. Rocky coastlines surrounded this water, and waves of white and indigo found their way from the horizon to the shore, where they would splash and disintegrate into a frothy ocean foam. For quite some time, Snowy Owl had longed to see the ocean. For quite some time, he had longed to see the ocean with someone by his side. Snowy Owl had never been able to take a wife. His parents and himself had lived in isolation within these mountains for years. And though Snowy Owl loved it, he often felt as if something was missing. Further upstream, he saw two delicate deer dipping their muzzles in the fresh water. The doe and the buck nuzzle against one another, accompanying each other to the river, to the fields where they feasted, to the meadows where they slept. Even in the pine trees above him, chickadees buried themselves in each other's downy wings. They huddled together, joined in the coldest nights of winter and the warm, bountiful nights of summer. Snowy Owl often dreamt of walking down the stream with a wife. They would gather their water together here. They could fish here together and speak of the deer and the chickadees in hushed whispers. To find a wife, he would have to journey beyond his cozy home. But today, Snowy Owl decided that was exactly what he must do. He collected the icy water from the stream, and started the beautiful walk back to his home. He began to collect things that he needed for the trip. Bags of fragrant dried corn and seeds, fresh fish for the long journey, and pelts for warmth. He stepped into his wigwam one last time. The sweet, spicy aroma of clover and birch hung heavy in the air. It was almost enough to invite him to curl up in bed and stay in for the day. His home here was cozy, a nest of his very own that he would surely miss. But he had a new home to make, and with love in his heart, he bid goodbye to the wigwam that had been his house for so many years. He started his journey by going south, walking along the winding river. As his father had told him, the river would lead him towards the ocean, where he would surely be able to find more people. As he walked, he hummed songs of his people, songs that had been passed down for generations, from parent to child, parent to child, parent to child. They were songs that were sung around campfires and in wigwams as small children drifted off to sleep. And now, they were the melodic soundtrack of his very own journey. He walked happily along the river, breathing in the brand new scenery. The autumn trees stretched out for miles. He liked to imagine all the animals finding refuge under them, all the birds curled up in nests among the fiery leaves, all the bears and deer curled up in their shade. The day passed by lazily as he meandered alongside the river. He gazed at the sky as the bright sun rose to its peak and began to slide ever so slowly down the other side. The sky and the forest became mirrors of one another. The sky was painted with pinks and oranges and yellows. Snowy Owl was in a world of warmth, and he began to find himself feeling sleepy. The weight of his journey in the day hung heavily on him. He decided it was time to make camp for the night, though he wished he was sleeping in the company of others. This spot would have to do. But when he rounded the corner, he was met with the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. A woman stood in the center of the river on a large rock, gathering water. Her long dress nicked at the edge of the coursing river, but she didn't seem to mind. She was a stunning silhouette against the backdrop of the setting sun. He could hear her singing. The melody seemed to dance and sway as it floated through the air to reach his ears. She gazed up at him, sensing his presence. Her long, sleek black hair fell in her face. She brushed it away, revealing dark, expressive brown eyes that had a warmth in them, similar to that of the setting sun just behind her. She seemed surprised to see him, but not startled. She simply glided off the rocks, navigating her way to the shoreline with grace and ease. In one hand, she carried a pot of water. Snowy Owl could hear the water splashing against the edges of the vase as she landed on the soft, rocky edge of the river. In the other hand, she held a basket of apples. Without saying a word, the woman tiptoed towards him. There was a hint of a smile on her lips, and her eyes glowed with kindness. Snowy Owl tried to find something to say, but the words weren't flowing for him. The woman walked until she was mere inches from him. She removed an apple from her basket and handed it to Snowy Owl. He took it, hesitantly, but she nodded at him, encouraging him. Her eyes were mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, and Snowy Owl felt a deep desire to do whatever she wanted. Snowy Owl thanked her softly and introduced himself as Snowy Owl. The woman smiled at his name. Deep within himself, Snowy Owl felt an intense connection to her, a desire to be by her side, to speak longer to her. But the woman turned and began to walk away. "My name is Little Bird," she murmured. Like a gust of wind winding its way through the forest, the woman was gone, disappearing into the thick forest of pine trees, just beside him. Snowy Owl began to set up his camp for the night in a daze. He had never felt like that before with someone. He felt so connected, so tuned in to her energy, into her smile. In the morning, he would find her village and visit her. Perhaps she felt the same. With a steady click, 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 Snowy Owl started a fire with his flint and some dry autumn leaves. He sat by the fire for hours as the moon rose high in the sky, painting the landscape with its silvery light. He wondered if the woman was looking at the moon, just like he was. It was then that Snowy Owl heard a sonorous hoo, hoo, hoo in the branches hanging over his head. A great horned owl fluffed its wings over his head. Its dark, downy feathers glistened in the light of the moon. "Be wary of the witches. That woman's family will only put you in danger," the great horned owl called down to him. "Be wary of their magic." "She is a witch," Snowy Owl whispered up into the branches of the tree. "She is the daughter of a witch, young Snowy Owl. You must be careful. Her heart is not one to be won." With that, the great horned owl dove off the branch and silently glided off into the stars, disappearing from view. Snowy Owl sat by the crackling fire in disbelief. How could it be true? He had felt so strongly for her. The energy between them was strong. Perhaps if the mother was to meet him, she wouldn't think ill of him or place bad energy upon him. Snowy Owl nestled into his blankets. All around him, the sounds of the forest seemed to crescendo. The crickets sang into the night air, gleefully playing their tune to the last few days of warm weather. Above it all, he heard the evocative call of loons on a lake nearby. Their calls echoed out against the inky black sky, tingling his ears with their melodic hum. Soon, Snowy Owl found himself drifting closer and closer to rest. He felt the warm, heavy blanket of sleep creep over him, inch by inch. When the sun rose in the morning, Snowy Owl opened his eyes to see the warm rays of light washing over the land. The sunlight reflected on the river, shining in his face, encouraging him to greet the day with the rest of the universe's creatures. All along the river, deer dipped their soft muzzles in the current, washing down their breakfast with the icy mountain water. As Snowy Owl rose to his feet, the deer bounded off into the forest, hopping off with incredible grace. Snowy Owl readied himself to head into the forest in search of Little Bird. The image of her smile was burnt into his memory, and he knew he couldn't leave this place without seeing it again. He wandered through the thick forest of pines, following a worn trail, much like the one he had left behind at the mountains. He found himself walking through a peaceful forest and into a large meadow. The meadow was awash with scarlet reds and deep indigos. A large blueberry field that seemed to stretch on for miles. The air around him was fragrant with ripe berries. All around him, the perfect blue spheres clung to branches, begging to be picked. But Snowy Owl continued on. He walked through the fields, taking deep, satisfying breaths of that sweet, sweet aroma. As he reached the end of the field, a picturesque sight came into view. A large wigwam unlike any he had ever seen, surrounded by smaller wigwams. They looked as if they had been here for generations. The birch was covered in thick carpets of lichen. Climbing ivy wandered up the birch walls, winding and melding into breathtaking patterns that can only be found in nature. Smoke rose from the center of the wigwam, and the smell was absolutely delightful. It was the smell of a stew, bubbling over an open fire. He could practically taste the fresh herbs, the apples, the meat. Taking a deep breath, Snowy Owl wandered towards the wigwam. A group of 12 young women gazed up at him in unison. Among them, Little Bird smiled sweetly. A woman emerged from the wigwam. Her long grey hair fell to her waist in intricate braids. She wore layers of beads that glistened against her simple elk dress. The mother of the 12 girls, the woman introduced herself as Spotted Elk. She invited Snowy Owl to join them for stew, and he happily agreed. But Little Bird didn't seem pleased with him agreeing to stay. Over the next few hours, Snowy Owl sat by the fire and ate stew with the women. Spotted Elk revealed that she and her daughters had lived here for generations. They were all married, except for Little Bird. Their men were up in the mountains, hunting enough food for them to survive the winter. Snowy Owl could feel every single beat of his heart. Little Bird wasn't married, and her family seemed rather eager to marry her off. As Snowy Owl thought fondly of this new information, Spotted Elk pointed to the field he had just returned from. She asked Little Bird and Snowy Owl to collect some berries and bring them back to be stored. Snowy Owl felt his face flush with colour. He was being given an opportunity to speak to Little Bird, to spend time with her. He decided in that moment that it wouldn't be wasted. Snowy Owl and Little Bird walked away from the village in silence. When they reached the blueberry fields, Snowy Owl could feel Little Bird's kind gaze fall on his face. Snowy Owl spoke of where he was from and where he was going as they knelt over, collecting blueberries together. "Are you lonely?" Little Bird asked. She peered up at him as she piled blueberries in her basket. Every time Little Bird spoke, it was like the sweetest music he had ever heard. "I am lonely. I'm looking for a companion through life." The words slid off his tongue before he could even realize it. Little Bird's smile grew. Her eyes burrowed into his soul as she gazed deeply at him. Snowy Owl continued in a low, dreamy voice. "I've heard there is an ocean at the end of this river. It is a vast, beautiful body of water, with waves of blue and white, and beaches of sand and rock." Little Bird chimed, "I've heard of that place. I've longed to visit for many, many years." Snowy Owl asked why she hadn't visited yet, and Little Bird looked back towards her house. "We have rules here, Snowy Owl. We've had rules here for many, many years." Little Bird stepped forward, taking Snowy Owl by the hands. Her touch was like magic to Snowy Owl. He felt his knees weaken under him as warmth flooded his whole body. Little Bird leaned forward, whispering to him, "I can sense you are a man with a kind heart and good intentions. Do not be fooled here. Tonight, my mother will invite you to stay in the wigwam. If you agree to stay, you must come with me in the middle of the night." "Come where?" Snowy Owl asked. Little Bird brushed her hair from his face and softly replied, "To the ocean." Snowy Owl's hand wrapped around Little Bird's. He traced his thumb along her palm. In that moment, they were truly connected. Little Bird placed her hand on his face. Her amber eyes glistened as she gazed into his. "Do you promise to take care of me? To be kind to me always?" she asked. "I do, always," he replied. He had never been so sure of anything in his life. "Then you must come with me tonight." Little Bird's final words came in a whisper. She turned with her basket of blueberries and wandered back to her home, urging Snowy Owl to follow her. Just like Little Bird had said, Spotted Elk invited Snowy Owl to stay for the night. Snowy Owl agreed, and before long, night fell over their home. Snowy Owl curled up in the wigwam. It wasn't warm or cozy like the one back home. There was something unfamiliar about it, something inaccessible, as if the home had been abandoned for ages. He watched the shadow of the fire dance against the birch bark of the wigwam for what seemed like hours. He could hear the whispers of the sisters in the distance, and he couldn't help but think of the great horned owl who had warned him about the witches here. In the dead of night, he felt a warm hand caress his face. Little Bird beckoned him to stand, urging him to be as quiet as a mouse. The moon hung, heavy and full, over the landscape. The forest was alive with the soundscape of night. Little Bird tiptoed across the ground. leading Snowy Owl by the hand. She seemed to glide effortlessly across the layers of pine needles on the ground, hardly making a sound. But there was urgency in Little Bird's steps. She glanced over her shoulder every few feet, ensuring that no one had followed. By the time they were passing through the blueberry fields, Snowy Owl opened his mouth to speak. Little Bird hushed him with a silent, pleading look, and they continued on. Soon, they could hear the steady babble of the river, just over a small hill. Little Bird skated across the ground, more adeptly now, steering Snowy Owl towards that river, their salvation. Bobbing in the river, there was a small canoe, just big enough for the two of them. Snowy Owl had never been in a canoe before, but watching Little Bird slide in so gracefully erased any hesitation he was having. He sat down, feeling the canoe rock gently with his weight. As Little Bird untied them, Snowy Owl saw the spotted elk standing at the top of the hill. With a whoosh, the canoe was off, dipping and diving over the river, around the bends and curves. Spotted elk disappeared behind them as they floated off towards their new beginning. Cool water lapped up at Snowy Owl's hands as he helped Little Bird steer. The air was washing over them, and the fresh scent of the water calming them, even as they worked their way around rocks and logs. Safe now, Little Bird explained everything to Snowy Owl. Her mother was a witch, keen on trapping men in the village and harming them. Little Bird had grown tired of her mother's dark ways and had longed for years to escape and live a peaceful life on the coast. Snowy Owl wrapped Little Bird's hands in his. "I will give you a peaceful life. We will live together with no sorrow, just abundant happiness." Little Bird smiled, tears rimming her eyes. Snowy Owl urged her to sleep while he continued to paddle. Once they reached their future home, he would awaken her. Little Bird curled up with her head on Snowy Owl's lap. He could feel her gentle rhythmic breathing, and it soothed his soul. He paddled through forests and meadows and blueberry fields, watching with admiration as different pieces of wildlife blurred past him. The sun began to rise. The rays sparkled against the water, illuminating fish and rocks beneath the waves. In the distance, he could see it, the ocean. It looked endless. In the rising sun, it was a mirror of pink and orange. A long, sandy beach surrounded the water, creating a cozy cove. Snowy Owl stared at the ocean, completely mesmerized. He could hear the sounds of the waves lapping the beach. He could feel the tang of salt water in the air. It was a freshness unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Gently, he brushed Little Bird's hair aside, waking her up. She blinked and sat up. Snowy Owl watched as her eyes lit up with wonder at the sight before her. "We're going to have a beautiful home here," Little Bird chimed. "We will," Snowy Owl promised, placing his hands over his wife's. The ocean and beach before them were just the beginning of their bright future. A bright future they would enjoy together.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, you will go on a magical, romantic journey to the Alps, where you will experience hot springs encompassed by snow, an island dedicated to the goddess of love, and the soothing sounds of a snow-covered village. Your journey begins on a train. You lean against the window, listening intently to the constant, steady drone of the wheels underneath you. The mechanical rhythm of the train gliding along the tracks is comforting. They go around and around and around as you wind further and further through the frozen wonderland just beyond the window pane. Beyond that window pane, the world is a beautiful blur of tall mountains dusted in sparkling white snow. These impossibly tall mountains are the Alps, and you are traversing seamlessly through northwest Slovenia. You watch as forests of birch and pine at the base of the mountains pass by you. At this time of year, in the middle of January, the world seems incredibly quiet, and you don't mind that at all. A soft hand nudges yours, bringing a smile to your face. Your partner, the love of your life, sits beside you on the train. They seem to glow against the dark wood and red plush cushions of your private, luxury compartment. They press their fingers against the frosty window pane, pointing to beautiful things as you pass by. A glassy lake, reflecting the peaks of the mountains in its ice. A cozy home tucked up on a cliffside with plumes of smoke rising from its chimney, surely coming from a crackling wood stove. A brilliant wooden bridge gapping a river that manages to flow with the snow and ice all around it. It's surreal to have your partner here with you. You've both longed for a romantic getaway like this for years. Now, while the rest of the world is away at work, you get to experience this wonderful escape together. It'll be just the two of you, laughing, loving, enjoying each other's company, surrounded by breathtaking scenery and wonderful food. They wrap their arms around you. In their arms, you feel loved. There are no expectations, no need to put on an act, no need to do anything but be yourself. In their arms, the world is full of possibilities. In their arms, you are safe. The train banks around a corner. In the distance, you see it, Bled, Slovenia, a cozy resort town nestled in the foothills of the Alps, cozied up against the border of Austria. Bled has been a dream destination for dozens of people, and today, it will be a reality for you. Even from a distance, the town is darling. You see the historic church and the stone and brick homes below. You turn to see your partner's reaction. To your surprise, they're extending a champagne glass to you. You smile and laugh. They toast to a beautiful trip with you, the love of their life, and you take a sip out of the champagne glass. Truly, your romantic getaway has begun in that moment. The train pulls into the station. Though you feel completely and utterly at peace, your body bubbles with anticipation. When you step outside the train station for the first time, your breath is taken away. The village before you looks as if it has been plucked out of a magazine. Red, blue, and stone buildings line cobblestone streets. Icicles cling to the edges of historic buildings, and snow sparkles on the rooftops. The fresh air fills your lungs. It is brisk, tinged with pine trees and mountain peaks, and pulls you fully into the moment, reminding you of where you are. You pause for a moment on the cobblestone and close your eyes. You take a deep breath in. As the air fills your lungs, you picture yourself inhaling a clean, blue light. It spreads through your body like a gentle chill, traveling down your arms and your legs, eventually pouring out of your fingers like a hot steam as you exhale. Your whole body feels as though it is melting. When you open your eyes, your partner is smiling at you, admiring you in this vulnerable, safe moment. Hand in hand, you begin the short walk to your hotel. Your love's touch warms you as they rub their thumb over the back of your hand, reminding you that they are there. This time of year, the streets are largely empty. Most people visit in December, and those who are visiting now are in the mountains, skiing and snowboarding. But the empty streets give you more time to observe, more time to be free and affectionate with one another. You listen to the sound of your footsteps land on the snow in unison as you traverse the cobblestone streets. The sounds of civilization are muffled by the thick snow on everything, leaving you with nothing but your conversation and the crunch, crunch, crunch of your winterland walk. Your partner squeezes your hand. You follow their gaze to see Lake Bled, a massive lake surrounded by mountains on all sides. The lake is ethereal. There is no ice to speak of, just cool blue water encompassed by snow. But there is one thing in the lake that catches your attention. A small island covered by trees and a stone church with a tall, red steeple. It's breathtaking, like something from a fairy tale. Behind the lake, the Alps rise high into the air. For a moment, you and your love stand in silence, marveling at the immense beauty before you. When you look at their face, they are aglow with delight. Every time they smile, you can't help but smile with them. You continue the walk to your hotel and discover it by the edge of the lake. It's a small, stone building with stained glass windows and a welcoming atmosphere. Stepping inside the doors, you're met with a wave of warm air and the inviting sound of a crackling fireplace. The entry room itself is romantic, with plush cushions, dim lighting, and the smell of warm cider. While your partner gets the room key, you meander over to the fire to warm yourself up. You sink into a cozy armchair surrounded by books. The fire crackles and shifts, sparking embers into the warm air with a flourish. Your love's hand lands on your shoulder. You gaze at them in the glow of the fire as you rise to your feet and follow them to your suite. The suite is nestled on the top floor, where it overlooks Lake Bled. One wall of the suite is entirely glass, giving you sweeping, marvelous views of the lake. Already, a fire dances in the fireplace in the corner of the room, warming up the romantic suite. Against the glass, there's a large stone tub. Candles surround it, ready to be lit at any moment. As you step through the door, the first thing you smell is the delicate fragrance of roses. Fresh roses dot every corner of the room, peeking out of intricate vases and gracing the room with their presence. The plush white bed has been dusted with rose petals. You turn to your partner with a smile. For the next 2 days, it is just the two of you. This will be your home, your nest, the place where you can be your most vulnerable and intimate. And beyond the glass, out in the snow, will be where you will connect with the world and with each other. But before you head out, you decide to take a moment to relax after the train journey. Your partner lights the candles around the bathtub and starts to run the water. As hot, fragrant steam rises in the room, Your love tells you that the water is from thermal hot springs. Bled was once a haven for people all over Europe who sought healing. The east side of Lake Bled is dotted with thermal hot springs, and early travelers would explore for miles to dip in their healing waters. Today, the thermal water is spread to the hotels and spas around Lake Bled, including yours. You sink into the thermal water with your partner. All around you, the candles flicker against the walls, warming the atmosphere. As the water rolls over your body, you feel the tension melt from your muscles. The hot plumes of steam rise and dance above the surface of the water, cleansing your skin and the air. You move over in the water, allowing yourself to cozy up in the arms of the love of your life. Their touch is even more soothing than the water. Here, in the bath, you feel more connected to them than you ever have. No words need to be exchanged, just looks, touch, and energy. Being beside them in silence is soothing. Just behind you in the window, thick snowflakes have begun their slow descent from the sky. They wind and spiral in lazy patterns, taking their time to float to the ground. You both watch as more and more snow begins to fall. It's a mesmerizing sight, no matter how many times you see it. Your partner rises from the bath for a moment to open the large window by your side. A breeze of cool air finds its way into the room, contrasting the hot water around you. Sitting in the bathtub, it's almost as if it is snowing on top of you. Your partner pulls a bath bomb from the edge of the tub, dropping it into the steaming water. The bath bomb bubbles and expands. You close your eyes and listen to the fizz and whir of it melting into the water. When you open your eyes, you watch as the pastel purple color spreads through the bathtub. Dried rose petals and lavender rise to the surface, turning your already luxurious bath experience into a spa. The vapor rising from the bath smells of soft lavender and rose, inviting you to sink into the water and stay for a little longer. You sit there with your partner for what feels like hours, watching the snow fall and talking in low whispers about your hopes for the future and your lives with each other. Once midday comes, you decide to rise from the tub. You pull on a thick, warm sweater. The incredible feeling of the soft fabric touching your skin makes you want to crawl into bed with a book. But there are things to be done with the day. Taking your partner by the hand, you wander down the staircase and out onto the snow-covered streets. Above you, the snow shower continues, sending large flakes floating through the air. They dance along with the breeze, landing on your cheeks and melting on contact. Your love guides you towards the edge of the lake. You meander down perfectly manicured cobblestone paths, passing by antique lampposts and intricate buildings. You find your destination, a small wooden dock nestled within a grove of trees. There, a small wooden Pletna boat awaits to whisk you away. The boat is charming, with a large awning to protect you from the falling snow. To your surprise, you are the only two people on the boat. You curl up with each other on the front of the boat, where you have uninterrupted views of the journey that you are about to embark on. At the back of the rowboat, on a small platform, a person gets to work rowing you across the water. You watch the rhythm as their paddles rise and descend in and out of the water, pushing you flawlessly across the glassy lake. The mellow sound of the water coursing over the edges of the boat and the paddles seems to radiate across the silent lake. The town of Bled fades further and further into the distance, as you float towards the island at the center of the lake. The view from here almost reminds you of the view you had on the train. A distant town full of wonder, mystery, and history. Your partner's hands cup over yours, warming them and protecting them from the icy breeze. You smile at each other, both brimming with anticipation to reach your destination only a few more minutes away. The closer you get to the island, the more remarkable it is. The island itself is shaped like a teardrop, with rocks rising on it, creating a tiny mountain of its own. At the peak of the mountain is the pilgrimage church of the Assumption of Mary. The building is a marvel, seemingly carved into the landscape. It dons brilliant red roofs with neutral stone walls tinged with red and brown from age. The church was built in the 17th century, but the island has been a spiritual respite for dozens of centuries. Long ago, it was home to a temple for Shiva, the ancient Slavic goddess of love and fertility. Since then, the island has been a consistent symbol of love. Hundreds of people get married in the church overlooking the mountains and lake every year. Finally, you reach the island. Hand in hand, you step off the Pletna, where you are met with a large staircase. The Baroque staircase was built in 1655 and contains 99 steps to reach the top. Traditionally, grooms are meant to carry their brides up the tall staircase to ensure a happy marriage. You two begin the long walk up the staircase. For a moment, you find yourself thinking about the history of the island. You picture people in the 14th century standing among these very same trees, praying to the goddess of love for their marriages, for their future, for their children. You imagine people in the 16th century praying in the Gothic church that once stood here. So many important things have occurred on this island in the lives of so many. Marriages, funerals, ceremonies, and now, your adventure with the love of your life. When you reach the top of the staircase, a breeze washes over you. The entire church courtyard comes into view, and it is truly something to behold. You two walk through the courtyard, listening to your footsteps echo off the bell tower and between the archaic stone buildings. You head inside the church and are met with a beautiful sight. The Baroque interior is painted in swaths of white, gold, and black. The floor beneath the pews is an antique tile work. The entire building feels regal, mythical, sacred. Unbelievable painted murals coat the back wall of the church. 3 crystal chandeliers, hundreds of years old, hang high above the floor. And in the center, you see what you've truly come for. A long braided rope connected to a bell in the tower. Legend has it, a young widow mourning the loss of her husband gathered together all her precious metals, all her gold and silver. She had the precious metals melted down and cast into a bell to adorn the island, believing it would help her in her grief. Unfortunately, a storm fell upon Bled that day. The ship carrying the bell sank to the bottom of the lake, sweeping the bell away with it. In her grief, she traveled away from Bled on a pilgrimage to Rome, where she told the Pope her story. Feeling sorry for her and moved by her tale, the Pope donated a bell to the church on Bled Island. In reality, the bell was crafted in 1534 and has remained in the tower ever since. You approach the rope with your partner. Stemming from the legend, it is now considered good luck to ring the bell 3 times. If you ring the bell while making a wish, the wish will come true. Your partner encourages you to ring the bell first. You smile and wrap your hands around the fraying rope. With a gentle tug, the bell begins to ring. Its sonorous tone echoes through the building and across the lake. You can practically feel it ringing in the air all around you. You both find yourselves laughing, delighted by the experience. You step aside and allow your love to hold the rope. Before they ring the bell, they gaze at you with admiration, trying to find the words for their wish. "I wish for a good future with you," they say. You feel your face flush with color, overwhelmed by the sweetness in their words and expression. With that, they pull the bell. You close your eyes, listening to their wish echo across the land. The two of you walk back through the church, reveling in the company of one another. You meander through the courtyard with one another, taking in the spectacular views on all sides. From the mountains to the lake, this is a place of pure beauty. Your partner disappears into the small store on the island, leaving you to sit on a bench and admire the view by yourself for a second. You take that time to breathe in the sights and the peaceful silence around you. The only thing you really hear is the quiet rustle of snow settling on the roofs above your head. When they return, they extend a cup of hot chocolate and a pastry to you. The pastry looks like it belongs in a patisserie window. It is cremna regina, a puff pastry and cream cake known affectionately as lake blood cream cake. A sweet cake of milk, eggs, cream. The top is dusted with powdered sugar, almost a reflection of the snowy ground at your feet. You sink your fork into it and take the first bite. The sweetness wraps around your tongue, soothing your soul almost immediately. You and your partner sit in the falling snow, taking bites of the sweet cream cake and warming yourselves up with the steaming hot chocolate. As you sit there, the sun begins to set over the mountains. This time of year, the days are shorter than ever, but the sunsets are absolutely breathtaking. You begin your lazy ride back to the mainland. As the church fades into the distance, it is silhouetted by the orange, pink, and yellow sunset. The colors seem to bleed across the sky more and more every time you blink. Though the sunset is invigorating, you find yourself feeling very sleepy, and the calming hot chocolate is only furthering the matter. Once you arrive back at your hotel, you are greeted by that same crackling fire. The room still smells sweetly of lavender and roses, and the bed looks more inviting than ever. You change out of your clothes and slip into sleek, comfortable silk pajamas. You slide into bed as the love of your life puts another log on the fire. The fire spits embers into the air, eliciting satisfying crackles from the bending wood. Your partner turns and thanks you for an amazing day. As they stand there by the fire, you can't help but think about how fortunate you are to have them. This far from home, in a land of ice and churches and fresh air, you somehow still feel entirely at home. With them, you will always be okay. Your partner crawls into bed beside you. There's a TV you could watch, books you could read, but right now, you just want each other. You lie there with your arms around each other, whispering about your favorite parts of the day, about your childhoods, about your future. The moments are sweet and you never want them to end. The love of your life wraps their arms around you tighter. Their words begin to trail off as sleep embraces them. Then you hear their breathing slow to a rhythmic, sleepy pace. Every exhale tickles the back of your neck. Even though they are asleep, they pull you closer and tighter. You let them embrace you fully. With the cadence of their breath on you, you feel yourself sinking closer and closer to sleep. The mattress wraps around you. The pillow invites you to let go of any tension, of any restraint. And then you feel yourself drifting off. The weight of sleep is welcome and familiar. Your partner pulls you against them one more time, and then you slip into the most peaceful rest you've ever experienced. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel to the autumn woods of New England and follow the story of two strangers falling in love against the backdrop of falling leaves, crackling fires, and cozy nights under fluffy blankets. In the hills of Vermont, autumn would not arrive quietly or subtly. It would start with a single tree in a sea of green. The locals would all drive by it and smile, knowing that their favorite season was days away from sweeping across the mountainside, from brightening their towns and urging the harvest of their fields. What was a single tree one morning would be two trees the next, and 3, 4, 5, 6 in the following days. The vibrant reds, browns, and oranges would bloom across the landscape like a spreading fire, igniting everyone with passion about the season. And for Sage, this year was no different. When she awakened on the first real autumn day, there was a change in the air that was blowing in through her open window, causing her orange curtains to billow. The air of summer had disappeared. The scent of lilacs, freshly mowed lawns, flourishing forests, and ripe, sweet strawberries had faded seemingly overnight. And in its place, the smells of autumn were in full swing. The air had a bite to it. It was invigorating, even at this early morning hour. Sage swore she could smell the ripe apples growing on the gnarled apple trees on the far hillside. She could smell the earthy aroma of leaves hitting the mossy ground. She could smell the spiced cider, the dry warmth of harvested wheat and hay, the sweet spice of pumpkin. The world smelled alive in a way it didn't during summer. It was as if the atmosphere was inviting you to do as you please. If you wanted to curl up with a book and drink a steaming cider, you were welcome to. If you wanted to venture out into the woods and explore the splendor of the falling leaves, you were welcome to. If you wanted to meander through corn mazes and pick apples under the sunset over the horizon that was ablaze, you were welcome to. And on that first fall morning, Sage decided that she wanted to do all three. She rose from her sheets and wrapped herself in the warmest sweater she could find. She slid on her boots, a necessity for traversing the soft autumn ground, and she began her trek outside. She took an even deeper breath of that fresh air. She felt as though she was in some fall storybook from her childhood. There was a magic in the air that couldn't quite be found in other seasons, a magic that she welcomed wholeheartedly. Wanting to enjoy the weather, she opted to hop on her old cruiser bike and start the journey down, 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 down the dirt road, past farm after farm. All the farmers were busy in the fields, harvesting their crops. The air was rich with aromas of ripe fruits and vegetables, and of the delicious dishes slowly being prepared with them. Sage waved to each farmer she passed. They all smiled, happy to see her. Sage had grown up in the small town of Cranberry Cove, a beautiful little town nestled against the mountains and a large lake flanked by farmland on the outskirts. It was a town where everyone knew everyone, where there were always people ready to help you, whether you requested their help or not. Sage felt as though she was flying through the autumn air. By the time she arrived at the farm at the very end of the road, she was full of a joyful energy that was contagious to everyone she passed by. The farm she arrived at was a staple in the autumn months, a farm with a large corn maze, with acres and acres of apple trees to pick apples from, and with a dense forest with a nice trail for a vibrantly colorful nature walk. It was the perfect place to experience all that the season had to offer. And Sage decided that she'd like to start with the corn maze. She grabbed a map and descended into the maze. All around her, corn stalks rose so high they seemingly touched the sky. It felt cozy and exciting all at once. A safe adventure where you could simply explore. Sage loved to meander through the maze without too much of a purpose. For her, it was about being somewhere away from it all, being somewhere where she could stand still with nature and listen to the sounds and breathe the smells of the season around her. However, Sage wasn't quite expecting what she found around a corner in the center of the maze. For quite some time, she had been wandering through the rows of corn by herself, only hearing the sounds of children and close friends giggling behind the stalks. But as she rounded the corner, she walked directly into someone standing in the middle of the aisle, trying to decide which path to take. She was so surprised, she let go of her map and watched as it drifted down, 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 until it plopped into a puddle. She apologized profusely to the man, and when she finally looked up and caught his eye, her heart leapt out of her chest. The man before her smiled apologetically. His eyes were a dark, warm amber, so deep and intricate that she felt as though she could get trapped in them. His smile was equally warm and not forced in a way that so many people's smiles often are. He extended his hand to her to help her get more steady on her feet. The man, Casper, was equally enthralled by the woman before him. She had an energy about her that promised that adventure and joy were always just around the corner. Even in the moment of surprise, there was still a spark in her light green eyes, which shimmered and shined like the forest floor after a gentle rainfall. "It's all right. It's my fault, after all," Casper chimed. "I'm the one who doesn't know where I'm going." Only then did Sage look a little more inquisitively at Casper. He wasn't dressed like a local. He wore a warm, vibrant blue wool sweater and perfectly tailored pants. His hair fell in curls around wire-rimmed glasses, and slung around his neck was a camera. Sage invited him to join her with a smile laced on her face. After all, she couldn't just leave the tourists to be lost in the maze. Casper chuckled at her little dig and gestured toward the maze, inviting her to lead the way. As they walked, Sage learned more about Casper. He grew up in the city and had worked for several companies as a photographer. However, the commercial life just wasn't meant for him. He sold everything he owned and hit the road to photograph the country over the course of a 2-year trip. A 2-year trip that he was almost certain would be extended. He wasn't exactly sure what he wanted for his long-term future, mainly because he simply liked too many places. Sage found herself mesmerized by this strange, wonderful man's story. He had given it all up in search of something, and clearly, it was in search of something he wasn't even sure he would find. For now, he was just chasing sunsets across the country, stopping wherever his heart desired, and trying to sink into each and every community he passed along the way. He asked Sage about her life. How had she ended up in this town? Sage's story was much different from Casper's, although in some ways, they were almost exactly the same. Sage grew up in this town. She was born and raised here. She played in the creeks and streams on warm summer days as a child. She sledded down the icy hills and skated on the sleek ponds as a teenager. She studied in the old stone library that was nestled at the foot of the mountain, and she learned to drive on the ancient oak and maple-lined streets that laced through neighborhoods full of Victorian houses. Rather than going to college, she too had set out into the world without a plan. She decided to travel around the country, stopping wherever her heart desired, embarking on whatever adventures came to her that day. And when she was done, she wanted to come home. She missed the smell of the woods here. She missed the bubbling melody of the river as it coursed through their little valley. She missed the tang in the air as winter descended, sweeping across the landscape and inviting everyone to enjoy cozy nights inside, curled up with a blanket and a book. In fact, she had returned here to write a book of her own. Every morning, she'd bike down to the little library and do her writing and reading, just as she had as a young child all those years ago. While most people in the town would smile politely at Sage's story, Casper was fully engaged. His eyes lit up as he asked Sage all about her travels and about her book. Where did the idea for it come from? What was her inspiration? The two talked for what seemed like an endless amount of time as they weaved through the rows of corn. It felt as though they were in a world of their own. Their journey's soundtrack was the swish, 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 swish of the corn, swaying in the sweet autumn breeze, and the crunch, 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 crunch of the earth underneath their feet. Before long, they had found their way out of the maze. When they emerged from their small world into the rolling hills of the farm, it looked more beautiful than ever. They hovered there for a moment, their conversation still flowing, their bodies inching closer together, as if the maze had closed in on them. Sage asked him what else had he planned on seeing that day. He admitted that he had never experienced autumn before. Being from a southern city, this was his first time seeing the leaves change, his first time in a corn maze, his first time smelling the sweet, earthy aroma of ripe pumpkins growing in the loam. Without hesitating, Sage invited him to join her. Of course, if he wanted a real, local autumn experience, who better to show him around than a local? Casper was delighted by her offer. It was more than he ever could have hoped for. Sage kindly took him by the hand and led him to their very first fall activity, a staple that all the local kids grew up doing. They were going to pick apples. She led him into the far orchard, which was a spectacle in itself. The orchard sat on a particularly hilly part of the farm. The trees stretched far to the horizon in perfectly straight lines over the natural dips and dives and curves of the landscape. Casper took a deep breath of the air as he meandered through the soft, dark green grass. There was a freshness in the air he had never experienced before, a bite to it, as if the world was begging you to pay attention to the splendor it was providing all around. It smelled like an apple candle, warm and cozy and sweet, and yet there was a natural freshness to it. He could not only smell the ripe, juicy apples, but he could also smell the earthiness of the leaves as they wavered in the blowing breeze. He could smell the spiciness of the bark that children had been lovingly climbing for generations to reach the best apple at the very top of the tree. He could smell the comforting aroma of the old wood and iron boxes provided for people to pile up their harvest in. He stood in the breeze for a moment, simply breathing in the air that was unlike anything he had ever smelled. When he opened his eyes, Sage was already up in the tree. She sat on a branch casually, one leg dangling down as she reached to gently pluck a ripe apple from a tall branch. She looked as though she belonged up there. She was practically glowing in the soft autumn sun, her hair billowing around her in that fragrant breeze. Casper watched her for a moment, simply observing her do something that was such an innate part of her. Sage began to gently toss apples down to Casper. He caught each and every one and tucked them away into the white bags they had been provided with. Once a bag was full, Sage patted the branch next to her. Casper was hesitant. Sure, he had climbed fire escapes, but he'd never scaled a tree before. With a shrug and a smile, he hauled himself up on the branches and clumsily sat beside Sage, his heart pounding in the best way possible. She smiled at him with a bit of pride and admiration. With a chuckle, he told her, "That was my first time climbing a tree." Sage smirked as she softly told him, "It shows." The two found themselves laughing up in the branches. Though they weren't particularly high up, it gave them a new, wonderful perspective. They were no longer observers of this nature and this landscape. It felt as though they were part of it. "And you know the best part of this?" Sage asked, smiling at Casper. She reached across and grabbed an apple. She handed it to Casper, inviting him to bite into it. He'd never eaten an apple straight off the tree, and certainly not while he was sitting in a tree. But with a shrug, he went along with it. As soon as he bit in, he knew that this wasn't an ordinary apple. It was the sweetest apple he had ever had, packed with flavor and bite and crunch. It was entirely different from the apples he had had from the grocery store. They sat up in that tree for quite some time, their legs dangling as they finished their apples, laughing and telling stories all the while. Every once in a while, Casper would catch himself gazing at Sage for a second too long. It was easy to become transfixed on her, the way those green eyes shone, the way she spoke with her hands, the way she kicked her head back when she laughed. And whenever she caught him staring, her cheeks would flare just a tinge. More than once, Casper tried to convince himself it was just the red of the apple reflecting on her cheeks. Finally, when their apples were finished, the two climbed down from the tree. Casper put his hand out, helping her down, though it was probably him who needed more help. When they were down, they both had a newfound energy, excitement about what the rest of the day had in store for them. Once more, Sage took him by the hand and led him through the farm. They meandered through the fields that were flourishing with ripe vegetables. Around them, large pumpkins clung to their vines, their orange skin nearly as bright as the leaves that Sage and Casper were walking toward. Casper was in awe as they entered the walking trail in the woods at the edge of the farm. All around them, the forest was ablaze with the colors of fall. Every once in a while, a cool, fresh breeze would blow, and autumn leaves would come drifting down, 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 like the most beautiful rainfall on the planet. Here, they walked mostly in silence. It seemed that the forest around was speaking for them and the creatures within it. With the cold of winter on the horizon, all the creatures of the forest were busy getting ready to settle down in their cozy dens for a few months' time. Squirrels regularly scampered across the forest path in front of them, chittering the entire way until they adeptly leaped up into the trees high overhead. The birds were even more talkative than usual. Their songs rang through the forest, echoing off trees as they called to one another. It seemed every few hundred feet, a cardinal would swoop through the trees ahead of them, his bright red coat matching the vibrant leaves silhouetting him. It was strange to Casper how the forest was so utterly alive, and yet it felt stuck in time at the very same moment. It was as if nothing outside this forest mattered. The bills, the obligations, the struggles, they all faded away, and all you were left with was the beauty of nature and the world. Time moved slower here. Time moved as it was meant to move. And as they rounded a corner near the bubbling river, time seemed to stop. Because standing before them, wading through the cool water, was a beautiful doe. Its fluffy fur was flecked with white patches. Its plush ears and tail seemed to sway and move with the breeze. They watched in awe as the doe leaned down, taking a nice, long drink of the moving water. There was such a grace in her movements, something sacred about them. The energy around her was one of kindness, nurturing, and belonging. She was the gentle mother of the forest and all things within it. Casper could have stared at her for hours. When she turned her gaze to them, there was no fear in her eyes, no surprise. It was as if she had known for quite some time that they would be joining her here at some point. Her eyes were a mahogany brown, nearly the color of the bark coating the trees around her. Without much fanfare and without a hurry, she continued to wade through that coursing river until she reached the other side. Casting one final look over her shoulder, perhaps a look of gratitude or a look of understanding, she disappeared into the fiery colored forest. Casper and Sage stood there for a long moment, soaking in the experience that they had just shared. After some time to breathe, Casper took Sage by the hand, and they continued over the rickety bridge on the river. "Thank you for showing me this, Sage," he muttered. The tone in his voice showed Sage how wonderful and meaningful the experience truly had been for him so far, and she couldn't help but smile, because she knew what they were going to find at the end of the path, the overlook. As they emerged to the top of the hill, Casper looked stunned. The path they had been climbing wasn't particularly steep, yet, over time, it wound up the side of the hill until you were overlooking the entire town. And what they saw was a town straight out of a fairy tale. It seemed every tree in the valley was alight with the colors of fall. as if a paintbrush had been swept across the landscape, coloring the trees vibrant reds and oranges and yellows and browns. It was so warming and comforting to look out over and see. Casper and Sage stood there for what seemed like hours. He took pictures. He hadn't taken a picture of the doe earlier, but he hadn't felt he needed to. That moment was something sacred to be shared between him and Sage, not one that needed to be shared with the world. In his pictures of the town, he captured moss-coated cobblestone streets, Victorian houses coated in a blanket of orange leaves, candles and lanterns glowing in the windows of houses on tree-lined streets. Finally, they began their journey back down, 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 into the very town they had been gazing at only moments before. They had experienced all the farm had to offer, but Sage promised there were more fall things to experience. She led him down to the town center, where there was a pavilion nestled against the river. The pavilion was surrounded by trees, with long swaths of garden and seating for people to sit back and enjoy the views of the town. They sat on a wooden bench on the far side of the town center, where a fire pit sat before them. As the sun began to set and the colors of the sky began to match the colors of the trees around them, Sage and Casper got to work gathering wood for the fire. It didn't take long for the wood to ignite and fire to grow and grow and grow and grow. Casper watched in amazement as that single ember became the crackling bonfire in front of them. The fragrant, natural, minty smell of the wood was both invigorating and relaxing at the same time. Casper would close his eyes on occasion, listening to the fire crackle, 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 accented by the sounds of the remaining crickets chirping into the afternoon air. Casper felt all his tension melt away. Any doubts he had about this trip, any doubts he had about his future, they no longer existed. All that mattered right now was sitting by this bonfire, surrounded by autumn leaves, his fingers intertwined with Sage's. It's true, they had only met a few hours ago, and yet they felt closer to each other than they had felt to anyone in quite some time. As they wandered through the beautiful landscape, they talked about their dreams, their hopes, their shortcomings. They had embraced the changing landscape as they had embraced their rapidly changing relationship. As the night air cooled even more, Sage curled up against Casper. He wrapped an arm around her, drawing her close to keep her warm. She lay on his shoulder, feeling utterly safe and content in his arms. They smiled at each other on occasion, but mostly they sat in a comfortable silence, watching the flames dance before them. Soon, the sky overhead was alive, too. Millions of stars shone brightly in that pitch-black sky, and, even more incredible, out here so far from the city, they could make out the haze of the Milky Way. Casper had never seen something so beautiful. When it was time to say goodnight, Casper rode with Sage back to her home to walk her to the door. They hovered in that doorway for quite some time, a million unsaid things floating between them. Unable to say them all in the few minutes they had, Sage leaned forward, pressing her lips against Casper's. It was a kiss of passion, of connection. In that moment, they both felt whole. "I think I'm going to stay in this town for a little bit," Casper whispered against her lips, adding, "I at least need to see the rest of autumn, don't I?" Sage smiled as she whispered, "And then winter comes. Surely you'll want to get some photos of the snow, won't you?" Casper replied, "I think I might." With that, Casper climbed back on Sage's bike, which she allowed him to borrow, and he began the ride back to his hotel. He felt utterly free, riding that bike through the countryside, gliding up and down over hills, feeling as though he was suspended by the stars, feeling as though he was sailing through apple orchards and forests ablaze with color. It was unlike anything else on earth. As he lay down in bed in the cozy inn, he found himself smiling. It was his first autumn, and he knew it was going to be one of the best experiences of his life. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel to a world of fantasy where a young princess will embark on a journey of love and hope across a beautiful, magical realm with the love of her life, searching for rain so that her curse can be broken. The kingdom of the golden sun was aptly named, and truly, it was the only of its kind. Tucked away on the far right side of the island, the kingdom of the golden sun was one of immense beauty and of people who had gradually adapted to the unique landscape. It was a landscape of dryness, of desert, and yet of life. A landscape of low valleys, of bright orange canyon walls that were as vibrant and sweet as the ripe pulp of a tangerine. Truly, the land looked as though it had been painted and crafted by the gods. Everywhere you looked were mountains of brilliant rock that looked like they had been molded by hand. They were a mosaic of warm tones, sometimes appearing in swirls across the rock. There were swaths of bronze, of rust, of honey, marigold, and clay, all dancing and swaying across the rocks, looking as though they were constantly in motion. And nestled between those rocks, tucked down, 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 at the base of the most beautiful canyon anyone had ever seen, was the town of the Golden Sun. It was a bustling town, full of cozy adobe houses and streets made of sandstone. And in the center of town, sitting next to the winding river that made its way through the canyon, was the Queen's castle. And within that castle, there lived a lonely, brilliant princess named Isadora. As the daughter of the Queen, Isadora was long expected to remain quiet, to be complacent and agree with everything the adults said. However, that wasn't Isadora's style. As a young girl, her mother was forced into marriage in order to unite the kingdom of the Golden Sun with a wayward kingdom, and the man she married, King Kristoff, was neither kind nor considerate. As a father, he wasn't charmed by Isadora's strong nature like the others were, and when Isadora expressed that she wished her mother had never had to marry a man like him, in his rage, he placed a curse on Isadora. He cursed Isadora to never know love, for if she were to fall in love with a man, in that moment, she would feel a tug at her heartstrings, and within 7 days, the man she loved would perish. However, there was a way to stop it. If Isadora could kiss the love of her life under a rainy sky, he would be saved. But as she looked over the dry, cracked landscape, which hadn't seen rain in dozens of years, she knew that the chance to save her lover would never come, and certainly it wouldn't come within the 7-day period. So Isadora spent more of her days isolated and alone. As she grew into a teenager and then into a young adult, she watched as her former classmates fell in love and got married. She knew she would never be able to feel that love, that connection, and it wounded her deeply. But the older she got, the more challenging her isolation became. She often found herself wandering out into the depths of the canyons, wading through the river to look for something beautiful, something that could bring her a fraction of the joy and belonging she saw in her friends' eyes when they looked at their partners. It was a few days shy of her 26th birthday when she set out on her longest walk through the river yet. She tied her short black hair into a braid, tied her royal dress above her knees, and stepped into the cool water with a smile on her face. As she walked farther and farther, the people began to fade away. Many walked this trail, but never to the depths that she was traversing, and that, truly, brought her great comfort. The fewer people she was around, the less afraid she was of the curse that had plagued her for so long. After a few hours of walking and marveling at the canyon around her, she found herself at the end of the trail, and before her was a sight unlike anything she had ever seen before. Because tumbling down, 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 down from the very top of the impossibly tall canyon was a waterfall. It cascaded over the marvelous marmalade walls in wisps of white and blue. The mist cast a white gossamer through this alcove in the canyon, giving the entire area a mystic, enchanted feel that Isadora had never experienced before. She gazed up at this waterfall in wonder for quite some time, her hands held tightly against her chest, as if to keep the overwhelming emotions inside her. She pondered for quite some time about how beautiful the world was, and of many stunning things there were to see within it. And she thought about how much nicer it would be to see it with someone else. She felt tears begin to cloud her vision, tears of joy, tears of sadness, tears of appreciation. Perhaps it was all three. And as she gazed up at this natural wonder and awe, listening to the sound of the roaring water echoing on the walls, listening to the call of the birds as they flitted from the few trees that managed to grow by the water, there was one thing she wasn't expecting to hear. "Are you crying, miss?" His voice was tinged with a mix of concern and appreciation. Startled, Isadora fell back on the slippery rocks, falling into the water with a splash. The shock of the water against her skin and the realization that there was someone near her almost distracted her from the pain that shot through her ankle at that moment. "Oh dear, let me help you up," the stranger said. Only then did Isadora look at him, and when she did, she had the breath knocked out of her for a second time. The man standing in the water beside her was perhaps the most handsome person she had ever seen. His wide green eyes sparkled with concern, black curls framing them, making them look even brighter than they were. He had on a white-collared shirt that was peppered with the colors of nature, garnet gobs from the juice of berries, hickory swaths of soil and earth, sage stains from plants he had mixed and harvested, It was like he himself had become a walking canvas for nature. His muscular frame was adorned with the items of a traveler, a worn leather satchel, an ancient sword tucked away in an ornate sheath, a mix of straps and harnesses and soft homemade pouches to gather all the things he had foraged. For a moment, Isadora was so transfixed by him that she couldn't speak, and because of this, the man leaned down and helped her to her feet, gently telling her, "It's all right if you can't talk. Let me help you, okay?" As Isadora rose up to her feet, wrapped in the arms of this stranger, she managed, "I can speak. I just wasn't expecting to see anyone else here." "Well, we have that in common," he replied, a playful tone bounding through his words. He asked Isadora if she could put weight on her foot, and she was surprised and discouraged to realize she could not. In her fall, she had hurt it much more than she realized. "You're from the town of the Golden Sun, I presume?" he asked. When she nodded, he clicked his tongue, shaking his head slightly. "I'm afraid you won't be able to make it back tonight." Though Isadora knew this to be true, hearing him say it aloud made her defiant, frustrated. She knew she couldn't remain here, not with him. And yet, the man smiled at her and helped her limp ashore. He led her toward the waterfall, promising that he had something that could help her be on her way first thing in the morning. As Isadora approached the waterfall, she realized that behind it was not just rock, but a hidden alcove tucked behind the water. And there, wedged between the beautiful mossy wall and the cascading waters of the waterfall, was a tiny home. "This is where I've been staying for the past few weeks. It's not much, but," Isadora interrupted the man, so enthralled with her surroundings that she couldn't help herself as she exclaimed, "It's beautiful." The man helped Isadora down onto a soft pile of blankets and textiles that surely had taken him a long time to collect. Afterwards, he went into his bag and pulled out a small glass jar containing a pine-colored substance. He explained that he was a traveler, a nomad, because he was training to be a botanist and a medicine man. Certainly, he joked, she fell near the right man. He gently took the medicine he had prepared and rubbed it on her swollen ankle, being careful not to hurt her any further. The care and gentleness in his gaze and his touch made Isadora feel more and more at ease. When he was finished, his gaze swept up to hers, and filling the space between them was a spark. Isadora immediately lowered her gaze, trying to fight the feeling that was bubbling up inside her. She hadn't felt the feeling yet, not the feeling the king had cursed her with, and she had to do all she could to avoid that from happening. But there was one thing she needed to know. "What's your name?" she asked quietly, her words barely understandable against the roar of the waterfall. "It's Emilio," the man replied, a smile on his face. Isadora took Emilio's hand in hers and shook it quickly, thanking him for his help. Then she told the man that she needed to be on her way. Unsteadily, she tried to rise to her feet, only to wobble and nearly fall. Emilio rose to his feet, helping steady her. "You can't go anywhere with your leg like this. By the morning, it'll be healed, but for now, you need to stay." Seeing her discomfort, Emilio added, "You can stay in the home, and I will sleep outside." Knowing this was her only option, Isadora nodded, quietly thanking Emilio. So, for the rest of the afternoon, these two strangers sat in the same campsite together. Isadora tried to busy herself so Emilio wouldn't talk to her, but Emilio was the talkative type. He talked to her, to no one, or to himself several times. He told her stories of how he ended up underneath this waterfall, how he had been traveling alone without seeing anyone else for several months. And when he said that, Isadora realized why he was talking so much. He was a lonely man, a man probably as lonely as she was, maybe even more so. She felt that spark again, that dangerous spark that scared her, but also made her feel alive at the same time. As nighttime fell on the canyon, Emilio made a small fire in the middle of the camp. He grilled some fish and vegetables over the flames as Isadora watched, and gradually she began to let her guard down. She asked Emilio what he did to entertain himself all the way out here. He leaned back, his face's soft features illuminated by the honey glow of the fire. "I read, mostly," he replied, softly taking a book out of the leather rucksack he carried with him. Isadora brightened, asking him what the book was about. He told her the title, On a Moonlit Night, and she could hardly contain herself. She had never heard of such a book, which was remarkable, because she had read every single book in the Royal Library. Pleased to hear about her love of reading, Emilio popped open the book and offered to read to Isadora after dinner. And though Isadora knew that was potentially dangerous, a handsome man reading to her in the glow of a fire, she agreed, eager to hear the new story tumbling from his lips. And so he read to her. His voice was low and magical amid the crackle of the fire and the rumble of the waterfalls. It was like the earth itself, welcoming, nourishing, rough around the edges, and somehow as smooth as honey. She watched him read for hours, long after the food was done. The story was a sweet romance, one that sent warmth tumbling through her whole body, and as they reached the end, and Emilio closed the book, his eyes met hers. He thanked her for reading with him, and then he admitted he was lonely. He loved his work, loved traveling, loved helping others, but he hadn't had a home in a long time. He hadn't had friends, nor a family, nor a place in the world. And for the past few hours, you have given me a home, Isadora. As he told her this, his eyes drifted up to meet hers, vulnerable, honest, deep. And as this happened, Isadora's whole world changed. Inside her, there was a tug at her heart, warm and overwhelming, full of longing, power, and belonging. The world faded away for a moment, the landscape around her replaced with swirls of light in the darkness. And in the center of this darkness and light was Emilio, smiling at her. But his smile shifted to a look of confusion, and then a look of connection. He leaned forward, as if drawn to Isadora by an invisible thread. And then everything returned to normal. Emilio put a hand to his head, looking dizzy and confused. What was that? I've never felt like this before, he mumbled. Isadora took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself. This kind, intelligent, vulnerable, handsome man was in trouble now, all because she had fallen in love with him, all because he made her feel like she belonged for the first time in her life. She clasped her hands around his, trying to fight the tears rimming her vision. Have you seen it rain, Emilio? She asked. He was taken aback, but responded, yes, in the land of the harvest moon. Isadora told him that they needed to head there first thing tomorrow. Emilio was confused by this, asking her if she was feeling all right. Isadora had no choice but to tell him the truth. They needed to travel to this land to save his life, because she had fallen in love with him, and she was sorry, so deeply sorry. But, to her surprise, Emilio reached over the fire, gingerly placing his fingers against her cheek. His gaze overflowed with appreciation, with reassurance as he asked her, please don't apologize for that, or I may have to apologize for falling in love with you, too. The tears spilled over, but Emilio wiped away each and every one, assuring her that they would head to the land of the harvest moon first thing in the morning. They would find rain, and they would share their first kiss beneath it. Morning couldn't come soon enough. The moment the first rays of golden sunshine blanketed the canyon wall, Isadora was on her feet. She awakened Emilio by shaking him gently. He stretched in the cool morning air, breathing in the sweetness of the world waking up around him. They packed up camp in unison, sharing very few words in a comfortable silence, and with that, they were on their way. It took them quite some time to make their way up the impossibly tall canyon walls, but as they did, they saw something remarkable play out before them. The progression of morning on the canyon walls. With every inch that the sun rose higher in the sky, the more sun rays poured into the canyon, pushing the shadows to the ground. The canyon glowed in a mosaic of brilliant colors: golden, rose, crimson, blush, and fawn, all swaying and melting together as the day moved on and on and on. On occasion, Emilio would urge Isadora to catch her breath and look at the canyon with him, and every time he did, Isadora was reminded of how she fell in love with him so quickly. Little did she know, Emilio had fallen in love with her even before she had spoken her first word. And it wasn't because of her beauty. It wasn't because of her body. It was because of the way she looked at the waterfall and the way this feat of nature made her feel, because of the way it was reflected in her being. He appreciated life and nature the same way she did. She found solace in it the same way he did, and that made him fall for her. As they reached the top of the canyon, Isadora paused. She had lived her whole life in this canyon, never seeing the world beyond. She had read books, had heard stories, but this was to be her first glimpse into the world beyond. And it was even more breathtaking than she ever imagined, because when they emerged, they were emerging into a meadow. Isadora looked around in wonder. It was a field flourishing with fragrant wildflowers. It was as if colors had been woven through the grass, sewed into the earth. The tall, sweet grass swayed in the gentle breeze, rippling and waving like ocean waves, and on that breeze was the scent of the flowers, the sweetness of their nectar, the floral bounty of their petals, the earthiness of their roots. Isadora had never seen anything so beautiful. Only it didn't stop there. This meadow stretched for miles, and in the distance, there were layers of nature to be encountered. There was a stunning forest of cedar and pine, a raging river, and on the horizon, a blue, ethereal mountain. Emilio gently took Isadora's hand, leading her further into the meadow with a smile. He pointed to the mountain on the horizon. On the other side of that mountain is a valley, a bountiful valley that is always in harvest season. Its leaves are eternally red, orange, and yellow. Its fields forever full of fresh, ripe fruit, and its skies always heavy with healing rain. The words filled Isadora with joy. She had never heard of such a magical place. She never knew a place of such beauty would be the place to save her. So they pressed on. They wandered through the forest of cedar and pine, breathing in the bright, citrusy aroma of the towering trees. On occasion, Isadora had to stop to simply take it all in. She had never seen trees so tall, never seen so much green before, and every time she stopped to marvel at the world, Emilio gazed at her, falling more and more in love. As they emerged from the pine and cedar forest, they found themselves at the banks of the river. And this was a river that put the one in the canyon to shame. It was a winding, powerful river, so clear you could see every speckled stone in its base. Emilio took her hand and led her across a rickety wooden bridge that sang with every step. When they reached the base of the mountain, it was time to camp for the night. For most of the night, Emilio and Isadora lay next to one another by the fire, watching as the moon rose higher and higher over the impressive mountain. And as it did so, they whispered about what tomorrow would bring. Would it be the day they broke the curse? The day that love would win? The next morning, Isadora awakened to find that Emilio was holding her. The morning air was cool and brisk, but Emilio's arms wrapped around her, and his body pressed up against hers was so warm, so comforting. She had never been held like this before. Her soul felt as though it was healing from his touch, as if those years of neglect, of loneliness, were melting away by the minute. About an hour later, the two were finally ready to shake off their dreams entirely. They rose to their feet and began the journey over the mountain. With every step, the land around them became more and more beautiful. The canyon in the distance, the canyon Isadora had called home. She could see the full length of it now, as it laced through this beautiful, sacred land. She saw the potential of the world now, potential that had once been hidden from her by tall canyon walls. They crested the peak of the mountain, and finally, Isadora got her first look at the land of the harvest moon below. It was a land ablaze with the colors of changing leaves. The leaves were golden, scarlet, chocolate, and apricot, all swaying in the gentle autumn breeze, and around them were fields overflowing with crops. Large ripe pumpkins, eggplants, and squashes and tomatoes juicy and fresh, never-ending fields of honey-colored wheat dancing and brushing against one another in the wind. It was like a fantasy. In a daze, Isadora started descending down, 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 down into the valley, holding Emilio's hand with every step. And as they reached the bottom, they found themselves in a grove of the stunning autumn trees. They were so tall they seemed to touch the sky, and the autumn-colored leaves began to fall around them, drifting on the breeze as though they were suspended in a dream. Soon, that wasn't the only thing falling around them. Overhead, dark gray clouds blanketed the once blue sky, and then the rain began to fall. At first, Isadora didn't know what it was. She felt a drop of cool, refreshing water land on the palm of her hand, then another, then another, then another. The earth around her began to smell otherworldly, sweet and mysterious and inviting and relaxing all at once. And when she looked at Emilio, she saw the raindrops tracing down his face, rolling off his dark black curls. His green eyes glistened with emotion. "It's raining," Isadora whispered. "It is," Emilio replied, his voice soft and alluring. Ever so gently, Isadora leaned forward, wrapping her hand in Emilio's beautiful hair. She drew him forward, pressing her lips against his. And in that moment, the weight disappeared. Her heart softened as her love swelled, unashamed, untethered, safe. She felt the power of the curse melt into the ground at her feet with the raindrops. And when they pulled apart, there was only one thing she could think to say. "I love you, Emilio," she murmured it against his lips. He gave her a gentle peck before he replied, "And I love you, Isadora." It was a day of celebration, the end of the curse, and the beginning of the rest of their lives together. For hours, they sat under the shade of the autumn leaves and watched as the rain cascaded on the landscape around them. And for the first time in their whole lives, they weren't lonely. I hope you have enjoyed this sleep story, and it brought you a night of peaceful, relaxing sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.